The story takes place in the Luwang sword sect of the Fenghua continent. It begins with a woman in pink clothes saying to a man lying amidst the Zhuxian sword formation, "The 9-yang Vajra body, rare to find in a millennium, was actually picked up by Miaoxing. Truly, the gods and devils are conspiring." She even licked her lips lasciviously. Then, she sat on the young man named Xiao Che and said, "What a pity, one step too late. I wonder which cursed bastard killed such a handsome young man." The one speaking was Miaoxing, the sect leader of the Hehuan sect. Just then, the young man named Xiao Che woke up. They both saw each other, and were startled. Who knows what the hell they were planning to do? At that moment, Xiao Che remembered receiving a blink box worth 9.9 yuan on an online shopping site. When he opened it, there was a swirling space. Before Xiao Che could react, he was sucked in. Unknowingly, he transmigrated to this place. Just then, the original owner's memories appeared in Xiao Che's mind. This body shared the same name with him, and was an outer disciple of the Fenghua continent's Luwang sword sect. Today, demonic cultivators are besieging the mountain gate. The Great Mountain Protection Array cannot be activated. The original owner was checking the array nodes behind the mountain when he was assassinated. And Xiao Che was sucked into the blind box, and transmigrated into his body. Seeing him still bewildered, Miaoxing spoke up. "Little darling, scream all you want. It's useless even if you scream until your throat is hoarse. Today, our 4 masters will devour you for sure." Xiao Che's inner thoughts exploded. "I transmigrated here just as this unlucky original owner was being assassinated." Miaoxing looked even more lustful. "I'll squeeze you dry, leaving not a single drop. Be afraid and tremble." But Xiao Che happily exclaimed, "There are such good things?" Just as the two were about to get intimate, a sword flew over. Miaoxing angrily knocked the sword away and flew up. "Which hussy dares to ruin the good deeds of our 4 masters?" While Xiao Che was still dazed, a hand grabbed his collar and dragged him away. The person who saved him was Lu Shuang, an inner disciple of the Luwang sword sect. Miaoxing angrily shouted, "You can't escape. Our Hehuan sect will soon flatten the Luwang sword sect." In her heart, she thought, "No man I set my eyes on can ever escape." Lu Shuang explained to Xiao Che that demonic cultivators had breached the mountain gate. "Eldest senior brother told me to retreat and protect the sword pavilion." Xiao Che, flying on a sword for the first time, fearfully clung to his senior sister's thigh. Moreover, her skirt covered his head, and when he looked up, he saw countless interesting things. Later, at the sword sect's sword pavilion, the demonic cultivator 3 great sects had arrived with their army. Lu Shuang stepped forward and said to everyone, "The demonic cultivator 3 great sects joined forces to break the Zhuxian sword formation. The formation has been destroyed again. This time, we're in grave danger." Then, she looked at Xiao Che with lingering eyes. "The demonic cultivators will make their move soon. Prepare to die with us." Hearing this, Xiao Che felt extremely terrified. "But I just transmigrated. This is really bad luck. I actually transmigrated into the body of a cultivating disciple about to be annihilated." Then, he cried and said, "It's better to let that beautiful woman squeeze me dry. Dying like that would be more pleasurable." At this moment, the eldest disciple Ming of the Luwang sword sect shouted, expressing righteousness. "The mountain gate has been breached, and the great formation has been destroyed. This is the cruelty of fate. Demonic cultivators are tyrannical, and their actions are no better than those of beasts. Once you fall into their hands, female cultivators will be ravaged, making them wish they were dead." Hearing this, the female disciples of the sect would rather die than surrender. Then, he pointed to the male disciples in the sect and said, "They treat male cultivators as toys, training their yang to replenish their yin until they die." Hearing these words, Xiao Che sneered. "They don't even spare the dead." Ming Kong continued, "For the glory of the Luwang sword sect, for the dignity of the righteous path, we will never surrender." Then, he held his sword to his neck, intending to commit suicide. Seeing this, the disciples also said in unison, "We would rather die than surrender." Seeing this, Xiao Che felt that these people were incredibly stupid. Why not break up and escape? Why are you committing suicide together, you crazy people? Before he could finish thinking, Lu Shuang pointed her sword directly at his face. "Junior brother, so that you won't be tortured by the demonic cultivators. Senior sister will kill you now." Please bear with it. In this critical moment, a system appeared. Seeing this, Xiao Che was overjoyed. This is the privilege of a transmigrator. Then, he immediately activated the system. At this moment, Lu Shuang's sword was about to strike. Junior brother, rest in peace. Senior sister will follow you soon. Just then, Xiao Che bent down to observe the system, coincidentally dodging Lu Shuang's sword. Not wanting to die, Xiao Che took out an item from the system's blind box. Unexpectedly, he took out 3 divine cannons. Xiao Che was confident that with this weapon, the demonic cultivators were doomed. Seeing this, Lu Shuang was shocked. This is an ancient immortal artifact. The most surprised was Ming. He's only a 4th level Qi refinement cultivator. Where did he get an immortal artifact? Seeing that the people of the Luyan sword sect refused to surrender, Miaoxin ordered her fellow disciples to attack together. Seeing this, Xiao Che aimed the cannons. Let me show you the power of science. A series of cannonballs aimed straight at the demonic cultivator 3 great sects and fired. The demonic cultivator disciples, knowing nothing, thought it was a sword formation. A disciple rushed forward, seemingly with high cultivation. Is that all you've got? Watch me smash it. As expected, they were good at playing stupid. Seeing this, the Luyan sword sect disciples were shocked. A foundation establishment cultivator was directly blasted into ashes. Could this really be an immortal artifact? On the demonic cultivator side, they felt dissatisfied. So brutal. Who exactly is the demonic cultivator here? This might be the legendary Zhu Xian sword formation. Then, the demonic cultivator disciples were shot down like flies. Seeing the favorable situation, the Luyan sword sect happily embraced each other because they didn't have to die anymore. Seeing that things were not going well, Miaoxin ordered everyone to run. After the battle ended, at the scripture depository, Ming Kong said to Xiao Che that outer disciples were not qualified to enter the scripture depository. But this time, you have made a great contribution, so you will be rewarded with access to the secret manuals here. Xiao Che happily thanked eldest senior brother. But as soon as Ming Kong went out, he immediately sealed the door. He said to Lu Shuang, quickly send a flying crane message to Master. Tell him that Xiao Shidi has been possessed by a demonic cultivator. Tell him to return quickly. Lu Shuang said that she had already sent the message. The sect leader and the 2 elders would be back in about half an hour. How could these words escape Xiao Che's ears? He shouted in panic, have I been discovered so quickly? Then, he banged on the door, let me out. I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home. Lu Shuang angrily drew her sword. You still dare to be restless? No matter what kind of demon you are, if you possess my Shidi, I will definitely kill you. Hearing this, Xiao Che panicked even more. The door is sealed. I can't escape. In that case, I must not panic. I must calmly find a way to escape. Then, he opened the system to study. This world has no science, only cultivation. The appearance of the cannon is obviously considered demonic energy by them. And my experience package has disappeared. Explaining won't work. Xiao Che still thought that the source of everything was the blink box. As long as I open it again, I can open a wormhole and return to the 21st century. The system displayed a notification. Measurement detected that the login location is the scripture depository, a forbidden area. Does the host want to log in? Hearing this, Xiao Che was overjoyed. Of course, I agree. The system displayed a package of items, including the Zhu Xian art of the heavenly rank, the Luyan 9 swords of the heavenly rank, and a space ring of the highest grade. Seeing this, Xiao Che burst into tears. Because there was no spatial wormhole inside for him to escape. However, he also liked the space ring because it was very convenient. He wouldn't need to carry a bag when traveling. Basically, the problem now was to escape first. Then, Xiao Che opened the Luyan sword art of the heavenly rank to study. In the original owner's memories, it seemed that he had heard of these 2 books. They seemed very important. As soon as he finished speaking, the system helped Xiao Che successfully master the 2 secret manuals. Later, the sect leader and the 2 elders returned to the Luyan sword sect. Ming Kong paid his respects to the 3 of them and reported the incident. First was Qiyangzi, the sect leader of the Luyan sword sect. The woman in the pink dress was Zhu Juezi, the discipline elder. And lastly, there was Kong Shuzi, the sword-holding elder. Qi Yangzi immediately asked, "Where is the person who helped us repel the demonic cultivators? That person's talent is heaven-defying. I want to pass my mantle to him and let him be the sect leader in the future." Hearing this, Ming Kong didn't look happy. He reported, "Xiao Chei's Shudi is only at the 4th level of Qi refinement, yet he can control demonic energy and wreak havoc. I suspect that he might have been possessed by a demonic cultivator, so I temporarily locked him in the scripture depository." Hearing about demonic cultivators, Qi Yangzi's hair stood on end. Zhu Juezi was calmer. After listening to Ming Kong's report, she determined that the scripture depository had a forbidden order. Those who aren't righteous can't enter. You did well. Then, they immediately rushed into the scripture depository, where Xiao Chei was cultivating. As soon as he entered, Qi Yangzi shouted, "Where is the demonic cultivator? I will never coexist with you." Xiao Chei coldly said, "Shut up. I helped you drive away the powerful enemies and protect the sect. Instead of repaying me, you slander me as a demonic cultivator. I have never seen anyone so shameless." Zhu Juezi, although a woman, was extremely hot-tempered. "Whether you're a demonic cultivator or not, we'll know after a test." Then, she shot out a stream of golden energy directly at Xiao Chei. It turned out to be an idea-reading technique. Zhu Juezi saw Xiao Chei's past life, watching adult films, reflected from the images in his brain. Zhu Juezi shouted, "As expected, he's possessed. Moreover, it's very scary. They're fighting without clothes." Hearing this, Kong Shuzi's eyes lit up brighter than car headlights. "Without clothes? Is it the Huan sect's method of replenishing yang?" At this moment, Xiao Chei sighed, "No matter how much I pretend to be stupid, I can't hide it." Seeing this, Qi Yangzi held his sword to Xiao Chei's neck. But Xiao Chei wasn't afraid. He just sneered. "You say I'm possessed, but when have I denied it?" Qi Yangzi was surprised that Xiao Chei admitted it so easily. Xiao Chei pushed his sword away and said indifferently, "When I descended, the owner of this body was already dead. I merely borrowed his corpse to revive my soul. My descent into his body is his good fortune. And the luck of your sect." Hearing this, the old uncles and aunts were dumbfounded. Zhu Juezi had her own opinion. This person is righteous and handsome, not like an evil heretic at all. Then she affirmed her own doubts. It's said that if one fails to transcend the tribulation, after dissolving, they can possess another and become a loose immortal. Cultivating again from the beginning. Hearing this, the others immediately affirmed that Xiao Chei was a loose immortal grandmaster. Xiao Chei was speechless. "I didn't say anything. You're just making your own assumptions." Kong Shuzi spoke up, "Since the great battle between immortals and demons 8,000 years ago, the Fenghua continent has lost its cultivation methods, and spiritual energy is almost gone. Now, the cultivators of the cultivation world are withering. The highest cannot exceed the integration stage. For thousands of years, we have never seen a fellow Taoist transcend the tribulation. How can there be a loose immortal?" He raised his doubts. Xiao Chei's inner thoughts exploded. "Mother! Why do you guys like to analyze at this crucial moment?" Qi Yangzi changed his attitude. "Although drawing my sword many times is tiring, it is my duty to kill demonic cultivators." Zhu Juezi stood in front of Xiao Chei and said, "If one relies on the immortal mansion to transcend the tribulation outside the world, it is really impossible to know. I have a plan that can immediately show the results." The two were surprised and asked, "What plan is that?" Zhu Juezi brought Xiao Chei to a furnace and said, "If you are a righteous person, you can refine righteous Qi pills. Demonic cultivators, because of their cultivation methods and limitations from their nature, cannot refine righteous Qi pills no matter how high their cultivation is. So, as long as you can refine the righteous Qi pill, you can prove your identity as a loose immortal." Hearing this, Xiao Chei asked, "What if I can't?" Hearing this, Qi Yangzi immediately ordered, "Set up the formation," instead of answering. At this point, Xiao Chei was also helpless against this old man who changes his face faster than flipping a pancake. Then, they put Xiao Chei inside and gave him an hour to refine the righteous Qi pill. Inside the pill refining room, Xiao Chei searched for various herbs. He randomly picked them according to the original owner's memories. Then, he threw all the spiritual herbs into the furnace at once. Then, he thought, "Oh well, screw it. There's no other way." Then, Xiao Chei cried because he was worried about his fate. "So, I still have to turn on the hack." He opened the system. At this moment, Xiao Chei realized one thing. He could log into the system only by changing his location. Inside, he found the Immortal Haze pill recipe and the Primordial Righteous Chi pill of the highest grade. Xiao Che angrily slammed the box and said, "I want the Righteous Chi pill, not the Primordial Righteous Chi pill. Are you messing with me?" After an hour, the three returned. Looking at the blackened pill refining furnace, Kong Shuzi had to say, "It seems there's no need to say more." Qi Yangzi shouted, "You really are a demonic cultivator. Take this sword of mine." He immediately stabbed Xiao Che with his sword, but unexpectedly, he stabbed his mysterious box. The pills flew out of the mysterious box, making Qi Yangzi dizzy. Xiao Che said embarrassedly, "Here are the pills you want. There was a slight mistake. Please forgive me." The three were dumbfounded when they realized that these were the highest grade spiritual pills, the Primordial Righteous Chi pills. Xiao Che was surprised, "So it's even better than the Righteous Chi pill?" Zhu Juezi grabbed Xiao Che's collar and shook him. "It's not just better. The Righteous Chi pill is a low-grade spiritual pill, and the Primordial Righteous Chi pill is the final version of it. The ancestor level. There are only a handful of people in the entire Fenghua continent who can refine it, and there has never been anyone who can refine so many at once." At this point, the three of them had acknowledged Xiao Che's identity as a loose immortal senior. They immediately paid their respects to him. Xiao Che didn't understand what was going on, but he breathed a sigh of relief because he had finally passed this hurdle. Scene change. Over here, Lu Shuang and two disciples were preparing a seat for Xiao Che. Qi Yangzi invited Xiao Che to sit on the seat of the honored guest. Xiao Che happily gave him a like. Qi Yangzi happily hugged the two elders and revealed, "The loose immortal has descended. This may be an opportunity for our Luyan sword sect to raise its head in the righteous immortal world." Zhu Juezi spoke up, "Loose immortals are existences of unlimited potential, approaching ascension to immortality." Kong Shuzi echoed, "Our Luyan sword sect might soon be renamed Luyan Immortal Sect." Seeing Kong Shuzi say that, Zhu Juezi said again, "Ancient books record that loose immortals often cultivate in immortal mansions. I'm afraid he won't stay in our sect for too long. Unless we invite the loose immortal senior to enter the sword mound." Hearing this, that old man Qi Yangzi's hot blood rose again. The sword mound is the forbidden area of the Luyan sword sect. The sect rules state that only the sect leader can enter. Do you want to betray our ancestors? Then, Qi Yangzi knocked Zhu Juezi on the head a few times. Kong Shuzi was calmer. Strictly speaking, the demonic cultivator's attack on our sect this time was also aimed at the sword mound. Even the array stone in front of the entrance to the sword mound has been destroyed. It's said that the sword mound is where all kinds of ancient immortal swords are stored. Among them, there are even immortal artifacts. The ancestor of Luyan once cultivated in seclusion here. Then, he founded the Luyan sword sect, making it as powerful as it is today. Qi Yangzi proudly said, "This is the treasure left by our ancestor for us. We must not let it fall into the hands of others." But then he sadly sighed, "My aptitude is not good. I don't have the ability to break the restrictions inside. Otherwise, the Luyan sword sect would have been renamed Luyan Immortal Sect long ago." Speaking of which, did this loose immortal choose our sect because he wants the sword mound? Seeing this, the two elders also gave him a like for this outstanding intelligence. Sect leader's senior brother is truly wise. Qi Yangzi then showed his talent for flipping his face like a pancake. If he dares to ask for the sword mound, I might risk my life to make him disappear. Over on this side, Xiao Che was living happily under the caresses and pampering of three female disciples, including his senior sister Lu Shuang. Then, he opened the system to see where the next login location was. The system displayed a notification. The login mission is the sword mound, a secret realm level. Please successfully log in within 3 days. Hearing this, Xiao Che felt that this mission was quite difficult to solve. Just then, the three elders of Luyan sword sect arrived. Xiao Che smiled and said, "You three have come at the right time. I have something I want to ask you about." Qi Yangzi bowed respectfully. He said directly to Xiao Che, "I am willing to worship Senior as the Supreme Minister. Senior can use all the resources in the sword sect and does not need to listen to anyone's orders." Hearing this, Lu Shuang felt very shocked. Xiao Che didn't understand. Is the Supreme Minister a guest elder? Qi Yangzi replied, "No, this is a position reserved for senior, higher than all the elders." Xiao Che smiled slyly, free food and lodging, that doesn't sound too bad. Luwang, hearing this, was dissatisfied, an outer sect disciple becoming second only to the sect leader, and he still says, "It's not bad?" Then, Xiao Che seriously said, "I agree." Hearing this, Qi Yangzi stroked his beard in satisfaction. The Supreme Minister is indeed a person with personality. I like it. Today, I and the Supreme Minister will not return until we are drunk. Seeing this, Kong Shuzi echoed, "The feeling of being equal is great. Otherwise, I would have to look at the face of a junior and ask senior all day. There's really no naturalness at all." Being on the side and unable to insert a word, Zhu Juezi was also dissatisfied, so she spoke up. "The Supreme Minister just said he wanted to ask us about a place." "Tell us. If we know, we won't hide anything." Xiao Che just innocently replied, "I wanted to ask where the sword mound is. I want to go there for a few days of seclusion." This touched their sore spot, causing the three to become enraged. At this point, Qi Yangzi called everyone to immediately set up the formation. Xiao Che couldn't stand him anymore and went straight in front of him. Qi Yangzi held his sword and shouted, "Whoever covets the sword mound, kill without mercy." Just then, a secret manual fell from Xiao Che's body. Qi Yangzi stared wide-eyed. "Isn't this the Zhuxian art? This is the lost secret manual of the Luyan sword sect that disappeared 8,000 years ago. I am the pride of the ancestors. I am the founding hero of the Luyan sword sect." At this point, there was nothing more to say. Qi Yangzi knelt down and bowed to Xiao Che. "Supreme Minister, please forgive my rudeness just now. From today, you are the master of the Luyan sword sect, and also the master of the sword mound. The sword mound is the forbidden area of our sect. How can it be given away so easily?" Kong Shuzi spoke up. Then again, a cultivation technique fell out, the Luyan 9 swords. This is the 9 swords technique of Luyan Jinren, also lost for 8,000 years. "Thank you, Lu's immortal Grand Master." Kong Shuzi immediately knelt down. 3 people getting 2. Now there's 1 left. Xiao Che turned to ask the beautiful woman for her opinion. The beautiful woman thought for a moment. Then, she pushed her disciple out and said, "I'll give my disciple to be your Tao companion." Then, she knelt down and held out her hands, looking forward to it. Xiao Che took out the Immortal Haze secret manual. The beautiful woman held it, and said, "This is the treasure of the Xianxia sect. It is said that it records many ancient elixir formulas. The day the elixir is completed will even cause lightning to strike." Then the 3 changed their minds and knelt down to Xiao Che. "Please, Supreme Minister, you must take the sword mound." Later, they led Xiao Che to the entrance of the sword mound. The 3 used spiritual power to inject into the mind's eye. The magical door appeared. As they were about to step in, the beautiful woman called out, "Supreme Minister, there are many inconveniences inside the sword mound. Why not let Luwang enter to take care of your daily life? What do you think?" Xiao Che was drooling all over. Thinking about the scene of just the 2 of them, he was very happy. "But I'm a leader, I have to look like a leader." Xiao Che turned around and coldly said, "Okay, consider it giving young people a chance to learn." The beautiful woman was also pushing Luwang into the sword mound, telling her to seize the opportunity. "If it wasn't for this master having to save face, it wouldn't be your turn." Then the 2 of them, Xiao Che and Luwang, entered the sword mound. Inside there was a building, and many swords were stuck around it. Luwang instructed Xiao Che that there were restrictions everywhere, so you better follow me closely and don't run around. Xiao Che then forced Luwang to call him Supreme Minister, which made her a little annoyed. Then Luwang introduced the sword formation to Xiao Che. "This is the place where swords are buried. The light array under the sword is the restriction. Some are strong and some are weak. The sect leader said that the weakest restriction can also kill a golden core cultivator in an instant. Even he doesn't dare to rashly break into the restriction. So you must not touch the swords here, you can't even touch them, otherwise your Qi refinement stage 4 cultivation will not be able to withstand it." As soon as she finished speaking, Luwang opened her mouth wide because Xiao Che had already picked up a sword from who knows when. Luwang panicked and said, "It's over, the restriction is about to activate, we're doomed to die." But Xiao Che calmly said, "These swords are floating in the air, which is a bit disrespectful to Newton's law of gravity. I'll take them down to study." Then Xiao Che kicked the restrictions a few times to see if anything would happen. Luwang was speechless at this time. Xiao Che took out the sword to study. This sword has a bone-chilling coldness, it's a good sword. Lu Shuang saw the sword and exclaimed that it was a top-grade spiritual sword. Xiao Che raised his sword, and a surge of energy shot out. Lu Shuang said that on the Fenghua continent, only a handful of top-grade spirit swords existed. Moreover, each sword was a treasure of a major sect or a national treasure. Yet he could retrieve a top-grade spirit sword from the ancient restriction with his bare hands. Outside, the heart's eye also projected a beam of light. It was Shang Qing who had broken the restriction and retrieved a high-grade spirit sword. However, the heart's eye was damaged, and the sword formation couldn't be activated, inevitably attracting covetous eyes to the treasure. The three of them agreed to activate the mountain-protecting formation. But to activate it, all three had to work together, leaving no one to guard the place. Hearing this, senior brother Ming stepped forward to take on the task of guarding the area. Upon hearing this, the three of Qiyangzi agreed and flew away on their swords. At the Yanxian sect, two people were observing the light projected from the heart's eye. He realized that the light came from the direction of the Luwang sword sect. It must be the sword mound. If the Luwang sword sect were to break the restriction, their strength would increase rapidly, threatening their position as the leader of the righteous path. He must obtain an ancient spirit sword to help himself break through. A moment later, he took out a golden token, wrote a few words on it, looked up at the sky, and said, "Fifth brother, you've been dormant for 100 years. It's time to return." Inside the sword mound, Xiao Che sheathed the sword and offered it to Lu Shuang. Seeing him gift a top-grade spirit sword, Lu Shuang was slightly thoughtful. This was the benefit of being his Dao companion. But if she accepted it, wouldn't she be agreeing to dual cultivation with him? Although Shang Qing had contributed to protecting the sect, he had, after all, seized the body of her junior brother. She wouldn't seek revenge, let alone engage in dual cultivation with him. Lu Shuang knelt down, returned the sword to Xiao Che, and said, "This disciple's body is weak and her physique is ordinary. She can't help Shang Qing's cultivation. This disciple doesn't deserve this sword. Please take back the spirit sword and choose another dual cultivation partner." Hearing this, Xiao Che thought to himself, seeing the change in her expression from joy to sorrow, she probably still suspects that I seized the body of the original owner. Having someone like that by my side means she might stab me in the back someday. I must find a way to conquer her quickly. Xiao Che coldly flicked his sleeves, turned around, and said, "Dual cultivation? Am I such a vulgar person? I only gave it to you because I thought you liked it. If you don't want it, then so be it. Don't tarnish other people's innocence with unfounded accusations." Lu Shuang felt guilty for misunderstanding him. This sword was a top-grade spirit sword, and it would greatly help her cultivation. Her cultivation would improve very quickly. But she had just refused, and it would be a little inappropriate to accept it now. While she was wondering whether to accept it or not, the senior brother took the sword and left. Seeing this, Lu Shuang asked why he had come in. "I'm here on the order of the elder to take the sword first." He had thought it was a high-grade spirit sword, but it turned out to be a top-grade spirit sword, a rare find in 100 years. Xiao Che winked at Lu Shuang, signaling that this person was an enemy. But Lu Shuang thought, he said he had no intentions towards me, but he's still flirting in front of the senior brother. "Junior sister, help me test the sword to see if it's sharp." With that, he grabbed the sword and lunged at Lu Shuang. Xiao Che pushed Lu Shuang away, and used his body to take the full brunt of Ming Kong's sword. Xiao Che was injured and fell face first into Lu Shuang's breasts. Lu Shuang turned to ask Ming Kong what he was doing. Xiao Che said, "Don't you understand yet? He's an inside agent. He killed your junior brother, and he destroyed the array eyes." Ming Kong laughed loudly and said, "That's right, I did it all. I am the younger brother of the Yanxian sect master. Hiding in the sword sect for 100 years was to wait for this day." At this moment, Xiao Che suddenly spat out blood, his face buried in the softness. Lu Shuang was very scared. "Xiao Che, why are you so foolish? I'm clearly no longer your senior sister. Why did you have to save me?" Xiao Che inhaled and said, "To die under a peony flower is still romantic. Little sister, don't be sad. It's all my own free will." But Xiao Che's heart exploded. "Do you think I wanted to block the sword? It was the lingering emotional attachment of the original owner that forced me to go there." Lu Shuang continued, "You are a dignified loose immortal. Yet, you only favor an ordinary woman like me. And I didn't know what was good for me. Lu Shuang made up her mind. To put Shang-Qing's mind at ease, I will now avenge you. Ming Kong sneered, you're only at the foundation stage, while I've already entered the Golden Core Great Tao, with a spirit sword in hand. What can you do against me? Lu Shuang only smiled, and immediately activated all the restrictions on the swords around her. The swords, with their restrictions activated, flew chaotically to attack the three of them. Lu Shuang spread her arms and let go, bidding farewell to Xiao Che for the next life. Suddenly, Xiao Che rushed over and blocked the sword for her. Lu Shuang thought Xiao Che would become a hedgehog in this situation. But no, Xiao Che said to her, don't worry, these swords won't stab me. Just hug me, and you can escape. Lu Shuang thought, Shang-Qing can retrieve swords from the restriction with his bare hands. He must be immune to the restrictions. So she hugged Xiao Che and flew away on her sword. Ming Kong was also being stabbed by swords. But he was wearing the Tianqin immortal armor for protection, so all those swords couldn't do anything to him. Ming Kong smiled evilly, since I've already revealed all the secrets, if you don't die, who will testify against me? A moment later, Xiao Che was carried by Lu Shuang to the sword sacrifice platform. Lu Shuang said, the sword energy of that villain Ming Kong has shattered your internal organs. You probably won't live for another half an hour. It's all my fault for implicating you. Xiao Che was still very cheerful. Suddenly, the system displayed that the sword mound's secret realm was 5 meters away. Xiao Che told Lu Shuang to help him forward. Lu Shuang thought Xiao Che wanted to choose a beautiful place to die, truly unlike ordinary people. Upon reaching the place, the system announced that he had arrived at the login point. Do you want to log in? Xiao Che pressed yes, and a blue box appeared. Opening the box, Xiao Che saw a rusty sword. Xiao Che frowned and threw the damn thing to the ground. Lu Shuang took out a blue bottle from her box, the Great Revival Pill. Xiao Che was saved. With that, Lu Shuang poured all the pills directly into Xiao Che's mouth, telling him to swallow them quickly, as they were immortal pills. The Great Revival Pill was an ancient immortal pill that could restore life, strengthen the body, and extend life for 1,000 years. But Xiao Che still didn't believe it. Muttering in fear, little sister, taking medicine randomly can kill you. The Xianhe sect regarded this medicine as a treasure of the sect. Just one pill could establish a sect and become the leader of the 5 major righteous sects. And here, there were as many as 17 pills. While she was speaking, Xiao Che hugged Lu Shuang from behind and said, Senior sister, does this medicine have any side effects? I feel so hot. Your body is so cool. With that, Xiao Che began to grope. Lu Shuang turned around and slapped Xiao Che hard. Xiao Che fell to the ground, and a surge of energy erupted from his body. Seeing this, Lu Shuang felt uneasy. The power contained in the Great Revival Pill was too great. And her junior brother's body couldn't bear it at all. If this continued, he would explode and die. The only way to save him now was through dual cultivation. Shang-Qing is because of saving me that he has fallen into such a situation. How can I stand by and watch him die? But how should I face him afterward? Wouldn't he think I'm too casual? Seeing Lu Shuang thinking too much, Xiao Che took the initiative and went straight for it, feeding her a mouthful of tongue. The two lay on top of each other for dual cultivation. The system displayed, successfully used the Great Revival Pill, body physique plus 100. 9 Yang Vajra body upgraded to the 2nd level, successful first dual cultivation. Body physique plus 100, 9 Yang Vajra body upgraded to the 3rd level. 3 hours later, Ming Kong also arrived at the sword platform. It's been so long. That loose immortal must be dead by now. In this sword mound, now it's just me and Junior Sister. Junior Sister is the #1 goddess of the sword sect. Usually, because I pretended to be upright, I didn't even dare to look at her more than once. Things have come to this point, so I don't need to hold back anymore. I might as well make her a cauldron. But as soon as he said this, he saw the two of them engaged in dual cultivation, filling him with disappointment. Xiao Che stood up and said, Ming Kong, if you got out of the restriction, why didn't you take the opportunity to escape? Why bother coming here to court death? Hearing Xiao Che's words, Ming Kong felt that this was the biggest joke in the world. You are only a small Qi refinement stage 4th layer cultivator. Junior Sister is only at the foundation establishment. Stage middle phase. The two of you combined are not enough for me to kill with one move. With that, he lunged to attack the two of Xiao Che. Xiao Che immediately used the Zhuxian sword art. A surge of spiritual power radiated around. At this moment, Ming Kong's sword stance had approached. But Xiao Che easily caught the sword stabbed by Ming Kong with 2 fingers. Lu Shuang also quickly took out her sword to attack him. But then her sword shattered, and she realized that he had immortal armor on his body. Ming Kong smiled gleefully and flexed. This is the ancestral immortal armor of the Yanxian sect, the Tianqin immortal armor. Although it's only half an immortal armor, unless it's an immortal artifact, don't even think about breaking through the armor. Hearing this, both Xiao Che and Lu Shuang felt helpless. But then the rusty sword behind them twitched and shot through Ming Kong's body. Then the sword returned to Xiao Che's front. Could this be an immortal artifact? The system announced, kill the Golden Core Stage Cultivator, body physique plus 1000. Reminder, to upgrade to the 4th 9 Yang Vajra body, you still need 9000 body physique. Xiao Che picked up the sword and exclaimed, as expected of a secret realm, opening up immortal artifacts and immortal pills. The system explained the 9 Yang Vajra body. The 9 Yang Vajra body has a total of 9 levels. Collecting enough can upgrade the body. The body after the upgrade is infinitely strengthened, equivalent to a body refinement cultivator. Xiao Che thought, now I have 3 levels of the 9 Yang Vajra body, and my strength is equivalent to the Golden Core stage. Moreover, I can not only refine my body but also cultivate the truth and refine Qi. Body refinement plus Qi refinement, equivalent to internal and external cultivation. Then Xiao Che asked the system, am I immune to the restriction because of the 9 Yang Vajra body? The system displayed, no. The restriction is constructed based on the energy of heaven and earth. The restriction here can only sense the soul of the Fenghua continent. People from another world have different souls, and the restriction cannot recognize them. Xiao Che happily thought about the fact that he was being hacked, showing a mean look. Lu Shuang saw this and thought, why does he keep looking at me like that? He really sees me as a casual woman. Lu Shuang spoke, Shangqing, please respect yourself. I only did that to repay your life-saving grace. Now we are even. Please forget about today as if nothing happened. Hearing this, Xiao Che felt as if a knife had cut into his heart. He clutched his chest and sadly said, is this crossing the bridge after you've used it? You're such a heartless woman. Then Xiao Che went to Ming Kong's side to retrieve the spirit sword, and threw it to Lu Shuang. Heartless woman, your sword is broken. This sword is to compensate you. Lu Shuang took the sword and thought, I treated him like that. He didn't hold a grudge and even gave me such a good sword. Am I a bit too much? But what is a heartless woman? Is it praising me for being beautiful? Xiao Che said, the sword has no name. How about calling it the Lu Shuang sword? With that, Xiao Che took off the immortal armor from Ming Kong's body, slightly disappointed that it was broken. But then Xiao Che suddenly thought of a way. Using the system to log into the immortal armor. The system displayed, active login, received a random mystery box. Xiao Che opened the box and found a new set of armor. The system displayed, the Qilin Bright Light armor is a battle armor left behind by ancient gods, a complete version of the Tianqin immortal armor, made from the tendons and bones of the Qilin and the Black Iron Immortal Mountain, capable of withstanding all magic attacks within the true immortal realm. Lu Shuang was very excited to see Xiao Che wearing the armor. Xiao Che thought that since it could withstand all magic attacks, as long as he didn't provoke nascent soul cultivators, from the nascent soul stage downwards, he would be invincible. But he had to be humble. He heard that the cultivation world often involved killing people and seizing treasures. It was better to be humble. Scene changed to Yanxian sect. The golden token that the sect master held in his hand earlier had shattered. He was angry. My brother's life stone can't be broken. He's wearing immortal armor. He absolutely can't die. My Tianqin armor, no, my brother, come back to me. At this time, his son also came over and asked his father what had happened that he was so angry. His name was Yan Shursan. Your uncle Ming Kong was killed. You immediately lead people to the Luwang sword sect and declare that even if it means starting a war, we must bring the body back. Most importantly, we must regain the Tianqin immortal armor. His son immediately accepted the order. Then he went to call people and led the disciples of the Yanxian sect to the Luwang sword sect. The next morning at the Luwang sword sect, Yan Shurshan came to Qiyangzi to explain everything. He was surprised. What? You said Ming Kong is a member of the Yanxian sect and also your uncle? Yan Shurshan replied, that's right. 100 years ago, he left home and joined the Luwang sword sect, becoming the chief disciple. He was cautious, careful, and dedicated. But now his life stone has been destroyed. He must have been discovered and met with your vicious methods. Now it seems that Ming Kong was an inside agent in the inner sect. He destroyed the Array stone and collaborated with the demonic cultivators to attack us. Xiao Shangqing used the Qi refinement stage to kill the golden core stage traitor. He is indeed a loose immortal. The disciples of the Yanxian sect behind him shouted to level the Luwang sword sect. The blonde Yan Shurshan spoke, Senior uncles, we of the Yanxian sect must see the person alive and the body dead. Please hand over Ming Kong and execute the murderer. Otherwise, don't blame this nephew for disregarding the feelings of allies and making a big deal out of it. Hearing this, Qiyangzi immediately said a sentence that was too much of his trademark, set up the formation. The atmosphere on both sides was very tense. The beautiful woman spoke to dissuade, Sect Master, Senior Brother, please calm down. We are completely no match for the Yanxian sect. Yan Shurshan is just the vanguard of Yan Kong. Once they attack, the 28 elders of wind, cloud, thunder, and lightning of the Yanxian sect will all come, and the sword sect will definitely be destroyed. Ming Kong was an inside agent. Xiao Shangqing killed him to clear the sect. What's wrong with that? Moreover, he has done us a favor. How can we be ungrateful? Moreover, we have the Zhuxian sword formation. We are not afraid of the Yanxian sect at all. Hearing this, the blonde laughed loudly. Your Zhuxian sword formation is indeed something, but it's not much. Although you are all sword cultivators, you don't have many spirit swords. The inner disciples use mortal artifacts, and what the elders use, although they are spirit swords, are low grade. Even the sword of the sect master, Qiyangzi, is only a small medium-grade spirit sword. But my Yanxian sect has 28 medium-grade spirit swords, 7 high-grade spirit swords. The Wushang sword that my father uses is a top-grade spirit sword. I only need to rely on this high-grade spirit sword to break your Zhuxian sword formation with ease. The 3 elders of the Luwang sword sect felt helpless at the disparity in equipment, asking each other if the Luwang sword sect would be destroyed just like that. Just at this moment, a voice rang out from inside the sword mound, isn't it just a few broken swords? What's there to show off? Who are you to speak so wildly? Can't you see the high-grade spirit sword in my hand? From within the sword mound, a sword flew out. And with one strike, it broke the blonde's high-grade spirit sword in half. The boy's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot when he saw the sword break. The Luwang sword sect's elders were also astonished, wondering if this was a top-grade spirit sword. But then a voice of recall sounded. The sword returned to Lu Shuang's hand. Lu Shuang stepped out of the sword mound and said, everyone doesn't have to argue. That sword was a gift from Shangqing. The blonde reached out to Lu Shuang and said, Junior sister, give me this sword. Today's matter will be considered as if nothing happened. You should prioritize the overall situation and not implicate the entire sect for personal gain. At this time, another voice echoed from the sword mound. It seems that this venerable one can only come out of seclusion early. The 3 elders bowed and saluted, welcome Shangqing. The blonde was wondering what kind of character had such a high title. Xiao Che stepped out and said, so it's just a bunch of kids from the Yanxian sect causing trouble. Then he turned to Yan Shurshan and said, kid, you're the one who wants to take the sword. I thought it was some big shot. Turns out you're just an ordinary Qi refinement stage cultivator with nothing special. Shurshan showed disdain for Xiao Che. That's right. I will definitely take this sword. Even Qiyangzi can't keep it. I said it. Hearing this kid's rudeness, Xiao Che smiled coldly. Okay, then today I will grant your wish. Xiao Che summoned dozens of swords behind him and told the blonde that if he had the guts, he could come and take them. The swords flew out of the sword mound and rushed towards the people of the Yanxian sect. The people of the Yanxian sect were like fish on a chopping block, constantly crying for help. Just at this moment, the sect master of the Yanxian sect flew over on his sword and released his sword in front of his son. This sword created a layer of shield, blocking the swords of Xiao Che rushing over. Then he stepped down and spoke, this fellow Taoist, Please take back your divine power, lest you hurt fellow Taoists. Xiao Che said, if you tell me to take it back, I have to take it back? Then what face do I have left? Then what do you want? The sect master of the Yan sect spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Che made a condition. That kid was disrespectful to Qi Yangzi. Slap him twice, and I will withdraw my move. Hearing this, the old man decisively slapped the boy twice. How can you let those below offend those above? I will make you atone for your crimes. You dare to forcibly question Xingshi, are you rebelling? The boy hugged his cheek and cried, it was clearly you who told me to. Hearing this, the old man stepped forward and gave him another slap, exceeding even the KPI that Xiao Che had set. Seeing this, Xiao Che also immediately withdrew his sword. In his heart, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, the old man made a condition. Otherwise, I would have almost not been able to hold on. The second move of borrowing swords in the Luwang 9 swords only requires a few flourishes to simulate the symbol of the sword-tied pilgrimage, but it's so tiring. The spirit swords landed and lined up neatly on the ground. Xiao Che withdrew his sword and said to the disciples of the Luwang sword sect, the disciples of the Luwang sword sect, listen clearly. This batch of flying swords will choose what they need based on their cultivation. The disciples rushed to choose their swords. Qi Yangzi happily counted on his fingers. There were about 18 top-grade spirit swords, 99 high-grade spirit swords, and countless medium-grade spirit swords. Thank God for your blessing. After praying for a while, he realized he had miscounted, and turned to Xiao Che to thank him. Xiao Che stepped forward. These swords all came from the sword mound and are considered the heritage of the sword sect. Now it's just a matter of things returning to their owners. The disciples of the Luwang sword sect below also shouted, thank you, Shang-Qin, for bestowing the swords. The blonde father and son on the other side said to each other, this person is not afraid of the sword mound's restrictions, disregards the Tianqin immortal armor. And even Qi Yangzi is wary of him. Just who is that expert? Now that the sword sect has him assisting and has rising spirit swords, it cannot be stopped. It seems that we cannot attack today, and need to make a long-term plan. Go. The humiliation of today, I will demand it back 100-fold for you another day. The blonde stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said Shur-san acted recklessly. If there was any offense, please forgive me, seniors. I only had the filial piety to want to retrieve my uncle's body, so that he could return to the ancestral tomb for burial. Xiao Che threw Ming Kong in front of the two men. The blond man quickly ran over to find the heavenly remnant immortal armor on Ming Kong's body. Where is our ancestral heavenly remnant immortal armor? Why are only these fragments left? Xiao Che said, isn't it normal for clothes to get damaged in a fight? His old man told him to shut up and then picked up Ming Kong's corpse. No need to say more, Ming Kong colluded with demonic cultivators, he chose this himself, no one else is to blame. He said that, but in his heart he thought, don't worry, my brother, I will definitely not let you die in vain. It won't be long before I flatten the sword sect, dismember Xiao Che, and avenge you. Brat, 1 month later is the Yin Xian Dao discussion. If you've got the guts, come and see how I deal with you. Yan Shur-san issued a challenge. Qi Yangzi heard this and worriedly instructed, Yan Shur-san holds a grudge against you. This person is narrow-minded, you must be careful in the future. Xiao Che listened and replied, Yan Shur-san is not enough to be afraid of. On the contrary, that old fellow is tolerant and deceitful, I'm afraid he has ulterior motives. By the way, what is the Yin Xian Dao discussion? It is a competition for the younger generation of the 5 major sects in the Righteous Alliance, to select the strongest person, receive the title of Heavenly Pride. The prize will be a spiritual weapon after being personally enhanced by the 5 great sect masters. Xiao Che thought this was like a national martial arts competition for teenagers. Then Xiao Che asked which sects were included in the 5 major sects. They are Yixian sect, Luwang sword sect, Xinwu immortal dynasty, Xianxia sect, and Wanxian church. Xiao Che said, I noticed a problem. Among the 5 major sects, only Luwang sword sect does not have the word immortal. Why is that? The reason is simple. The other sects all have founders who ascended to become immortals. Only our Luwang sword sect has never had an immortal. Therefore, we have to endure the contempt of our peers, and sometimes even be provoked by smaller sects. To be honest, we respect you as Supreme Minister also for selfish reasons. We hope that you can become the first true immortal of the Luwang sword sect, survive the tribulation and ascend. So that we can change our name to Luwang Immortal Sect, and righteously be one of the 5 great immortal venerables. The beautiful woman said, if you say everything, there won't be any magic left. Xiao Che said, leave the matter of ascending to immortality to me. Even if I don't ascend, I will cultivate a true immortal for you. Xiao Che thought to himself that it was good to be with this sect. Master. When the Yixian sect came to demand people, he did not hesitate to risk the entire sect to protect himself. How could he not help them with this little wish? And also, I must fully assist the slut Lu Shuang. Xiao Che was tired of these cumbersome ceremonies, he said, wouldn't it be great to scroll through Douyin now? Qi Yangzi heard this and didn't understand. What is Douyin, Supreme Minister? If you want it, we will definitely search for it, but I have never heard of it. It's the one with the older sisters singing and dancing, and wearing little clothes. Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I told you these things. But these 3 old men and women quickly figured out what older sisters singing and dancing meant, and told each other to quickly arrange it. A moment later, Xiao Che was immediately served. Many older sisters were brought to serve Xiao Che, some played instruments, some sang, some danced. Xiao Che smiled so much that his eyes narrowed. What was the need to watch Douyin? He laughed happily, isn't this the pinnacle of life? Lu Shuang saw Xiao Che's performance like this and was unconvinced in her heart. As expected, he is lecherous. If I wasn't forced by my master, I wouldn't come here to indulge with you. Xiao Che saw this and hugged Lu Shuang's waist and ordered everyone to quickly play music and dance. Later, Lu Shuang helped Xiao Che to the sword mound in a drunken state. She put Xiao Che on the bed and said, from now on, the sword mound will be your residence. The sect master has sent people to buy more furniture, and also sent me to serve you. I heard that the younger sisters are jealous to the point of having red eyes. I really don't understand what's good about this drudgery. Just as she was about to pick up the sword and put it aside, Xiao Che hugged the sword and mumbled, Shuang Shuang, don't go, I will take responsibility for you. He can't even tell the difference between a person and a sword. I'm behind you, you good for nothing. After Lu Shuang left, a girl transformed from the sword. She was the sword spirit of that sword. Her name was Kege. The girl turned to look at Xiao Che and praised, this master is really handsome this time, and his body is also the 9-yang Vajra body, which is rare to see in 1,000 years. Conveniently, you can help me find my older brother, and then let my older brother recreate my golden body. Finally, I will eat you to quickly restore my strength. Xiao Che opened his eyes and said, I know, find your older brother first, and then eat me? Hearing this, the girl was startled. The purple-haired beauty Kege sat up and said, as expected, no man is good, they are all liars. Xiao Che waved his hand to explain, this is my body's fault. The 3 revolutions 9 yang is not only immune to magic attacks, but also sobers up quickly. I say, beautiful woman, you can't sweep everything with one broom just because you have been hurt by men. At least I saved you from the sword mound, shouldn't you be grateful? Why do you still want to eat me? Thinking about it, it seemed a little too much. Let's get acquainted. My name is Kege. I am the sword spirit in the heavenly flaw sword. As long as you quickly help me find my older brother, I won't eat you. Xiao Che quickly replied, no problem. Where is your older brother? I will take you to find him immediately. I haven't seen my older brother for 800 years, and I can't sense his direction either. I can only rely on you. Xiao Che asked if Kege had any tokens of her older brother. Kege took out a token and gave it to Xiao Che. This is his Battle City token. Xiao Che used the system to try to find the whereabouts of KG's older brother. The system displayed, the distance is too far, the search failed, activate the urgent task. Heavenly Demon Secret Realm level, completion deadline 3 days. Xiao Che clicked to view the map and saw that the distance was thousands of kilometers away. Kege asked what Xiao Che was looking at. Where is my older brother? Xiao Che said, your brother is in a fishing village on the coast of the eastern continent. We definitely can't get there immediately. There are no planes, no cars. It will take a month to get there. Kege roared at Xiao Che, are you stupid? Use a flying sword. It will take less than half a day to get there. Xiao Che said, but I am only at the chi refining stage. I can't control a flying sword. That can I ride you? Kege heard ride me and associated it with something else. She grabbed Xiao Che's neck. Xiao Che quickly explained that he didn't know how to control a flying sword, so he wanted to ride her. Oh no, ride a flying immortal sword. Hearing this, Keigo released Xiao Che. If you find my older brother, I can take you there. Keigo transformed back into the shape of her sword and told Xiao Che to get on. Remember to wipe your shoes clean. Xiao Che quickly stuffed the sword into its scabbard and placed the sealing talisman from the Zhuxian art on the scabbard. Even a nascent soul cultivator could not open it. Keigo inside said, "Little brother, don't treat me like that. I'll let you ride me, okay?" Xiao Che ignored her and scolded Keigo, "Be quiet, or I'll throw you into the toilet." After that, Xiao Che put Keigo on the ground and climbed into bed to sleep. Suddenly, the system announced, "Warning, warning, if the assigned limited task is not completed, the host will be punished. The punishments are as follows: 1. Bone disintegration. 2. Soul dissipation. 3. Kill all traces." Xiao Che was very angry. He sat up and cursed the system. The next morning, Lu Xuan was practicing in front of the courtyard. The other brothers and sisters praised. Senior sister has broken through from the middle stage of foundation establishment to the late stage in just a few months, truly a genius. With the addition of the best spiritual sword, senior sister will definitely get the top spot at the Yin Dao discussion. Congratulations, senior sister. Lu Xuan thought, the people beside me think I have outstanding talent. Only I know that I broke through so quickly because of the dual cultivation sword seed offering last time. The Yin Dao discussion is extremely urgent, but I have not yet reached the golden core stage, let alone get the top spot and win glory for the sect. Originally, the contestant this time was Ming. Now that he is dead, this heavy responsibility has fallen on my shoulders again. Could it be that I can only rely on dual cultivation with him to improve my strength? I am not that kind of casual woman. While thinking, someone called her to the main hall to meet the sect master. Arriving at the place, the sect master and Xiao Che were also sitting here. The sect master said, "Calling you here today is because an epidemic has occurred in the eastern continent, suspected to be caused by demonic cultivators. The Righteous Alliance has sent an invitation, asking us to go down the mountain to eliminate demons." Lu Xuan heard this and immediately agreed. The sect master continued, "Very good, then I will have you handle this matter. In addition, Supreme Minister Xiao is also planning to go to the eastern continent for training. The two of you can go together." Arriving at a cliff, Xiao Che said to Lu Xuan, "Lu Xuan, this great person does not have a thorough understanding of skills and cannot control a flying sword. Please take me to the eastern continent first." Lu Xuan said, "Are you doing this on purpose?" Xiao Che said, Xuan, this is the sect master's order, we should set off quickly." A moment later, the two stood on the flying sword. Lu Xuan made the flying sword fly too fast, making Xiao Che scared to death. He hugged Lu Xuan tightly. After half a day, the two arrived at the place where the epidemic occurred. The two entered the city. Xiao Che whined, Xuan, I have something urgent, can you take me there?" But Lu Xuan said she wanted to rest. Xiao Che immediately took out a bottle of vitality-enhancing medicine and told Lu Xuan, "You can drink this medicine is very effective." Xiao Che wondered why there wasn't a single person on such a wide road in broad daylight. Could it be that everyone had gone into quarantine? A moment later, Lu Xuan took Xiao Che to a large gate. "This is our sword sect's branch. We will rest here tonight, and conveniently inquire about the source of the epidemic." Saying that, Lu Xuan went forward to open the door, but inside lay corpses of dead people. Lu Xuan panicked and ran to a girl. Just as she was about to touch her, she was stopped by Xiao Che. "They are all dead from the plague. You can't directly touch them with your hands or you will be infected." Lu Xuan said, "No, they are not only infected with the plague, but their souls and blood have been sucked dry. This must have been done by demonic cultivators." Then suddenly Lu Xuan heard a noise inside the house, and immediately took her sword and rushed forward to kick the door open, to see what it was. Opening the door, inside was a girl with blonde pigtails. The girl said, "Elder sister is really excited, attacking me without distinguishing between black and white. Are you jealous of my appearance?" Lu Xuan didn't say much, said that you were a demonic cultivator, and rushed forward with her sword. Xiao Che held her hand to stop her, saying that the person was not killed by her. Lu Xuan then told Xiao Che, "You just saw a beauty and your heart has softened? So many fellow disciples have died. Only she is here. If it wasn't her, who else could it be? Xiao Che said, my people have been dead for several days. The perpetrator is no longer here. The girl also spoke up and said, fortunately, this brother is still smart. I am Lan Ying of Wanxian Church, following the righteous path, here to investigate the epidemic situation. Lu Shuang was still quite suspicious and said, I have heard of junior sister Lan, but I don't think you look like someone from Wanxian Church at all. Can you prove it? The girl said it was simple, and then took out a token, saying that it was a personal proof of the identity of the Wanxian Church. Then Ying ran to Xiao Che, hugged his arm and said, little brother, your Taoist companion is too fierce. Does she want to hit me? Little brother, there are too many dead people here. I am so scared, can you protect me? Xiao Che looked at Lu Shuang and thought, Lu Shuang is not the kind of woman with big breasts and no brains. How could she suspect a woman of being a demon? Could that be her intuition? Moreover, this beauty is acting so coy, maybe there really is a problem. Xiao Che smiled and said, Miss Ying, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Saying that, he put his arm around her shoulder. Ying thought, you pig-headed thing, you dare to take advantage of this young lady, see if I don't chop you up for the pigs to eat. Then Ying turned to Lu Shuang and said, senior sister, little brother wants to travel with me, are you coming along too? Xiao Che used the system to mark Ying. The system displayed, active marking successful, received a mysterious fruit box. Xiao Che opened the box, to see where this chicken came from. Why did the system take someone else's bra? Ying also felt that her chest was suddenly cool, remembering that she had worn it in the morning. Lu Shuang also went to Xiao Che and said, Supreme Minister, I want to bury them before setting off. If you can't wait, you can go first. Xiao Che quickly hid the bra and said he would help Lu Shuang. A gold medal also appeared inside the box. On it were the words Yuquanir. The girl was actually the saintess of the heavenly demon sect named Yuquanir. Ying ran over and said she also wanted to help them. Xiao Che thought he would observe her actions and agreed to let her follow. A moment later, the three had placed the corpses of the dead on a wooden frame. Ying asked, little brother, why are you covering your nose and mouth so tightly? Is this some custom? Xiao Che said, wash your hands often, wear a mask, ventilate more, gather less. These are the 4 major tricks to prevent epidemics. The bodies of those who died from the epidemic must be burned, and the courtyard here must also be disinfected with lime water. Then the 3 saw a signal in the sky. Lu Shuang said that it was a distress signal from the Jinwu immortal dynasty. Then Lu Shuang quickly carried Xiao Che on her sword over there. Ying also ran after them. Everyone discovered that the signal came from Kaizi village next to the East Sea. Xiao Che thought, isn't that where KG's brother is? Could this epidemic be related to him? 2 people were being held back by a formation. One person was the prince of the Jinwu immortal dynasty, Li Qianquan. The other person was the senior sister of the Xianxia sect, Yu Yaoshi. The man in black was the left guardian of the heavenly demon sect, He Feng. Beside him was also a blue flame with many skulls inside. Lu Shuang rushed from behind to attack He Feng. Seeing that someone else had come, and it was a beauty, He Feng dipped his knife into the blue flame. He rushed over and slashed at Lu Shuang. The blue flame spread onto Lu Shuang's body. The prince of the Jinwu immortal dynasty spoke up and said, Senior sister Lu Shuang, run quickly, this is soul fire, it can burn the soul. Lu Shuang felt a headache, as if her soul was being burned. He Feng stepped forward and told Lu Shuang to look into his eyes. Lu Shuang lost consciousness. He Feng said, Little beauty, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Today, I will be in front of your fellow disciples without any concealment to experience the taste of the most righteous beauty. Xiao Che was boiling with rage. You bastard, you dare to touch my woman. Just as he was about to go up, Ying stopped him, saying that Xiao Che was not his opponent. But Xiao Che shook off Ying's hand and said, If I can't even protect my own woman, then what am I even called a man? Xiao Che stepped forward and said, That is my woman, take your hand off her. The 2 people from the Jinwu immortal dynasty were very happy to see someone coming to save them. But a second later, the 2 of them collapsed in spirit because this person was only at the qi refining stage. Are you coming to give your head to someone else? He Feng held his knife and stabbed Xiao Che in the chest, saying, Just a qi refining stage, I don't even need to use soul fire, I can crush you with just a lift of my hand. As soon as he finished speaking, He Feng's knife gradually shattered. He Feng didn't know what was happening, wondering if he had grabbed a fake knife. Ignoring his doubts, Xiao Che gathered spiritual energy into his fist. Immediately afterwards, he gave him a punch. Taking Xiao Che's move caused He Feng to fall directly to the ground. In an instant, He Feng felt fear, but he was still very confident because he still had an ace in the hole. He Feng turned back to use his mesmerizing gaze on Xiao Che. But Xiao Che still had lime in his hand, and threw it directly into this guy's eyes. He Feng was hit by the surprise move and had to roll around on the ground in agony. The two people saw this and found it interesting. This kid doesn't play by the rules, he's really special. Xiao Che dusted his hands and said luckily there was still a little lime powder left after disinfecting and sterilizing. On the other side, He Feng still couldn't open his eyes. Xiao Che conveniently kicked him into the fire behind him. He Feng's soul dissipated just like that. The system rang an announcement: kill the Golden Core late-stage cultivator, body strength plus 2000. Then Xiao Che rescued the two righteous path fellow disciples. Xiao Che asked them if there was a place to rest here, even soft grass would do, which made the two of them dumbfounded. Li Qiankun said, about 2 nautical miles to the east is the coast, there are fishing boats there. Then Xiao Che picked up Lu Shuang and ran away. The two of them were surprised. Does treatment also require a soft lawn? Quick as lightning, Xiao Che arrived at the coast. He flew onto the fishing boat. Then Xiao Che took off his clothes, helped Shuang up, and told her that it was time to take her medicine. Lu Shuang asked what kind of medicine this was. After knowing that it was a great return pill, she was hesitant. This medicine is very precious. I am not worthy to drink it. Xiao Che said, it's okay, let you drink all the rest, 1 pill every day. But she was still worried about the side effects. Xiao Che said that she didn't need to worry about this, he would help her eliminate the side effects, it's just that I will be a little more tired. After that, Xiao Che also took off Lu Shuang's clothes. Then the two began to eliminate the side effects of the medicine. After finishing, Xiao Che and Lu Shuang entered the fishing village of the East Sea. They were walking when they met Li Qiankun and Ying. They were standing by a well, discovering that this was the source of the epidemic. Yesterday He Feng had rushed out from this place to attack them. It seems that the cause of the epidemic is in the heavenly demon secret realm. Xiao Che intended to go down for a trip. Lu Shuang asked what exactly was the matter with this epidemic. Li Qiankun explained to her, all the epidemics were deliberately spread by He Feng, waiting until everyone was tormented between life and death. He would suck the remaining souls for them to eat. Except for the Eastern Sword Sect branch, the entire Eastern Tai City has turned into an epidemic land. New graves are constantly sprouting up, and the population is dwindling. Yu Yaoshi angrily said that the heavenly demon sect was worse than beasts, actually using such a heaven-damaging cultivation method. Ying heard this and defended that it wasn't true. The heavenly demon sect, although cultivating ghosts, absolutely does not allow this kind of soul-sucking to eat. This is just the behavior of the person named He Feng. Li Qiankun was surprised that Ying would speak up for the heavenly demon sect. She explained again, the ultimate goal of the great path of cultivation is to ascend to immortality. A demon sucking living souls to eat will be infected with karma. When the mortal world strikes down with heavenly thunder, who can successfully survive the tribulation? The heavenly demon sect ultimately wants to become a demon. Xiao Che said that Ying's words made sense. This seemed to be an ancient secret technique of the heavenly demon sect. Perhaps he was cultivating this technique by eating living souls. Ying said the heavenly demon sect's Tao heart relies on divine consciousness and primordial spirit as the mainstay. Sucking living souls can indeed take a shortcut. But this technique has long been lost. Then suddenly the well made a commotion, a black vortex sucked the crows inside. The two people of the Jinwu immortal dynasty said that this was the entrance to the secret realm. By that time, don't even think about seeing the heavenly demon treasure. My cultivation level is limited, or report it to the Righteous Alliance. Let the elders of the various sects explore and take the treasures. Li Qiankun suggested. This Li Qiankun works quite cautiously, on the contrary, he is like the leading big brother, there is hope to sit on the position of future leader. Xiao Che looked at him and evaluated. Ying saw this and was dissatisfied. This heavenly demon secret realm is clearly the treasure of my heavenly demon sect. On what basis should they come to exploit it? This time I was ordered by my father to come down the mountain. In addition to exterminating the guardian He Feng, it is to retrieve the heavenly demon token that He Feng stole. Looking at the current situation, 8 parts is that He Feng relied on the heavenly demon token to enter the secret realm, from which he learned the great law of Tao Heart Demon Seed. Tao Heart Demon Seed is the supreme mind method that the heavenly demon sect has lost for a long time. I must win it back, and absolutely not let it fall into the hands of the righteous path. It's just that now it's too late to inform my father. I must act before the righteous path masters arrive. Hearing everyone say that, the little reporter Yan Shursan again showed off. Why bother the elders? Isn't my cultivation level for so many years for this moment? Yan Shursan, why did you arrive the latest when your ancient sect is closest to this place? Li Qianquan questioned. Could it be that you didn't see our distress signal last night? So what if I saw it? Do you think this place is the boundary of the Jinwu immortal dynasty? Don't try to put on airs, you can say that you don't count here. Hearing this, Li Qianquan was very annoyed, but standing on someone else's land, he couldn't do anything. She refining, we meet again. He turned to mock Xiao Che. It's a pity that he provoked the wrong person. In terms of venomous mouths, Yan Shursan had to call Xiao Che grandpa. Coming so late, are you going to visit your uncle's grave? Yan Shursan knew that fighting with Xiao Che was sure to lose, so he dodged the matter. The young elders of your 5 major sects are gathered here today, based on the status of my ancient sect. I am sure to be the leading big brother. Now I decide that the 5 sects will jointly take the treasures. If anyone retreats, then that person in the sect loses the qualification to enter the secret realm. Express your position now. Who is willing to go in with me? The results that others risk their lives to obtain are now being taken away by him. It's too much. On what basis do we have to listen to him? Based on him? 5 sects are united. We can't split internally. Lu Shuang, Yi Yaoshi, and Li Qianquan each expressed their views. I take back what I said just now. Although this guy has a far-sighted mind, he is not decisive. As the crown prince of a country, he definitely can't be the leader of the 5 sects. I'll go. The first to volunteer was of course Ying. Junior sister Lan, please. Okay, then let me lead the way. Then Ying jumped into the well. Well then, let's go in too. Li Qianquan suggested. Then the 2 of them also jumped in. Supreme Minister, they have all gone in. What do we do? What else can we do? We can't let them monopolize this opportunity. Then they entered the demon god palace. Yan Shursan complained again. Other people's secret realms are full of treasures. Even the floor tiles are made of 10,000-year-old jade. Why is there only a rock here? What's the rush? Search everywhere and see. It's so big, they're so fierce, so scary. Lu Shuang sighed. Hearing this, Xiao Che said, what's really scary isn't them. This statue should be the master of the heavenly demon secret realm. It gives me a very strong sense of oppression. At this moment, the sword in Xiao Che's hand moved. It seems that this should be the person you're looking for. That's right, this is the statue of my elder brother. The heavenly demon battle god. I can sense his aura. Release me quickly. Over here, Li Qianquan looked at the statue with unease. This is the heavenly demon sect's treasure, the heavenly demon token. It's said to be the token of ancient sect leaders, containing inherited cultivation techniques. How could it appear here? Just as Li Qianquan was about to touch it, Ying stopped him. Junior sister Lan, why can't we touch it? This heavenly demon token is the key to the demon god's secret realm. Once you let go, it will immediately activate the restrictions. We will all die without a burial ground. Fortunately, Junior sister Lan reminded me, I almost harmed everyone. But Yan Shursan once again demonstrated his ability to bring disaster. If he's second, no one is first. He quickly grabbed the token and confidently announced. If you guys don't want such a good thing, then I'll take it. Yan Shursan, you bastard, you've killed us! Ying's inner self exploded. Idiot, Xiao Che was speechless and could only comment. Don't you guys understand yet? This is a forgotten secret realm. There are no restrictions. What's there to be afraid of? The boy kept blabbering. Suddenly, a sound came from within. Suddenly, the statue's head spun rapidly. Am I seeing things? The statue's neck is spinning? We're done for. We're definitely going to die. Ying was terrified. Let's run! She shouted and grabbed Xiao Che's hand. But there was no way out. Open the door, open the door. Ying urged anxiously. Don't waste your energy. The restrictions are activated. You can't escape without clearing the level. Suddenly, the statue opened its blood-red eyes. Rays of light shone from the statue's eyes onto the people present. Then suddenly, they turned and began to fight each other. The event unfolded, leaving everyone confused as to why fellow disciples were suddenly killing each other. After a while, corpses lay scattered on the ground. Xiaoqi understood that this was a Dao heart demon implantation. He warned everyone to stay out of the statue's sight and avoid being hit by the light. But at this moment, the statue began its second wave. Everyone quickly urged each other to run away. But those in the back were still hit by the red light. Not good, the red light is spreading too much. And then another scene of fellow disciples killing each other unfolded. Then the statue prepared to emit light for the third time. Gu Yaoshi was terrified at the sight. Where will it spread this time? Will we be okay? Li Qiankun scolded Dianshi-san. If you hadn't taken the heavenly demon token without permission, would everyone have turned out like this? Lord Shangkan, I'm scared. Such a high-level Dao heart demon implantation. This is the first time I've seen it. It's terrifying. Lu Shuang and Ying were both frightened. I'm also scared. Xiaoqi not only didn't protect the two girls but also ran behind them. At this moment, the statue lit up again. You can't come over here! Xiaoqi shouted. But this time, the light didn't come towards them. Thank goodness, Dianshi-san sighed in relief. This time it's in front of us. What about next time? Ying was still afraid. It's okay, everyone, don't panic. The more it is like this, the more we need to stay calm, Xiaoqi said, trying to reassure them. Every mechanism has a way to break it, and every movement has its principles. As long as we find the flaw, we can succeed. Suddenly, Xiaoqi recognized the statue's posture as the three monkeys. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. At this moment, Xiaoqi understood the problem. Everyone, listen up. The way to break it is not to look, not to listen, and not to speak. Can it really work like that? There's no other way, I believe him. Shuang, close your eyes, cover your ears, and don't talk. Or I'll just kill myself. I don't want to hurt you. At this moment, the statue prepared to emit light again. Is it too late? Xiaoqi worried. Xiaoqi then activated the system. Registration successful. Received a blind box, containing a pair of branded headphones. Xiaoqi put the headphones on himself, and quickly kissed Lu Shuang to prevent her from speaking, while covering her ears with his hands. In his heart he thought. These headphones are indeed the heavenly flower noise-canceling version. The whole world is silent. Over here, Dianshi-san was skeptical. Is doing this really right? I can't hear or see. What's the situation outside? Why should I listen to him? I don't believe that I can resist this secret realm's mechanism with my strength. Thinking of it, he immediately took his hands off. Immediately, Dianshi-san was possessed. Go to hell! He swung his sword wildly. Then he went toward Xiaoqi to deal with him. Little demon girl, I've been merciful and righteous to you by keeping you alive until now. What happens next depends on you. Xiaoqi thought to himself. Xiaoqi kicked Ying in the butt. Ying gritted her teeth in anger. Which son of a bitch kicked me? She drew her weapon with murderous intent. She immediately charged towards the unlucky Dianshi-san. Just at this moment, the restriction lost its effect. The two of them were stunned. What am I doing? It seems like someone just kicked me here. Just at this moment, Xiaoqi hit Dianshi-san on the head with a stick. I'm sorry, my mind was lost. I couldn't stop myself for a moment. If it weren't for your greed for treasure, so many fellow disciples wouldn't have died. Hitting your head is already light. If it weren't for our allies being here, I would have killed you. Xiaoqi reached out and took the heavenly demon token from him. Xiaoqi, were you the one who kicked me just now? What? No way, it was Dianshi-san, Xiaoqi immediately denied. You too, stop talking. Quickly put the heavenly demon token back, Lu Shuang reminded. Xiaoqi rushed forward, thinking to himself, this mechanism looks like red light, green light. Could the designer be addicted to Squid Game? Then he put the heavenly demon token back in its original place. Fortunately, I registered the headphones from the blind box earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to withstand the first wave. It's finally over. At this moment, everyone was saddened by the current situation. Let's end it here. Go back. This place doesn't have any opportunities for you, Xiaoqi said. Thank you for saving us today, Lord Xiao Shang Khan. We will repay your life-saving grace in the future. We will take our leave now. Don't go, everyone, don't be fooled by him. Dian Shusan, who had just woken up, stood up to stop them. Now that the mechanism has passed, the heavenly demon treasure is right in front of us. And now you're telling us to leave? Do you want to take the treasure for yourself? Dream on. It's up to you guys if you don't want to leave. Even if you stay, you'll only eat shit. Detected a location that can be registered, secret realm level. Heavenly demon secret realm, starting automatic registration. Registration successful. Obtained a secret realm level blind box. Open or not? Don't open the blind box yet. Let's leave this place of trouble first. Just at this moment, there was the sound of a sword slashing at the statue. Hearing this, Xiao Che was shocked. Dian Shusen affirmed, the treasure must be hidden in this statue. It must be. Xiao Che felt that this guy is a time bomb. The restriction was activated once again. A giant monkey appeared from within the stone. Luwang was frightened and about to scream, but Xiao Che ran over and covered her mouth. Don't scream. It's not that I don't want to save him, but if you scream, we will be the ones who die. Dian Shusan is wicked and unjust. It would be unreasonable for him not to die. Dian Shusan was wrapped in a chain. He was involuntarily pulled up. In front of him was a monkey in the early Yuaning stage, named Shanhai Jingang. Save me, help me. Dian Shusan whimpered. Ying said the 5 factions are like brothers, how can we not save someone in distress? We must risk our lives to save senior brother Dian. Junior sister Lan is right. Then you guys go. I'm going home for dinner first. Ying's play was a bit much. But this time, it was her turn to be hung up. Xiao Che, standing below, saw everything and involuntarily had a nosebleed. As expected of a primate, they really know how to play. Junior sister Nge, save him. Help me. Li Qianquan suggested. This is Xian Hedan Qi, which can temporarily upgrade your superior grade spiritual sword to peak grade. You vow creature, I am in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, cultivating the supreme great art of the Jinwu immortal dynasty, the Jinwu divine art, using a peak grade spiritual sword. Killing you is like killing a dog. But the Qi just gently patted it, and shattered the damn sword. The two of them were dumbfounded and speechless. Now that he's been caught, he's just waiting to die. Luwang thought to herself, fellow Taoists, how can I just sit and watch without caring? My cultivation is no match for Vajra. Only Shamka Senior can save them. Senior, please save them. I will repay you. Hearing this, Xiao Che's lustful blood surged. Since ancient times, beauties are disasters. I finally couldn't resist the temptation. Xiao Che slowly drew his sword. Xiao Che used the flowing Cloud-9 swords and killed the 3 monsters with one strike. The group of Li Qianquan, Yan Shi-san, and Yi Yaoshi felt shocked. 1 sword to kill 3 nascent soul stage monsters? How terrifying, and he's only at the Qi refining stage. He's gotten stronger in just a few days. As expected of a hidden master, luckily I didn't expose myself, otherwise I'd be finished. The system displayed a notification, killed a nascent soul initial stage monster, body strength plus 1000, congratulations to the host for upgrading to the 4th layer of the 9 Yang Vajra body. Killed a nascent soul initial stage monster, body strength plus 1000. Killed a nascent soul initial stage monster, body strength plus 1000, 77,000 more body strength is needed to upgrade to the 5th layer. Xiao Che absorbed the energy and thought happily, now my body has the strength of the nascent soul initial stage, coupled with the immortal armor and immortal sword. I finally have the power to protect myself. Protect yourself? You're overthinking it. A cold voice sounded. Go to hell, you scum. Keigu emerged from the sword, intending to kill the master. Wait. Xiao Che said and summoned the system. As expected, I guessed correctly, you must be the heavenly demon war god. And this is the heavenly demon treasure he left behind, the only clue to find him is inside. This is just a storage box, I can kill you and then open it, right? Wrong, this is an object from another world, if I die, it will disappear. At that time, don't even think about seeing the heavenly demon treasure again. Keigu saw that Xiao Che was a bit special, so she decided to trust him. She transformed back into the immortal sword, promising that she wouldn't be sealed again, and Xiao Che also promised that he wouldn't lie to her this time. Lu Shuang ran to Xiao Che and said, Shangke Sr., I've searched around but couldn't find a way out. Xiao Che had to ask Kega for help. Kega told Xiao Che to try merging it with the stone statue. Xiao Che then took the token and placed it in the original Heavenly Demon token spot. Ying wondered why this person had the War God token. A teleportation door opened in front of everyone. Everyone quickly told each other to leave. Ying was thinking about the ancient inheritance. When the Heavenly Demon token and the War God token merge, they can open up the Heavenly Dao Demon realm, allowing demon cultivators to ascend to become demons. Having these two tokens can command all the demon cultivators in the world. Ying turned around, intending to pocket the two tokens. But Xiao Che pushed Ying away and picked up the two tokens. But then the secret realm experienced aftershocks and began to collapse. The three of them ran towards the exit to escape, and soon Xiao Che led Lu Shuang out. Bao Kan saw that Xiao Che hadn't put his sword back in its sheath after coming out, and thought that Xiao Che was holding a grudge and planned to kill him. Then that Bao Kan sped away, leaving behind a few words. The green mountains will not change, the green waters will flow forever. Wait until we perform the immortal Tao debate and see how you fare. Xiao Che wondered when he had offended this landlord's son. Everyone was standing and sighing. This time, too many people died. Then a cart passed by. On the cart was a boy. Seeing this, old lady Yusher quickly chased after it to ask what was going on. Isn't this person not dead yet? Why is he wrapped in a mat? Are you trying to abandon him? The servant said, once infected with the disease, he will surely die. I only have this child left in my family. I'm afraid I'll die before him, so I plan to find a feng shui treasure spot for him. Seeing that old lady Yusher didn't touch the patient with her bare hands, Xiao Che spoke up from behind, Fellow Taoist you must not use your bare hands, you will get infected. Yusher was annoyed and said, I am a golden core body, immune to all poisons, how can I be afraid of this small epidemic? Xiao Che, wearing a mask and gloves, said, Fellow Taoist you, please don't be careless. To treat the epidemic, you must cover your nose and mouth with cloth and wear gloves. Then you must use lime water to disinfect. Yusher replied, Is Xiao Shanka making a mountain out of a molehill? Treating and saving people is the specialty of us Xianhe sect members. Just a few detoxification pills and the disease will be cured immediately. Xiao Che heard this and told old lady Yusher to shut up. Because you are careless about the epidemic and don't listen to advice. That's why the epidemic is rampant. If you continue to save people like this, you will lose your life here in a few days. Yusher said, If you understand the epidemic so well, how about we have a contest? I will go to the East Sea to treat the 28 villages located nearby, which are being ravaged by the epidemic, and you will go to Dongqing City to deal with the epidemic. Let's see who can solve it first. The two of them agreed to the contest. Just as they were about to leave, Crown Prince Jinwu of the Heavenly Dynasty called Xiao Che back. This is the Tiger Tally of the Jinwu Heavenly Dynasty. With it you can mobilize the generals of the Dongqing Great Camp, you should use it. Xiao Che accepted it, cupped his hands and said, On behalf of the millions of common people in Dongqing City, I thank the Crown Prince. Then Xiao Che and Lu Shuang left on their swords. Yusher turned to Ying and said, Junior Sister Lan, thank you for staying to help me. Ying quickly flew away and said, Sorry, I shouldn't have come here just now, I have to go help Xiao Shanka. She wants to snatch back the Heavenly Demon token and the War God token. On the flying sword, Lu Shuang asked Xiao Che where to go first. Xiao Che said, Go to the Dongqing Great Camp to borrow troops first. Then Xiao Che said to Lu Shuang, Shuang, didn't you say you wanted to repay me? Let's start now. Lu Shuang shyly replied, Shanka Sr., if we do that while flying, I won't be able to fly steadily. Scene changed to Dongqing Great Camp. Inside the camp, a general as big as a barrel was sitting, with two women in his arms. Then Xiao Che, Lu Shuang, and Ying entered. Xiao Che raised the tiger tally and said, Prepare the troops, listen to my command. Seeing the tiger tally, the general knelt down. This General Li Fei is ready to follow orders. Xiao Che then said, You immediately gather all the soldiers, cover your noses and mouths with cloth, and each person brings 10 caddies of lime. In another hour, follow me into the city. Li Fei obeyed. Later, Li Fei called the guard at the door, and told him to bring his immortal brew here. An hour later, the soldiers had gathered. Xiao Che said to Li Fei, Let's start. Li Fei then picked up a bowl of wine and handed it to Xiao Che. Senior, please drink this bowl dry. This is the rule in the army. The generals must drink the send-off wine before going to war. We don't know if we'll live or die this time. Our lives are entrusted to you, Senior. Xiao Che took the bowl of wine and thought, the epidemic in Dongzhou has been going on for a while. The Jinwu immortal dynasty has sent Li Fei to rescue several times before. But he delayed the rescue, so the Jinwu immortal dynasty asked the Righteous Path Alliance for help, and also sent the Crown Prince to bring the Tiger Tally. As soon as I presented the Tiger Tally, Li Fei quickly agreed to send troops without confirming my identity. And now he wants to offer wine. I'm afraid there's something hidden in this. Seeing Li Fei also bring wine to invite Lu Shuang and Ying, Xiao Che realized that there was a problem with the wine. Xiao Che understood. He first wanted to kill him, and then capture the two women to play with before using them as cauldrons. However, at this time, a glass of wine fell. The two girls felt dizzy after drinking the wine. Li Fei happily said, "Two beauties, you're drunk, I'll take you to rest." At this moment, someone answered for the two girls, "No need." Xiao Che spoke up and called Li Fei, "Hey, didn't you forget something?" Li Fei turned around with wide eyes and asked, "Why are you alright?" Li Fei said, "Xiao Che, I don't need to know why you're still alive, now I just need to deal with you." Xiao Che sneered, "Kill me? What a beautiful dream. You're just a small chi refining stage cultivator, killing you is as easy as killing a bug, right?" Then Li Fei clasped his hands and summoned a cyan dragon figure. Then he ordered it to attack Xiao Che. But Xiao Che split the dragon figure in half with one sword. Li Fei fell to the ground in fear. Xiao Che stepped forward and took Li Fei's head with one sword. Then Xiao Che raised his head and said to the soldiers, "You are all conscripts of Dongtai City. Today the rebel Li Fei has been executed by me here. You immediately follow me into the city to rescue the common people. If there is any negligence, the result will be the same as Li Fei." The two girls were feeling even more excited seeing Xiao Che acting decisively, and killing decisively. Xiao Che asked how the two of them were doing. Ying said, "There is an antidote in my pocket, please take it out for me." Xiao Che then put his hand directly into Ying's waist, and groped around. Ying suddenly remembered that she wasn't wearing a bra, and shouted, "Xiao Che, wait a minute." But Xiao Che's hand was very fast. He took out the bottle of medicine in a flash. Xiao Che took out 2 pills and gave them to the two girls to drink. But the posture of drinking the medicine was a bit too seductive. Keigo also transformed into a person from the sword and said, "Xiao Che, when are you going to give me the heavenly demon treasure?" Xiao Che said, "Don't make trouble. I'll give it to you when the epidemic is resolved." Keigo licked her lips and continued, "If I'm not in the sheath, I need to drink blood every hour, and it has to be fresh blood from a living person. You better hurry up. Otherwise the dead person will be you." Xiao Che's face darkened when he heard this, and he wanted to drink blood. "Are you a blood-sucking sword? I'll get you some black dog blood to try later." Later, they led the soldiers into Dongtai City. Lu Shuang said, after the epidemic began to spread, Shifu Zhang Renjie gathered all the common people into the prefecture to protect them. It seems that the Jifu is a good official, wholeheartedly serving the people. Then the gate opened, and the Jifu of Dongtai City and 2 others came out to greet Xiao Che into the prefecture. Zhang Renjie said, "All the survivors of Dongtai City are here. This is the medical clinic, all the infected people are treated here. They are not allowed to leave until they recover." Hearing what the Jifu said, Xiao Che couldn't help but sigh, isolating the patients, a very correct method. Lu Shuang praised, "The management here is very good, the epidemic will end soon." Ying thought, "This is the karma created by our Tianma sect. I originally wanted to come to make amends. But it seems that the Tianma sect's opportunity to do good deeds this time is gone." Just then, a man ran over shouting, "Your Honor, please do justice for me." The man knelt down and said, "Your Honor, I regret it. I won't sell my daughter anymore. Please return her to me." Zhang Renjie said, "Zhao Ye, shut up immediately. Your daughter will be back tomorrow, don't bother the superiors." Then he called someone to take the man away. But Xiao Che ordered, "Stop, everyone back down." But Xiao Che stopped him and asked the man what happened. The man cried and said, "Because I didn't have money to buy food, I had to sell my wife the day before. Today I sold my daughter. I'm no longer human." Xiao Che asked the man, "You are an official of the Yati, so you can't even afford food? How much is a dough of grain worth?" The man raised his hand and said, 50 taels of silver. The Jifu also raised his hand and said, "Only 5 copper coins." Xiao Che said, "The Zhenwu immortal dynasty has favorable weather, every year is abundant. 1 dough of rice is 5 copper coins, which is the market price. But you said 1 dough of rice is 50 taels. Isn't that too scary?" The man kowtowed repeatedly and replied, "I dare not speak falsely. It is because the price of food is too high that so many people have died. My silver vault is exhausted. So I had to sell my wife and daughter." The Jifu pointed at the man and said, "Zhao Wu, you are really out of your mind. Demonic cultivators do evil, and the rampant epidemic has caused the common people to suffer. This official has always been wholeheartedly for the people. How could I do such a wolf-hearted thing as you said? It's clearly because you didn't win the official position from me. So you deliberately slandered me in front of the superior official, right?" The man said, "You colluded with General Li from the inside and outside, blockaded the city gates, and imprisoned the common people. Speaking of which, a girl appeared by the tree and played a melody. The man heard it and immediately vomited blood and died." The Jifu cried out that Zhao Wu's epidemic had broken out. Xiao Che thought that was not right. If it was the epidemic, it could not have died so quickly. Turning to the tree, the girl had disappeared. This must be related to her. The Jifu invited Xiao Che to rest, saying that he had ordered someone to prepare a banquet tonight to treat him. At this time, the Jifu revealed a sinister face, thinking, "These lowly people cannot be kept. I must quickly inform the immortal maiden to eliminate all those involved." On this side, Xiao Che, Lu Shuang, and Ying were talking. Lu Shuang said, "Shangqing, Your Honor, I have arranged to ask each household. It is indeed 5 copper coins for a dough of rice." Ing also said, "I have launched my divine sense to inspect all of Dongtai City, and I cannot find any place called imprisoning the common people." Xiao Che pondered, "Could it be that I am too suspicious? That's not right. All the people we saw today are dressed beautifully. They all look like people from wealthy families. So where are the poor people? Could it be that they are all dead?" Then Xiao Che asked Kega how he felt about this matter. Ying saw Xiao Che talking to the sword and wondered, "Xiao Shangqing, are you talking to the sword's spirit? But I don't feel any soul inside the sword." Kega transformed into a sword spirit, and said, "Their cultivation is low, they can't feel me, unless I show myself in front of them. I am very curious why you care so much about the life and death of the common people. Even if that Jifu really harms the people, do you intend to kill a mortal? Cultivators like you have always been unwilling to get involved in karma. Killing innocent people will trigger tribulation lightning, are you not afraid?" Xiao Che said, "Although I have promised the sect leader that I will ascend to become an immortal, I absolutely cannot stand by and watch people die. What I do is according to my heart, not caring about karma. As long as my heart is clear, I don't mind the tribulation of the mortal world." Kega was shocked when he heard Xiao Che's words. He was completely different from those hypocritical gentlemen of the righteous path. Then Kega used his spiritual power to fly up and explore the surroundings for Xiao Che. Later, Kega found a place with a top-grade restriction. No wonder the divine sense below the exit aperture stage could not detect it. In the evening, the three of Xiao Che, Lu Shuang, and Ying came to the place with the restriction. Lu Shuang wondered, "Is there really a restriction here?" Xiao Che stepped forward and tore the restriction apart with his bare hands. Seeing this, Ying opened her mouth wide and exclaimed, "This operation is amazing." Stepping into the restriction, in front of the 3 people were poor people lying on the ground. At this time, a red-clothed girl stepped forward and asked who the 3 were, who could open the restriction with their bare hands. Xiao Che introduced himself as the Shangqing of the Luwang sword sect. Lu Shuang, who was hot-tempered, rushed forward and said, "Demon! Why should Shangqing Your Honor waste words with her? She is the heartless demon girl Wu Yu who has done all kinds of evil. Let me kill her." That girl named Wu Yu, seeing Lu Shuang attacking, summoned a giant snake with the golden core late-stage realm. Just when Lu Shuang rushed forward, the snake slammed her with its tail, sending her flying. Taking advantage of the situation, it tried to stab her with its tail. But Lu Che held his sword and chopped off its tail. Catching Lu Shuang and landing, Xiao Che pointed his sword at the red-clothed girl and said, "It's okay to tease snakes, but don't even think about scaring my Shuang. At this time, Bijifu came out from somewhere and said, "Immortal maiden, what are you standing there for? Quickly kill them all." While he was boasting, The red-clothed girl suddenly turned around and strangled his neck. You dare to shout at me based on someone else's power? Seeing this, Xiao Che asked the red-clothed girl what exactly happened. The girl replied, since the epidemic began, Li Fei blocked the city gates, prohibiting all entry and exit. Zhang Renjie took the opportunity to contact Shang Liang and raise the price of food. In less than a month, more people died of starvation than from the epidemic. Because the Hufa Black Wind of the Tianma sect was killing people outside, Zhang Renjie used this as an excuse to gather all the people to the Lulu Mountain Villa and divided them into two classes. The upper class is in the mountain villa. As long as they have money, they can be free and unrestrained. The lower class sleeps outdoors in the willow forest, only giving them leftover food from pigs. If the wealth of the upper class is exhausted, they will also be driven into the forest. Lu Shuang interrupted and said, "You're lying. The people in the mountain villa all said that there is plenty of rice." The red-clothed girl replied, "The matter of grain is due to Zhang Renjie using their family members to coerce them. Anyone who tells the truth will die. Zhang Renjie is afraid of Black Wind. Keeping the people in the willow forest is because he wants to please Black Wind in the future, in exchange for a way to live." Xiao Che asked, "Then why did you appear here? You alone cannot set up the restriction here." The red-clothed girl said that this was left by the ancient secrets of her ancestors, but unfortunately it was torn apart by Xiao Che. Xiao Che asked if she had ever killed anyone in the forest. Wu Yu replied, "I only killed the beast who sold his wife and daughter when I was with you. I can't beat you, you can chop or kill as you please." Xiao Che successfully logged in and received a random mystery box. Opening it, he got 5 volumes of Heavenly Earth Restriction. Xiao Che took out a decision and gave it to Wu Yu as compensation, and said, "You can go now." Heavenly Earth Restriction? This is the top-grade restriction. There are not many in the entire Fenghua continent. Wu Yu was surprised. "You gave me the top-grade restriction? And you want to let me go?" "No one believes her. I want to kill this demonic cultivator." Lu Shuang was still stubborn. "Don't attack, I believe her," Xiao Che said to stop her. Seeing this, Wu Yu did not want to stay long, clasped her fists and bid farewell to Xiao Che. Before leaving, she instructed Xiao Che, "Wu Yu has something to warn you about. Please be careful of the people around you, beware of traitors." The 2 girls beside him exploded when they heard this. "It's fine to spare someone's life, but you dare to sow discord? Who are you implying? If you have the guts, say it directly." Saying that, Ying also felt guilty. "Wu Yu, aren't you also called heartless and ruthless? Why are you suddenly concerned about a righteous path man? You dare to betray me publicly. Wait until I get back and see how I deal with you. Everyone, we will meet again later." Looking at Wu Yu's back as she left, Lu Shuang asked, "Shangqing, Your Honor, why do you believe her? She is so aloof and arrogant, she will definitely not lie." "I thought what it was, it turned out to be lust for women." "That's right, according to Wu Yu's words, then what Zhao Yati said is true, so where was his daughter taken?" "Reporting to Your Honor, Zhao's daughter has hanged herself in General Li's sleeping tent." "Li Fei, Zhang Renjie, you are really damn!" Xiao Che resentfully killed him immediately. "Go, invite all the merchants who sell food to the main hall. Just say that Xiao Che wants to invite them to dinner. There are 2 dishes that are a bit hard." On this side, the merchants whispered, "The appearance of the imperial envoy looks very difficult to deal with, and I don't know what delicious dishes he wants to invite us to taste. No matter what he gives us to eat, we must cooperate and praise it." "That's right, we must cooperate and praise him. He wants to become an immortal, we must give him 10,000 spirit stones. He wants beauties, then we also have them. Speaking of beauties, I immediately think of the Chao Wai Yuan's daughter last night, who is just at the age of adulthood, both young and shy. That taste is unforgettable." What are the words of a group of human-faced beasts? At this time, Xiao Che came over. "Everyone, you are really elegant. Presumably, Xiao Shangqing wants to invite us to eat something hard, right? I don't know if it is dragon liver or phoenix brain? You can just open it and see what it is." They still happily opened the lid of the food tray. Unexpectedly, it was the head of Li Fei. On this side, it was the head of Zhang Jifu. "Damn it, who would dare to eat or drink like this?" Xiao Che sneered, "Although you are wearing human skin, you are no different from wild beasts." 5 copper coins for 1 dough of rice became 50 taels for 1 dough of rice. What a heinous crime. The whole city died into hungry ghosts. All thanks to you. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven. What do you want to do? You can't kill us, cultivators are not allowed to kill mortals. It will affect the karma leading to tribulation lightning, and you will be scattered. Xiao Che drew his sword and confided to Ke, didn't you want to drink blood? Wait a little longer and chop them up and drink a lot, but I'm really sorry. I'll let you drink the blood of wild beasts again. After speaking, Xiao Che immediately started. No one could escape at the scene. Immortal, save me, Your Honor, he is crazy. At this time, Lu Shuang and Ying came. Shangqing, Your Honor, stop quickly, you can't kill mortals. Xiao Che, stop it, otherwise when the heavenly thunder strikes the mortal world, you will be scattered. But Xiao Che didn't care about the consequences, and immediately started. Even if I am torn to pieces, I will never let these kinds of dogs and pigs live for another moment. Ke felt that Xiao Che was becoming more and more interesting. After the massacre, Xiao Che ordered, men, take all the people who are not sick out of the Lulu Mountain Villa, tell them to stay at home and not go out. Then arrange to bring all the people infected with the epidemic into the mountain villa, and manage them according to the severity of the disease. Gather all the doctors, and do their best to treat the patients. He went to the granary and announced, there is one last important thing. Open the granary and distribute food to me immediately. After hearing this, everyone knelt down and worshipped Xiao Che's great kindness. The system popped up a notification, received the gratitude of the common people, divine sense plus 1000, received the worship of the soldiers, divine sense plus 1000. Received the glance of the beauty, divine sense plus 1000. Xiao Che felt puzzled, what is this divine sense used for? System blind box login, host, Xiao Che, body, 9 Yang King Kong 4th Zhuan, divine sense, not cultivated, points 3000. At this time Xiao Che knew that divine sense also needed to be cultivated. Of course it needs to be cultivated, if the divine sense is too weak, there is no way to break through the exit aperture stage. Ke explained. In the Tianma secret realm, the mental attack you encountered was the power of the primordial spirit left by my elder brother. And the cultivation method my elder brother cultivated mainly focuses on tempering divine sense as the goal, called the Tao Heart Demons. It seems that I have to cultivate divine sense as soon as possible, so that the system can give me additional rewards, but the login task has not been refreshed yet. And I don't know where it wants me to log in next. At this time, Ke said in a coquettish voice, Little Lang Jun, when are you going to give me the treasure? I can't wait any longer. Xiao Che was shocked and knew that he couldn't escape. Are you ready? I'm about to display the treasure. At this moment, the god of war of the Tianma sect, Ke, appeared in a sleepy state. Then the two siblings were surprised when they saw each other. Ke asked, Sister, why did you become like this? Didn't I become like this because of you? Where were you when I was sealed? Why didn't you come to save me? Ke scratched his head and said, I had a little accident. Isn't it because I took the position of sect leader from you, so you still care about it? Xiao Che came out and told Ke, be a little nicer, the two of you haven't seen each other for thousands of years, don't quarrel as soon as you meet. Stinky brat, get away from me, don't touch my sister. Ke warned Xiao Che. Why didn't you go half a step further? This is a long story. 8,000 years ago, no one expected that the battlefield of the Tianma War would be transferred to the Fenghua continent. Our Tianma sect was originally the human world walker of the Demon Emperor. You and I are the children of the Demon Emperor, and originally had a bright future. This is the Tianma token and the God of War token. You two hold this token and work together to open the entrance to the Demon Realm. I will lead the Demon Realm army to kill the immortals. With me personally going out, I can definitely unify the 6 realms, and at that time I will make you the queen and the demon king. Xiao Che laughed in despair when he heard this. You won't believe such an obvious multi-level marketing road, right? You are not allowed to slander the demon emperor. The two siblings said in unison. The demon emperor passed on the Tao heart demons to me. I desperately cultivated in order to successfully open the passage within half a step. But at the critical moment, an unexpected accident occurred. My boy Li Wuda stabbed me from behind with a sword, and then looted my dojo, taking away a lot of heavenly level cultivation methods and elixirs. And I also went crazy because of it. Committing a heinous crime. After going crazy, I used the Tao heart demons to refine a body full of warmth. My mind was not under control, the epidemic was spread, and finally formed an epidemic within 1,000 miles. I didn't want to continue to make big mistakes, so I sealed the Tao heart demons and a strand of the primordial spirit into the God of War Hall. Then I cut myself off. What the hell, aren't you a demon cultivator? But you are not willing to harm people? Who told you that demon cultivators must harm people? The purpose of our Tianma sect is to do what we want, not to take killing people as a pleasure. After understanding what his brother had experienced, Keiga hugged her brother and said, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry, silly sister, I don't mind, it's because I missed the appointment. But how did you become a sword spirit? At Banbuduo, I was blocked by the Beichin Immortal Venerable. He wanted to double cultivate with me, but I couldn't beat him. I could only self-destruct my body, hide my primordial spirit in the immortal sword, and seal myself in the sword. Not long ago, I was fortunate enough to meet this stinky kid who rescued me, so I could meet you again. That dog Beichin Immortal Venerable is really damn. If I didn't only have a trace of remnant soul left, I would definitely cut his flesh and skin him. At this time, someone wanted to pry the door and enter. Sure enough, they are asleep. It's time to take back the Tianma token and the God of War token. The person who came was Ying. Keihai asked, Who is this? A junior of our Tianma sect, Keiga replied. No way? The Tianma sect has become so poor that they have to do things like sneakily stealing chickens and dogs. Then Ying sneaked in to search Xiaoche's body. Unexpectedly, she took out her apron from yesterday. No wonder, I clearly remember wearing it. Why did I suddenly not see it later? It turned out that it was stolen by you perverted. Sister, this master of yours is too morally corrupt. To be honest, I don't even know when he stole this bit. He is very mysterious. Sometimes I can't even understand him. To tell you the truth, I originally just wanted to take the token, but I didn't expect you to be such a lewd man. I can only kill you to protect my innocence. Keihai was scared and called Keiga to save Xiaoche. Keiga told him to leave him alone. Ying stabbed with a knife. Oh no, I'm dead. If he has lifted the seal for me, can I see my benefactor die without saving him? Keihai shouted loudly. But then the knife that touched Xiaoche's body broke. I told you, he is very mysterious. Even if I don't help him, he won't die so easily. They discovered that Xiaoche was wearing immortal armor. However, Ying is still stubborn. I don't believe it. This is the unique messy god smoke of our Tianma sect. If you inhale it, his divine soul will be scattered, and his whole body will be weak. Then you can take your token while wearing immortal armor. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoche opened his eyes and blew the smoke back towards Ying. Ying inhaled without missing a breath, staggered and fell into Xiaoche's arms. Little demon girl, I have long guessed that you would offer yourself at the door. Your name is not Lan Ying, but Yuqiani, right? I knew it when I first met you. Now write it down. Write a letter to your family, telling them to redeem you with 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. No way? You are a righteous path cultivator. How can you rob me? Don't want to be robbed? Then how about I hand you over to the Righteous Path Alliance? Let's see how those gentlemen will deal with you. Seeing that she was at a disadvantage, Ying begged, Xiaoche Gij, high-grade spirit stones are rare. My family doesn't have that many. Can you consider the love between us during this time? And exchange high-grade for low-grade? Xiaoche turned away and said, You are too clever. Xiaoche Gij, do you think I am worth 10,000 high-grade spirit stones? The two brothers Keigo were speechless when they saw this. This is morally corrupt. What kind of system is it? Quickly dress her decently. The Tianma sect is really getting worse and worse. Gij, if it's worth it, then come here quickly. Xiaoche liked it very much but still had to restrain himself. I'm not used to being watched by others. Ying raised her tender feet and said, Gij, there's no one here, come on, I can't wait any longer. Then Keigo and Keihai appeared, scaring her, and shouted, Who are you? Why are you here? When did you appear? Then suddenly Ying felt that these two people were familiar. Thinking about it, there should be photos of these two people hanging on the altar at home. Ying knelt down and saluted. The 19th generation of the Tianma sect, Yuqiani, pays homage to the founder and pays homage to the god of war. Keihai said to Ying, I have transferred the position of Tianma god of war to Xiaoche. You are not allowed to follow any requests he has from now on. Keigo also said, You go back and tell the sect leader, I want to be quiet now, Tell him that there is no need to come to worship me, and the news of my appearance must be kept secret, and not allowed to be transferred outside." Then it was Xiao Che's turn. Xiao Che caught the girl and told her to have her father send 200,000 spirit stones, 100,000 to redeem people, and 100,000 to show respect to the god of war. Ying bargained and said, "Is 150,000 okay?" Xiao Che said, "At least 180,000. Ying was helpless, and pulled out a carrier pigeon. Seeing that this girl was too slow and kept sighing, Xiao Che snatched the carrier pigeon, kicked her butt and said, "All right, it's none of your business anymore, you can go now. But before the spirit stones are delivered, you are not allowed to leave Dongtai City. Otherwise I will break your dog legs." At this time, Kehai's primordial spirit was also becoming more and more blurred. Keiga asked why. Kehai said, "I actually died 6,000 years ago, and the remaining primordial spirit will soon dissipate." The siblings had to separate just after reuniting, causing Keiga to sob. Kehai took Keiji's hand and said, "Little sister, don't be sad. In the future, wait for you to ascend. Maybe we can meet again in the underworld." Then Kehai gave Keiji's hand to Xiao Che and said, "Xiao Che, I entrust my sister to you. You must treat her well, and don't bully her." Xiao Che said, "I'm bullying her? She's the one who wants to eat my flesh." Kehai smiled, "She's scaring you. The sword's spirit biting the master will anger the heavens, and at that time the soul will be scattered." Hearing this, Xiao Che turned to look at Yao Keiga. "So all this time you have been bluffing?" Kehai put his hand on Xiao Che's forehead and said, "Xiao Che, you are clear about your grievances, and your heart is full of the world's creatures. You are now the non-second successor of the Tao. Heart demons, today I will transfer the great law to you. You must remember to maintain yourself, and not be greedy for shortcuts." Xiao Che began to absorb the cultivation method. The system announced that it was checking and measuring the host to learn the mental cultivation method. Tao Heart Demons True Demon Level. Tao Heart Demons upgraded to the first level. Tao Heart Demons upgraded to the second level. Tao Heart Demons upgraded to the third level. The distance to reach the fourth level still requires 7,000. Divine senses? Keiga was curious. Just now he didn't even have a sea of consciousness. Why is his sea of consciousness so big now? Kehai said, "This kid reached the third level in an instant. His divine sense is so powerful, if he can reach the exit aperture stage, it will be extremely terrifying." At this point, Kehai had to leave. Before disappearing, he instructed Keiga, "Xiao Che has great opportunities, you must hold his thick legs tightly, and follow him loyally. Your brother is waiting for you to ascend." Xiao Che went to comfort her, "Don't be sad anymore, I agree with your brother that I will take good care of you." But Keiga was still sobbing. Seeing this, Xiao Che thought to himself, "It is predicted that she will cry for a long time. I will take the opportunity to experience the effects of the Tao Heart Demons." This can be compared to the wide-angle lens of a drone. The entire mountain villa is in sight. This kind of feeling is too amazing. The radius that my divine sense can perceive is 10 miles, which is several steps further than Yuchiani's golden core stage. The Tao Heart Demons is worthy of being a true demon-level cultivation. Method. What are these people doing? Why are they all running out of the city? Observing carefully, it turns out to be a group of doctors running away. Luwang, why did you do that? How could you let the doctors escape? How can we deal with the plague now? The Xianhe sect is a sacred place in the hearts of all medical practitioners. When they heard that Nge Shiji was setting up a pill furnace in Donghai fishing village, they all rushed to admire it. "It was my mistake, I will go and catch them back." "Forget it. I guess this Nge Yaosher deliberately spread the news to draw all our doctors away, with the main purpose of making us lose the competition. How could Nge Shiji not know the importance of things? If the doctors are all gone, wouldn't the common people just have to wait to die?" At this moment, the system displayed a notification that the login mission for the Tianma secret realm had ended, and the new login point had been changed. The login mission deadline is starting. The login location is Dongtai Medicine Shop. Time is limited. Please host seize the time to log in. Xiao Che was overjoyed when he heard this. He was sure of winning this time. He turned to ask Shuang, "Where is the Dongqing Pharmacy?" "The Dongqing Pharmacy is in the west of the city. It is the largest pharmacy in the city," Lu Shuang replied. Then Xiao Che took Lu Shuang's hand and used the fastest speed to get there. The system immediately displayed a notification that the login was successful. Then Xiao Che received a mysterious gift box, while Lu Shuang was feeling nauseous because of the fast flying speed. At this moment, a pile of supplies specializing in treatment and epidemic prevention appeared. Xiao Che put it on Lu Shuang, and did not forget to tell her, "This is called a mask. Wearing it can avoid getting sick, but it must be replaced every 2 shurchen. Distribute these masks and medicines to the patients, and then spray disinfectant all over the city." Half a month later in Donghai City. War God, the sect leader follows the ancestors' orders and cannot come to pay respects. Please forgive me. 180,000 spirit stones are enough. If necessary, you can order at any time. Ying's father sent someone to deliver the spirit stones. The holy maiden was a little rude before. War God, punish her as you wish. Ying was dissatisfied when she heard this. Wouldn't this be pushing me into the fire pit? Xiao Che said with a smile, the spirit stones have arrived. Why mention these excessive punishments? Go back and tell your sect leader to practice peacefully, and don't mess around again. Hearing this, he immediately acted according to the order. Ying was redeemed but still did not forget to glare at him. Xiao Che, you and I are not finished yet. Reporting, sir, Zhang Renjie and several grain merchants in the mansion have all been thoroughly investigated, and 2.2 million taels of silver and 20,000 spirit stones of various types have been seized. Xiao Che was angry. 3 years as a prefect, 100,000 snowflakes of silver. There are also many grain merchants who eat people and don't spit out bones. This is all the sweat and tears of the people. Then he used the space ring to suck all the spirit stones in. Then he ordered, I only take the spirit stones, the remaining silver is distributed to the soldiers and the people. Everyone has worked hard during this time. At this moment, the system rang a notification, respected by the people, divine sense plus 10,000, respected by the soldiers, divine sense plus 10,000, successful elimination of the epidemic. Divine sense plus 20,000, congratulations to the host. Tao Heart Demon Seed has been upgraded to the 4th level, 67,000 divine sense away from the 5th level. Xiao Che said to himself, my divine sense range must be about 100 li now. With such a powerful divine sense, if I can reach the out-of-body stage and refine the nascent soul, it will be extremely terrifying. This time, eliminating the epidemic has added a lot of divine sense. It seems that I have to do more good things like this in the future. Speaking of the epidemic, my match with Ngu Yaoshe must have come to an end. I wonder how she is doing over there. As soon as he mentioned it, 2 tattered people came over, startling Xiao Che, wondering where the beggars came from. The old couple said with tears in their eyes, Shangqing, I am Crown Prince Li Qianquan, I am Ngu Yaoshe. Xiao Che asked why they had become like this. Li Qianquan said, the epidemic is rampant, it spares no one. Even Ngu Shimi could not escape this disaster. Shangqing, we admit defeat. Please save the people of Donghai Fishing Village. Then Ngu Yaoshe also fell to the ground. A moment later, Xiao Che took the disinfectant spray and sprayed it. Xiao Che told Lu Shuang to immediately bring masks, disinfectant, and soldiers to Donghai Fishing Village to save people. 10 days later, the epidemic in Donghai Fishing Village was under control. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate the successful elimination of the epidemic. Suddenly, Lu Shuang thought that the Immortal Dao debate competition would be held in 3 days. Because of the epidemic, she was still stuck in the foundation establishment stage. All the Dao friends participating in the debate this time have reached the Golden Core realm. I don't want to lose face for the sect. Xiao Che said, do you remember the last time you took the Great Return pill? You haven't digested 1/10 of its medicinal properties. If you can digest all of it, forming the core will no longer be a problem. Lu Shuang asked how to digest it now. Xiao Che leaned over and whispered, do you remember how you saved me in the sword tomb? That's how I digested it back then. Hearing this, Lu Shuang fell into Xiao Che's arms and said, Shangqing, I think I'm a little drunk. In the evening, returning to her room, the two began the process of digesting the Great Return pill, and everyone can guess what they did. The next morning, Xiao Che was lying down reading a book. That's not right, I've done it 6 times already, why can't I still form the core? Is there a problem with my understanding of forming the core? Forming the core is the condensation of true essence into a core, requiring the essence to be maintained for a long time without interruption. Suddenly, Xiao Che thought of something. He grabbed Lu Shuang's hand and pulled her away. Lu Shuang, let's change places. A moment later, Xiao Che took Lu Shuang to the ice cellar. Xiao Che said, foundation establishment is the transformation of true qi into true essence, which is actually a liquefaction process. Forming the core is the transformation from true essence to golden core, which is a solidification process. The condition for solidification is low temperature. Absorb these spirit stones, and don't be polite. Seeing that Xiao Che spent so many spirit stones just to help her form the core, Lu Shuang rushed over and hugged Xiao Che. Shangqing, you are so good to me. I don't know how to repay you. Xiao Che smiled and said, you can repay me by leveling up a few more times. A moment later, Lu Shuang absorbed the spirit stones and the low temperature of the ice cellar and successfully formed the core, breaking through to the golden core stage. No wonder those nascent soul big shots above are so rare. It turns out that the cost of leveling up is so many spirit stones. Purely using spirit stones to create a golden core probably costs over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, not to mention the nascent soul. It seems that my path of accumulating spirit stones is not wrong. 3 days later, the Immortal Dao debate competition officially began. Li Qianquan, Ngu Yaoshi, Shuang, and Xiao Che were standing in front of a chasm. Li Qianquan wondered why there used to be a chain bridge, but now it's gone. Ngu Yaoshi said that they could just fly over. Lu Shuang reached out and said, Shangqing, let me take you there. Then Di Shi-san, the son of Thug Bao, popped out and said, the Immortal Dao debate competition is extremely sacred. To get on stage, you can only fly over on your own sword, and you are not allowed to use someone else's sword. Lu Shuang asked, there wasn't this rule before, why is there now? Tok Fang said that it was a new rule. Di Shi-san, don't go too far. Xiao Che is the Shangqing of the Luwang sword sect. You are causing trouble for him, you are causing trouble for the sword sect. Xiao Che stopped her, it's okay, if I have to fly on my own sword then I'll fly over. Then Xiao Che drew his sword. Hearing this, Tok Fang, Di Shi-san and his companions laughed gleefully. A Qi refining stage 4 also wants to fly on his sword. A Shangqing who is only at Qi refining stage 4. Is the Luwang sword sect making a fool of themselves? If he can't fly up later, it will be too embarrassing. Maybe he will fall down and become a meat pie. They were smiling when they opened their eyes and saw Xiao Che flying in on his sword. What's the situation? Isn't he Qi refining stage 4? Lu Shuang thought smugly, I will definitely not tell you that he is a loose immortal big shot. On the competition stage, the sect masters were talking to each other. Di Kong asked the blue sect master why he didn't bring Ying along. The blue sect master of the Wanxian sect replied, Ying was injured by a demonic cultivator halfway, and she is currently recuperating. I won't participate in this debate. That's a pity. Li Hong, the sect master of the Zhenwu immortal dynasty, said, Qi Yangzi didn't come this time, and sent some Shangqing here. I don't know what the Luwang sword sect is doing. It's been so long and they haven't arrived yet, they really don't take us seriously. Di Kong spoke up, Shangqing Xiao Che is only in the Qi refining period, but his skills are not small, and he should not be underestimated. The old man said this, but thought in his heart, Xiao Che just killed Li Fei, Li Hong's younger brother. I might as well add some fuel to the fire, and there will be a good show to watch later. Gao Hu also spoke up, sending a Qi refining cultivator to deceive us. Qi Yangzi is getting more and more outrageous. Such an important debate, they are putting on such a ridiculous show. Xiao Che happened to come forward and said, I'm really sorry, everyone, I'm late. The 4 of them confirmed that it was indeed a Qi refining cultivator, and only at Qi refining stage 4. Li Hong stood up and said, let me deal with him. Xiao Che stepped forward and headed towards his seat. Just as he was about to sit down, Li Hong stepped out and knocked over the chair, saying, you want to sit on par with me, are you qualified? Di Shi-san added, with his cultivation level, he wants to sit at the head, which makes the elders very dissatisfied. Hearing this, Lu Shuang retorted, you guys are going too far. Offending Shangqing Xiao Che is offending the sword sect. Xiao Che asked, what kind of cultivation level is qualified to sit on par with you? Li Hong said, at least the golden core stage. Hearing this, Xiao Che immediately used his spiritual power, and said, then I will break through to the golden core stage. Hearing this, everyone was very surprised. What is he doing? Doesn't he want to break through before going on stage? He seems to be saying that he wants to reach the golden core stage. Everyone thought that such a thing against the will of heaven was impossible. Tok Vang was even more gleeful and sneered, "Is he crazy? Does he think the Golden Core stage is a joke? He can break through whenever he wants? I thought this guy had some skills. But it turns out he is the kind who only likes to show off. That's not right, this aura, he is really breaking through, and his breaking speed is very fast. Chi refining stage 5, stage 6, stage 7. Stage 10. Shangqing has broken through to the 10th level of Qi refining at once. This is truly a miracle of the cultivation world." Hearing Lu Shuang's praise, Di Shursen was displeased. "What's so smug about? 6 levels in one day is nothing. Has there been a shortage of such talents before?" Xiao Che took out a spirit stone and decided to break through to foundation establishment here. Tok Vang said, "If Xiao Che can break through to foundation establishment here, I will eat the sword for you to see." Xiao Che used his spiritual power and said, "Foundation establishment is to transform true Qi into true essence, and the process is all liquefaction. My physique is originally the 4th transformation. 9 Yang Vajra, my divine sense is the 4th layer Dao Heart Demon Seed, and I have the Zhu Xian art to help me. Foundation establishment is as easy as turning over my hand." Everyone was surprised to see that Xiao Che had broken through to foundation establishment so quickly. Some people below, such as Ngu Yaoshi and Li Qianquan, had officially joined Xiao Che's fan club. From the 4th level of Qi refining to foundation establishment in a flash, this person is indeed not simple. No wonder the sword sect worships him as Shangqing, he does have some skills. Di Kong also had to acknowledge, this person does what he says, he can be said to be a prodigy. If he continues to develop like this, it will be a great disaster. A youth blurted out, "Damn, he is still raising his cultivation level? What does he want to do?" Xiao Che still didn't stop there. His cultivation level was still constantly increasing, foundation establishment from the 1st level to the 4th level, the 7th level, and then the 10th level, preparing to break through to the Golden Core. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that he really intends to form the core? Li Hong and Di Kong were confident. He absolutely cannot form the core. From the middle stage of Qi refining to the highest realm of foundation establishment, he has consumed a large amount of spirit stones. He cannot have more spirit stones to form the core. Even if he has enough spirit stones, his body cannot withstand such a large amount of spiritual power. But Xiao Che poured out a pile of spirit stones, really preparing to form the core. Everyone stared wide-eyed, wondering where so many spirit stones came from. Then Xiao Che began to absorb the spirit stones. In an instant, Xiao Che formed the core. He still wanted to continue raising his cultivation level. The others were dazzled. There were no more spirit stones. Xiao Che absorbed all the surrounding spiritual energy. The speed of absorption was too fast, creating a vortex of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy within 100 meters was absorbed by Xiao Che. Xiao Che continued to break through. In front of everyone, he broke through to the middle stage of Golden Core, then the later stage, and then the peak Great Perfection. Tok Vang was looking at him, doubting life. Breaking through 26 realms in one day, is this still a human? Xiao Che still didn't stop. He wanted to continue breaking through to the nascent soul. Xiao Che continued to absorb spiritual energy. In a place called the Treasure Cave of the Immortal Dao Sect. Inside, an old man was checking the account books recording the spiritual herbs in this place, thinking that there were many this year, so it wouldn't matter if he took a few pills. Then, with a whoosh, the elixirs and spiritual energy in the cave were all sucked away. Di Kong was panicking. If he let him attack the nascent soul, the spiritual energy of our entire Immortal Dao sect would be sucked dry. As the representative of the righteous path, I cannot kill him in front of everyone. I have to think of a way. Di Kong spoke up, Shangqing Xiao, please stop your divine power. This is the fault of Dongling Wang. I will ask him to apologize to you. Hearing this, Li Hong immediately knelt down and apologized. Xiao Che saw that it was enough, so he stopped, turning off the cheat. At this time he left an unspeakable horror for those present. Since the alliance leader has spoken, then he is giving me face. Di Kong invited Xiao Che to his seat. Xiao Che sat down and said to Li Hong, Dongling Wang has a hobby of knocking over chairs. He must not like to sit, right? Li Hong forced a smile. Yes, there are too many people and my legs are numb. I can stand. Gao Hu saw this and said to Di Kong, This person dares to punish Dongling Wang to stand? Isn't he too domineering? Isn't he afraid that the Jinwu immortal dynasty will cause trouble for him? He is not even afraid of me, so would he be afraid of the martial emperor? A moment later, the leader of the Wanxian sect stepped forward, patted Xiao Qie on the shoulder and said, "Shangqing Xiao, seeing that you are still young, you probably don't have a Dao companion yet. What do you think of me?" Xiao Qie's eyes went straight to the two peaks, wiping his nose and thinking, this blue sect leader is really too enthusiastic. But why do I have the feeling that I have met a succubus of the joyful Union sect? The leader of the Wanxian sect laughed, and said, "Just kidding." Xiao Qie felt that this smile was familiar. Then Di Kong announced the start of the Immortal Dao debate competition. The disciples of the various sects also took turns on stage to compete with each other. The sect masters were saying to each other, "Every year, these martial arts competitions are the most boring. There are only a few beautiful martial arts moves, without a single person who really has the ability." Since 800 years ago, after the end of the Immortal Demon War, the Fenghua continent has not had any talents to carry on. Secret manuals have been lost, and the spiritual energy is no longer as abundant as recorded in ancient books. That's right, even the cultivation of the famous righteous sects is extremely difficult, let alone these rogue cultivators. So it is best for the five of us to unite, integrate resources, and gather all forces to cultivate an immortal who can overcome tribulations and ascend. Di Kong spoke up and concluded the issue. Hearing this, the others said, "Senior brother Di Kong, the person you are talking about who can overcome tribulations and ascend must be you." Di Kong said, "Don't misunderstand me, everyone. I only hope to gather forces to cultivate a person who can stand behind and solve unpredictable situations." Hearing the unpredictable situation, Xiao Qie asked, "Could it be that the spiritual energy is withering, or is there something hidden behind the lost secret manuals?" "Who knows anything? I didn't say that, you heard wrong." Seeing their expressions, Xiao Qie was furious. "This is clearly something hidden, but they don't want to tell me." The blue sect leader said, "There is indeed something hidden, but this matter is too complicated, unless you reach the great ascension realm, with the body of an immortal descending to the mortal world. It is possible to solve the mystery behind this matter. If that's the case, I'm afraid that this Fenghua continent is originally a place where many talents are hidden. On the surface, only Di Kong's cultivation is the highest, but in reality there are still masters hiding. Looking at their secretive appearance, this hidden master must be at least a rogue immortal. It seems that I should not be too exaggerated. I must be humble, otherwise I will be easily killed. Stop thinking, quickly look at your little darling on stage." Lu Shuang was preparing to fight Nge Yaoshi. Ge Shiji spoke first. "Lu Shuang Shimi, you have just broken tea. Rough the golden core, and the gap between you and me is relatively large. It is better to surrender, so as not to hurt the feelings of our sisters." Lu Shuang was also humble. "My golden core is okay, I want to try." "Then don't blame Shiji." Ge Shiji took out the gourd behind her and activated her spiritual power. Lu Shuang also quickly deployed. A surge of sword energy shot towards Nge Yaoshi. She was immediately seriously injured. The gourd was also cut in half. Too surprised, Nge Yaoshi tumbled backwards to avoid it. Lu Shuang Shimi defeated Nge Shimi with just one sword? How could the Lu Yun sword sect be so perverted? "Shiji, I'm sorry, I didn't expect the power of this move to be so great." "Sorry, losing is losing, what's there to apologize for?" "Congratulations, Shimi, your cultivation level has made such great progress." "Shangqing, thank you. I didn't expect Shuang's comprehension to be so high. The Zhu Xian art and Lu Yun 9 swords that I taught her not long ago, yet she has been able to comprehend it to this extent." "Lu Shuang Shimi, I'm here to take your challenge." The person who came on stage was the Crown Prince of the Jinwu Immortal Dynasty, Li Qianquan. "Then please be careful, Crown Prince." Lu Shuang flew up and displayed the Lu Yun 9 swords. An explosion rang out. "I admit defeat." Li Qianquan was defeated and convinced. Lu Shuang was so happy that she couldn't help but hug Xiao Qie to report the victory. But this was a crowded place, causing her to blush. The next person to fight was Di Shursan. Di Shursan was feeling powerless. Li Qianquan was not her opponent. "Although I am stronger than Li Qianquan, I also don't have the possibility of winning. I can't lose. If I lose, I will have nothing left. What should I do?" A hand holding a pill came over. "Eat it, your strength will increase at least 3 times, and you will be able to easily defeat her. The Luwang sword sect has taken all the precious treasures in our cave. I want them to pay the price. Does this medicine have any side effects? It's just more difficult to control the force. Hearing this, San put the medicine in his mouth and gulped it down. Then came the battle between him and Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang retreated and thought to herself, San is the youngest and most arrogant person in the righteous path. Can I win? Xiao Che instructed, Lu Shuang, listen to me, if you have chosen to fight, then fight decisively and happily. If you don't have the heart to win, then get down here for me. The Luwang sword sect does not have a coward. Hearing this, Lu Shuang made up her mind, yes, this is related to the honor of the Luwang sword sect, I must not retreat. Lu Shuang swept her sword horizontally, but San flew up to avoid it. The sword skills of the Luwang sword sect are indeed extraordinary. The stronger you are, the happier I will be when I step on you on the ground. Strange lines began to appear on his body. A bloody wolf aura appeared from behind him. The crowd on the side recognized that this was the wolf demon sword of Kuei Mulang. With the increase of the wolf demon golden core, Lu Shuang is sure to lose. Elder intervention? The immortal Dao sect is too despicable. At this time, the bloody wolf rushed to attack Lu Shuang. She jumped back in fear. Lu Shuang remembered, last night, Shangqing wanted to give me the immortal armor, but for the sake of fairness, I absolutely refused. Now it seems really ridiculous. San moved closer to Lu Shuang's face. His mind was frantically excited, although killing people here was very bad, but the shouts of excitement in his heart were getting stronger and stronger. And he couldn't control it at all. Xiao Che recognized the bad thing. This San suddenly burst into murderous intent. He shouted loudly, Shuang, use the second move of the Luwang 9 swords. She also understood the problem very quickly. Then she raised her hand and chanted the incantation. The Lu Shuang sword that was stuck on the arena immediately shot up and attacked San. Too unexpected, he didn't have time to react, and was pierced by the sword. The result of the match was clear, the winner was Lu Shuang. Dikong flew out to question Lu Shuang, why can you use this killing move when fellow disciples are fighting? Lu Shuang said in fear, I didn't do it on purpose. But Dikong didn't listen to the explanation, and immediately ordered capture her for me. But Xiao Che would not easily let this happen. He rushed up and said to Dikong, do you think my Luwang sword sect is out of people? San wanted to kill me, I am just defending myself. I don't know why that sword is not listening to me very much. Lu Shuang panicked while Xiao Che calmly said don't be afraid. Just leave it to me to deal with. Shangqing Xiao, you drew your sword to commit murder, violating the rules of the debate. I need an explanation from you. Xiao Che didn't want to say much when he heard this. I explain? I explain what fart. Looking at the ghostly appearance of your son, anyone can see that he has used forbidden medicine. You violated the rules first, and now you are accusing us? Isn't this just reneging on your promise? What San drank was Long Xian Yu. Long Xian Yu, as the name suggests, can strengthen the strength several times in a short period of time. But the dragon is an Yin recovery thing, which is not suitable for the human body, causing people to go crazy and crave killing, with stimulating release. Hearing this, Dikong threw his son to the ground. The expression of the two fathers and sons made everyone want to vomit. Is this selling me out? Kuei Mulang was depressed. What about me? You dare to play hooligan in the immortal Dao sect, I want you to never return. Hearing this, Xiao Che said that his tone was really big. Do you have this ability? Kuei Mulang immediately took his sword and slashed his hand, blood flowing all over. I challenge you, do you dare to accept it? If you don't dare to accept it, then obediently admit defeat, withdraw from the immortal Dao debate competition. Kuei Mulang. Don't mess around. Use blood to swear to fight, not to rest until death. Shangqing, Kuei Mulang is in the late stage of nascent soul, you absolutely cannot win him. We should still send a message to the sect master. You worked so hard to get the first place, how can I offer it with my hands? Xiao Che also cut his blood and swore. Kuei Mulang immediately burst into murderous intent. His real blood giant wolf was worlds apart from San using forbidden medicine just now. Everyone sighed. Kuei Mulang's cultivation level has improved compared to before. This Shangqing Xiao is a little negligent. Although Shangqing Xiao is at the peak of golden core, The distance from the late stage of nascent soul is too great, there is no threat at all. Only the blue sect leader thought differently, looking at Xiao Che and sighing, the person who can die and come back to life, and can increase 26 realms in one day. The taste of the 9 transformations Vajra body is getting stronger and stronger. How many secrets are hidden in your body? I am looking forward to your performance. At this time, Kuei Malang rushed over with murderous intent. Di Kong told his son that Kuei Malang was arranged by me. If you don't help him get the top position in the debate, then I will kill them. The son praised his father. You are still the most cruel person. Xiao Che, even if you have cheated to get through the golden core nascent soul early stage, you must die today without any regrets. The early stage and the late stage of nascent soul are worlds apart. A late stage person wants to kill 10 early stage people. It is as simple as killing a dog. Xiao Che is sure to die. You dare to be so careless? My wolf claws can tear apart any body. What's going on? Why isn't it working anymore? Kuei Malang is scratching, but it's not doing anything. Xiao Che felt it was a waste of time, so he slashed him once. Don't casually make blood oaths with others, because that means you're giving them a reason to kill you. Xiao Che finished him off with one sword strike. The system displayed a notification: kill the top cultivator of the Yuanying late stage, physique plus 30,000, 12,000 more physique needed to upgrade. One move to kill a Yuanying late stage cultivator. Lu Shuang went to congratulate him. How many people in this world possess such power? It is the honor of the Lu Yun sword sect to have Shangqing Darren. It's also my honor, Lu Shuang's honor. No wonder he's the man I have my eye on. He's really strong. Lan Jiaozhu also started to get excited. This Dian Xian Luan Dao competition ends here. The title of Righteous Path Heavens Chosen belongs to Lu Shuang of the Lu Yun sword sect. The prize this time is the 5-colored jade belt created by the 5 great sect leaders, which can increase defense and protect the body. Shangqing Darren, give it to me. Without you, I'd still just be a Zhiji stage girl. Meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. Shangqing Darren, let me put it on for you, okay? Lu Shuang wheedled, and Xiao Che was already drooling with anticipation. Let's immediately go down the mountain and find an inn, and then go back to the room to carefully study this jade belt, Xiao Che said invitingly. But suddenly, Xiao Che remembered something more important, fearing that he wouldn't be able to study it for the time being. The system announced, a new destination has been located, please go to Kongningdian. Forbidden area level mission, time limit is 12 hours. After that, the Dianxian men held a congratulatory banquet. No one liked each other, but they all said polite and pleasant words. The fastest to change his tune was Li Hong. He smiled insincerely and said, Yan Kong Shixiang, Xiao Shangqing, you are both outstanding people, and the day of your fame will not be far off. Although Shi San was seriously injured today, there was a reason for what happened. I boldly hope that the two of you can reconcile. Why not drink a cup of wine together to erase the grievances? It will be easier to greet each other when we meet again in the immortal realm. Xiao Che was stunned when he heard this. Is this the communication skill of the righteous path? Clearly they've made enemies, but they still have to maintain this pitiful appearance? What Li Shidi said is wrong. If my son does something wrong, he must be punished. How dare he blame Xiao Shangqing? We are all people of the same path, so how can there be any grievances? Yan Kong's acting was even better. Moreover, Xiao Shangqing has extraordinary talent, and I admire him very much. I'll toast Xiao Shangqing with this glass of wine. It's just normal, I'm just good at being normal. Xiao Che also picked up the habit of being humble. This person is too fake, I'm almost embarrassed to death. Yan Kong Shixiang can be so tolerant and magnanimous, he is indeed the best choice for the position of alliance leader. In my opinion, what is this temporary alliance leader? We can completely remove the word temporary. This is truly the blessing of our righteous path. Lu Shuang asked, where's Lan Shu? Why don't I see her? Yan Kong stammered, Lan Shimi has already returned to Wan Xianjiao first. Come, let's wish for our righteous path to develop forever. Hearing this, everyone applauded and said it was excellent. Xiao Che instructed Shuang, in half an hour, you go down the mountain alone first. If you don't find me, then go back to the sword sect first. Remember, don't hesitate. After saying that, he immediately started acting. Oh, my stomach hurts so much, I have to go out for a bit. Reaching the Jiji realm means you can abstain from food for a long time, so why does Xiao Shangqing still have the essential needs of mortals? Nonsense. All day today I've been focused on training to the 4th level. If I don't eat, I'll starve to death. Shangqing Darren, the front is the place. Why are you still standing here? You can go do something else. The maid heard this but still stubbornly said, the sect leader instructed that Shangqing Darren is visiting Dianxian men for the first time, and he's afraid that you'll get lost, so he instructed this subordinate to always be by your side. Xiao Che was angry. Little girl, you want to monitor me? Always serve by my side, huh? Come in and serve me. No, Shangqing Darren, this subordinate was wrong. Then she ran away crying in fear. As soon as there was no one around, Xiao Che immediately flew away like lightning. Soon he found Kongning Dian. Xiao Che gently jumped inside. Still missing 7 meters? Let me see which direction it is. 4 meters register on the bed? This system is getting more and more perverted. Unexpectedly, the person on the bed was Wan Xianjiaozhu, Lan Fengwang. At this time, the system announced success, receiving a mysterious gift box. Before he could do anything, she rushed over and hugged Xiao Che, demanding to do that. Xiao Che realized something was wrong. The whole body of Lan Zhongmen was burning hot, her consciousness was absent, and she looked like she was drugged with something like Huan San. Yan Kong, this hypocritical beast, actually used such despicable methods. Even a pervert like me feels perverted. Just as Lan Zhongmen was demanding that, someone walked in. One of them said, Wu Fa Tian, this time, thanks to your help, I was able to deal with that little bitch Miao Xian. After I use her Jiuying Xian body to break through the Hati stage, I will share the world with you. Xiao Che clearly heard the words of each of them. Wu Fa Tian said the demonic path is currently just a headless dragon, divided into factions. I originally wanted to take this opportunity to cooperate with Yan Xiong, and Yu Zijiang of the Tianma sect would take the opportunity to dominate the demonic path. But who knew that he didn't know what was good for him, and naturally became a turtle, shrinking back and not daring to come out. If he has given up the struggle for hegemony, then I will be the master of the demonic path. Very good, I like that you, Xiandi, have the same ambition. Xiao Che felt puzzled. Why did Yan Kong come back so quickly? No, the distraction stage cultivator at the banquet was just an avatar, this is the real body. I knew it. How could this fellow who covets the sword seed be full of benevolence and righteousness? It turns out he's Yan Kong's avatar. How is Wan Xianjiao over there? The evil dragon that Wan Xianjiao has suppressed for thousands of years has been released. I guess that place has long been turned into a corpse ground. In a few more days, we of Wu Xian only need to subdue the evil dragon, and all the huge, top-grade spirit stone mines hidden in the dragon's lair will be ours. When that time comes, we'll share the spirit stone mines, and within 1,000 years, we'll be able to ascend. The world is vast, who can do anything to us? This Wu Fa Tian is actually a member of Wu Xian Ge. Moreover, Wan Xianjiao has probably encountered a big problem. Yan Xiong is ingenious in his calculations, orchestrating strategies in the tent, and winning from 1,000 miles away. I admire you very much. Yan Xiong first plotted against the Tianma sect, Wu Xian Ge, and the Huan Pai, with the 8 major demonic sects besieging the Luwang sword sect, causing the door to the sword seed to open. Immediately afterwards, he revealed the location of the Tianma secret realm to Protector Black Wind of the Tianma sect, and obtained the key to the secret realm through Black Wind, causing the Tianma treasure to appear. At the same time, he lured out the evil dragon, and bloodied Wan Xianjiao. Unfortunately, only one of the 3 plans succeeded. The sword of the sword seed was not obtained, and the Tianma treasure was not seen. Otherwise, our plan to dominate the Fenghua continent would have been completed at least 800 years ahead of schedule. Just then, Lan Jiaozhu muttered something through her bloodied mouth. Hee, it seems that our great beauty can't take it anymore. That's because I gave her 2 caddies of Huan San, even a bull would not be able to stay awake. Wu Fa Tian again flattered Yan Kong. Yan Xiong doesn't need to feel regret about the sword seed and the Tianma secret realm. As long as Yan Xiong enjoys Miao Xian's Jiuying Xian body today, he will be able to immediately break through to the Hati realm. At that time, the plan to dominate will be 500 years shorter than before. At this time, Xiao Che recognized that the person in front of him was Miao Xian, the Zhangmen of the Huan Pai. Xiao Che reached out and took off her hat. It really is her. Outside, Yan Kong was approaching. Beauty, I'm coming. Xiao Che thought to himself, it's over. If it weren't for the immortal sword suppressing my aura just now, I wouldn't have been discovered. Now I'm caught in bed, facing the two great experts of the current world. Once he's exposed, even if he has the immortal armor with immunity to magic, he will be attacked by divine sense, and his soul will be scattered. I'm relying on you. Xiao Che activated the system's call for help. The system reported that Xiao Che received a mysterious gift box. The mystery box has been opened, receiving a paper box, a peacock feather, and a mask. Xiao Che's face turned black with anger when he saw such items. Just then, Yan Kong walked in. Motherfucker, who is this? Knows how to play, huh? Xiao Che hugged Miao Xian and put on the mask to hide his identity. Taking advantage of the surprise of the two guys, he immediately released a sword strike. While they were blocking the sword energy, he darted out to run away. Of course, the two guys wouldn't let him escape so easily. Flying so fast, I can't see his shadow anymore. Those two swords must be at least top-grade spirit swords. His shadow can't be seen, and his aura has completely disappeared. How strong is this person's cultivation to be able to escape our pursuit? Such a high-level concealment technique. One is that his cultivation is even higher than yours and mine, and the other is that he has hidden top-grade spirit artifacts on his body. Hearing this, Yan Kong said, of course, after the immortal demon war 8,000 years ago, all the experts disappeared at the same time. Could it be that they're all dead? I don't think that's the case. 8,000 years ago, when I was just at the Jiji stage, the Wu Di of the Xian Wu Xian dynasty swept across the human world. His strength must have been at least above the Unifying stage 3,000 years ago, but he always told the outside world that he was still at the Unifying stage. I can't understand this person. Wu Fa Tian doubted, so the person just now was Wu Di? Yan Kong agreed, it's not impossible. But to be sure, I have to see who left the party just now. Everyone who left the party must die. After saying that, he circulated his spiritual power to check. His divine sense returned to the party to check and found that two people left, Xiao Che and Lu Shuang. From this, it can be concluded that the masked man just now was not Wu Di, but Xiao Che. Xiao Che was hiding under the sea, still holding the beauty in his arms, but this time he secretly cried out in pain, unable to move at all. Today, I'm probably not going to escape from the hands of this demon woman. Good, recently I've been hearing about Xiao Che, this person is really interesting. Yan Xiong, how about letting me deal with him? Hearing Wu Fa Tian say this, Yan Kong waved his hand. A mere Xiao Che is not worth Xiandi's attention. I will send the 4 great clan patriarchs, for Yuaning experts, to besiege him. He will definitely die without leaving any suspicion. As for Xiandi, I'm worried that there will be changes, so I hope Xiandi will go back to Wan Xianjiao to take charge of the overall situation. You must not let anyone live. You must kill them all to eliminate any evidence. Don't worry, I will even kill the dogs at Wan Xianjiao, Wu Fa Tian said before flying away. Xiao Che, I'll settle the old and new debts together, Yan Kong said before leaving as well. Down here, Xiao Che didn't care about what they were saying. I have to do a little something with this well-behaved, pretty demon girl first. After a very long time, the two of them finished their cloud and rain and emerged from the water. Miao Xian licked her lips and said to Xiao Che, my little baby, I finally got you. Xiao Che cried with a weeping face, I lost my virginity to a demon woman, even though I didn't have it anymore. After that, the two rode the golden phoenix chariot to return. Don't worry, I will take responsibility for you. I am the Jiaozhu of Wan Xianjiao, and I will definitely not let you suffer any grievances. Xiao Che felt fortunate that his identity had not been exposed. In Dongtai City, a voice rang out, as I expected, Lu Shuang's aura is in Dongtai City, which means that Xiao Che is not far away. The 4 great clan patriarchs of Dianxian men, including Shihui Zhu, Qinshui Yuan, Xian Yuhu, and Lu Tuzhang, went with Yan Shurisen to Dongtai City to cause harm to Lu Shuang and wait for Xiao Che to return to catch them all in one fell swoop. The fat pig arrogantly spoke first, what's the point of being polite to them? Wait for me, Lao Zhu, to burn down Dongtai City, and see if Xiao Che comes out or not. Shu Gij, the sect leader, told us to kill Xiao Che, not to harm the common people. Aren't you afraid that the sect leader will blame you? We want to do whatever we want. There is no sect leader here, only the young sect leader, Yan Shisan said. The young sect leader is still straightforward. Lao Shu hasn't eaten people in hundreds of years. Today, I must eat my fill. What the hell is Jia Lei Hongqin? Laozi doesn't want to ascend, I just want to live a carefree life. After saying that, he immediately attacked the people of Dongdai City. Lu Shuang rushed out of the house and shouted, "Which bastard is setting fire?" Immediately afterwards, she discovered something bad. It's Yan Shisan and Shihuzhu clan patriarch. Yan Shisan, quickly tell them to stop. You are all people of the righteous path. How can you set fire to a city and kill innocent people indiscriminately? It's okay if you don't want me to kill people. Tell me where Xiao Che is. Lu Zhonglao, leave it to you. Young master, don't worry. I've long wanted to taste the flavor of this heaven's chosen saintess. Today, I guarantee to make her want to live and want to die. Little girl, holding a good sword doesn't mean you can deal with a Unifying stage cultivator. The gap in realm is not something a sword can fill. The strength of both sides was too different, and Lu Shuang immediately took a punch. The battle was decided after only one move. Little beauty, next we can have a good time. Seeing this, Xian Yu felt disgusted and said, Lu Tuzhang, are you still human? If you want to kill, then kill, why must you humiliate people? Hearing this, he immediately took Lu Shuang's sword as a gift for Xian Yu. This sword is yours now, everyone has a share, don't say anything bad about me in front of the sect leader. Xian Yu immediately left with the gift, you guys play slowly, I'll keep watch. Lu Shuang felt regret. Shangqingdaran told me to go back to the sword sect. But I acted on my own and stayed in Dongtai City. It's all my fault that the people here are suffering. I might as well detonate my golden core and die together with them. Yan Shisan could guess that Lu Shuang wanted to self-detonate just by looking at her expression. How ridiculous. I just want you to endure all kinds of humiliation, and see how long Xiao Che can hide. After that, he released 4 nails from his palm. Lu Shuang was caught off guard and was controlled by his move. The young master's soul-locking nails have locked your cultivation. You are now just like an ordinary woman who can't even tie a chicken. You can struggle, you can scream. But you just can't die. Is this feeling very exciting? Lu Tuzhang approached Lu Shuang and said lewdly. Shangqingdaran. I'm sorry, Lu Shuang felt extremely distressed. Just then, Xiao Che's sword flew over. Lu Tuzhang also recognized that this was Xiao Che's sword, but it was too late. Xiao Che has arrived. One sword to kill a Yuanying Zhonglao, this kind of power is really too unreasonable. Could it be that Kui Malong was murdered by him? This Jindan stage cultivator is indeed a bit interesting. Hearing this, they shouted to each other, everyone, don't care about the morality of Jianghu anymore, let's go together. That's right, if we want to kill this person. Everyone must join forces, let's go all out. I'll go first. Xiao Che, eat an axe from your Zhujiajia. But Xiao Che just caught it with his bare hands. But this is the Hongyan breaking sky axe that weighs 8,000 catties? He squeezed and shattered the pig-faced man's axe. Seeing this, the pig-faced man's face turned pale. Xiao Che came in front of him. You are the one who set fire to Dongtai City? You deserve to die. Eat a sword from me. After saying that, his body was split in half. Lai Huizhu has disappeared from the world from now on. One sword to kill Shi Huizhu Yuanying Peak? He is at the Jinan stage? The remaining patriarchs were doubting their lives. Now it's your turn, Xiao Che said coldly. He went to Xian Yu and asked, You are holding Shuanger's sword? You bullied Shuanger? Hearing this, she was frightened. Shangqingdaran, you misunderstood. After that, she returned the sword to Xiao Che and continued, Shangqingdaran, I was also forced to do it. Yan Kong killed my entire clan and forced me to cultivate together. How could a weak girl like me resist him? Shangqingdaran, if you spare me, I am willing to do anything for you. From inside the phoenix chariot, Miao Xian released the ribbon, this fox spirit, go to hell. The ribbon immediately wrapped around Xian Yu's neck. Dare to compete with me for a man? You are far from qualified. Lu Tuzhang seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Xiao Che. Xiao Che smiled faintly and said to him, I bet your knife can't pierce me. Looking again, his knife had broken in half. How is this possible? I used all 12 parts of my power. My immortal armor, those below the immortals cannot pierce, let alone a small Unifying stage cultivator like you. Xiao Che slashed once, causing him to disappear. The system displayed a notification, killed Unifying peak cultivator 4th level, soul plus 200,000. Next will be you. He went in front of Yan Shi-san and declared. Fortunately, my father gave me this painting scroll, which can transmit more than 1,000 meters. I can definitely escape. He opened the painting scroll, jumped right inside, and disappeared in a flash. Then a moment later, he stepped out, and in front of him was Xiao Che again. He wondered if his old man gave him a fake. While he was wondering, Xiao Che spoke, that painting scroll is real, but you can't escape. Xiao Che pointed up to the sky and said, I have set up a heaven and earth restriction here, you can't run away. With a sword at his throat, Yan Shi-san still stiffened and said, Xiao Che, I admit you are very strong, but my father is the top Huashan stage cultivator, the top expert on Fenghua continent. Xiao Che swung his sword, and his head separated from his body. He was really too talkative. The system announced, killed Unifying late stage cultivator, soul plus 20,000. Congratulations to the host for successfully popularizing the 5th level of the Jiuyang Jigang body. 790,000 more soul needed to reach the 6th level. The host has killed demons and eliminated evil. Receiving a gift from the heavens, divine sense plus 280,000. Congratulations to the host, the Daoxin Zhongma has upgraded to the 5th level, 787,000 more divine sense needed to reach the 6th level. After that, Lu Shuang ran to hug Xiao Che and cried, Sorry, it was my fault that the people of Dongtai City suffered. Xiao Che comforted her, Don't be sad, I've killed the culprit. Now is not the time to be sad, we must quickly put out the fire. Lu Shuang said to leave it to her. She went to a well, channeled his spiritual power into the sword and summoned a water dragon from the well. It created rain to extinguish the fire for the people of Dongtai City. Afterward, Xiao Che instructed the soldiers, I have important matters to attend to. I leave the task of building the lake to you. If the people from Yanxian sect come looking, do not try to hide it from me. Tell them that the killer is Xiao Che. Xiao Che took Lu Shuang and flew together to Wanxian sect, with the people below kneeling in gratitude. Xiao Che, I didn't expect you to be so popular with the people. I think you should just become the emperor. Anyway, there are still a lot of unclaimed territories, Miaoxin suggested. Xiao Che felt it was time to open the box he obtained from the Kongning Palace. Upon opening the box, the system notified him, the host has received a top-grade spiritual sword, Kong Sang, a bottle of Wanhundan, and half of the Dian Xianjue. A new mission has been unlocked. Login location is the Dragon Cave of Wanxian Sect, secret realm level, with a time limit of 24 hours. Failure to complete will result in death. You don't need to be so explicit. I know that failing the mission will result in death. Wanxian Sect and the Sword Sect are allies of the righteous path. Now that they are in trouble. As the Sword Sect's high official, it's both reasonable and ethical that I cannot sit idly by and not help. It's a good opportunity to see what's going on. Xiao Che took out paper and pen to write. Lu Shuang asked, What are you doing? Xiao Che replied, I'm telling the sect leader about the recent events at Yanxian Sect, warning him to be careful. After writing, Xiao Che released a messenger bird. Xiao Che took out the Kong Sang sword and said to Miaoxin, This is Yankong's sword. I'm giving it to you. After this, the two of us are no longer related. Miaoxin jumped between Xiao Che and Lu Shuang, asking, What's wrong? Are you still angry with your sister? Your sister helped you again, little guy. How about it? Lu Shuang was furious. Leader Lan, as the leader of a sect, how can you act so rudely? Miaoxin turned and stroked Lu Shuang's face, saying, What's wrong, little one? Do you want to share? Fun things can be shared. Sister doesn't mind. Xiao Che yelled, Demonis, let go of Shuanger. If you're so capable, come at me. Which was exactly what Miaoxin wanted. Okay, you said it. Scene changed to Yanxian Sect. A disciple rushed in to report to Yankong. The young master, along with the 4 great elders, encountered Xiao Che in Dongtai City and suffered defeat. They have all cooled down. Yan Kong, enraged, grabbed the disciple's collar. What do you mean by cooled down? What about Sher San? Did he deliver the authority scroll I gave him? He should still be unharmed. Right. Speak. The disciple, terrified, stammered. Xiaoqi set up a heaven and earth restriction in Dongtai City. The authority scroll was not of high enough grade and couldn't penetrate the restriction. The young master has cooled down. Yan Kong, hearing this, beat his chest and called out his son's name. Yan Kong was about to go fetch the Kongsang sword, but he couldn't find it. Moreover, he had also lost the damn Wanhun Dan. Yan Kong thought again, something's not right. The heaven and earth restriction is Wuxin sect's untransmitted technique, and the Wanhun Dan is the antidote to Wuxin sect's soul-capturing technique. No matter how capable Xiaoqi is, he couldn't possibly kill all 4 of my elders. Therefore, there must be someone behind him helping. Moreover, the only person who could get close to me and silently take the Kongsang sword is him. Wufa Tian, you damn thief! The bird carriage brought Xiaoqi, Lu Shuang, and Miaoxin to the front of Wanxian sect. Miaoxin said, "Why are we at Wanxian sect?" Lu Shuang asked, "This is home, how can you call it arriving?" Miaoxin leaned on Xiaoqi and said, "I'm already Xiaoqi's woman. Luyan Sword sect is my home now. Wanxian sect is just my maternal home, so of course, I'd call it arriving." Xiaoqi spoke up. "I overheard a conversation between Yan Kong and Wufa Tian in the Kongning Palace. I heard them releasing the Nielong from the Dragon Cave to massacre Wanxian sect. The Sword sect and Wanxian sect are both righteous path allies. We are interconnected and cannot stand by and do nothing." But the deeper reason Xiaoqi wanted to come was to log in. Miaoxin, hearing Xiaoqi's words, praised him for his chivalrous spirit, saying he was a model of the Xianxia world. Lu Shuang agreed. High official carries the world in his heart, cherishes all living beings, and is truly a clear stream in the cultivation world. Lu Shuang noticed that Miaoxin was still calm and asked, "Leader Lan, you heard that Wanxian sect was massacred. You don't seem to be in a hurry." Miaoxin waved her hand and said, "That's seeing the illusion as false and the illusion as real." Only Xiaoqi knew the truth. She was the leader of the Hehuan sect. If Wanxian sect was destroyed, she naturally wouldn't care. However, he wouldn't expose her for the time being. Her identity could help him hide. He would deal with this demoness another day. The 3 entered Wanxian sect, and a group of disciples came out to greet them. Miaoxin spoke up, "See? Nothing happened. You two don't need to worry unnecessarily. We are all fine." Seeing Wu Yu, Xiaoqi thought, "Isn't she the saintess of Wuxin sect? Her being here means that Wuxin sect is also here. I see. They don't know that Miaoxin has been exposed. They want to act in front of me to deceive me. I won't alert the enemy for now. After logging into the Dragon Cave, I will avenge Wanxian sect." Later, Wu Yu led Xiaoqi and Lu Shuang to the backyard to rest. "Little Yu, have I met you somewhere before? You look so familiar." Lu Shuang spoke. Wu Yu replied, "I have never left Wanxian sect." "You must be mistaken. High official Xiao, please be careful. Behind Wanxian sect is a restricted area. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Especially at midnight, you absolutely must not enter the Baisu forest behind the mountain. Mistress Miaoxin, they are just 2 Jindan cultivators. Why do you have to go through so much trouble to inform us to help you act? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill them?" Miaoxin, hearing her subordinate's words, said, "You underestimate them. Even if they have other opportunities, so what? At most, they can only deal with Yuanying stage cultivators. Can they still jump out of our palm?" The left protector of Wuxin sect, Wu Feng, added, "I think it's because Mistress Miaoxin has been moved by mortal feelings, right? I think that kid probably has an extraordinary physique. Wu Feng left protector understands me. Xiaoqi is a rare Vajra body that appears once every 10,000 years. How could I bear to let him die? Oh right, you absolutely must not touch that woman." Lu Shuang, "I don't want my little sweetheart to be heartbroken." Wu Feng turned away and said, "As long as he stays in his place and doesn't affect our plan, I can give him some face. But if he dares to cause trouble, don't blame me for being impolite." At the Baisu forest at midnight, Xiaoqi followed Wu Yu's signal and arrived. Not seeing anyone, he spoke up, "Miss, you invited me here, why don't you show yourself? The sound of the Xian today is the same as the sound when I first arrived at Lulu Villa. Miss, you want to tell me that this place is dangerous, and I shouldn't stay too long? That's right, young master, please leave. Thank you, miss, for your concern. I think I should meet you to thank you properly. Xiao Che flew to her side. Young master helped Wu Yu at Lulu Villa. Wu Yu came only to repay the favor. Repay the favor? Is repaying the favor using the beast control technique to lure out the Luwang to massacre our Wanxian sect? Is repaying the favor monopolizing the spiritual mine? I gave you a way out that day so that you could do evil today? No, it wasn't me. It was Wufeng. Only his beast control technique can summon the evil dragon. I couldn't stop him. If you want to repay the favor, it means you still have some humanity. Tell me according to your conscience, are there any survivors in Wanxian sect? Where is the entrance to the dragon cave? What's in the cave? The survivors of Wanxian sect have all fled into the dragon cave. Their current status is unknown. The dragon cave is very dangerous. Inside, there are not only top-grade spiritual mines but also an evil dragon and some spirit monsters. The entrance to the dragon cave is in the north of the Baisu forest. The cave has a misty aura, but both inside and outside the cave are arranged with a large number of restrictions, absolutely forbidding entry and exit. Young master, don't try to test the formation with your body, or you will be turned into ashes. If that's the case, I just need to kill Wufeng, and I can save the survivors of Wanxian sect in the dragon cave. No! Wufeng used his life soul to set up a hypnotic array so that the evil dragon would continue to sleep. If Wufeng dies, the array will be destroyed, and the evil dragon will leave the dragon cave again. At that time, the entire Daheng mountain will be plunged into misery. That dragon is very terrifying. If I can't kill Wufeng, then I can only enter the dragon cave first, and then adapt to the situation. Suddenly, Xiao Che detected someone approaching. The person who arrived was Wufeng. He asked Wu Yu, "Who are you talking to?" I wasn't talking to anyone. I just came here to practice my beast control technique. Wufeng didn't believe it and warned Wu Yu, "You better be honest. You are the bride to be designated by the sect. Master. You are destined to dual cultivate with the sect master in this life. You better not get too close to any man, and don't let anyone get close to you. Aren't you the man who is closest to me?" Wu Yu retorted. Wufeng, after searching and not finding anyone, flew away. Before leaving, he warned, "Stop quibbling. You think I didn't see? You kept making eyes at that furnace. Didn't you? I'm going to check his room now. If he's not there, it means you were talking to him just now. Then both you and he will be finished." It turned out that Xiao Che was hiding under Wu Yu's skirt. Seeing Wufeng leave, he came out. Wu Yu urgently said, "Come out quickly. Wufeng went to check your room. You should leave Wanxian sect quickly, or your life will be in danger." Xiao Che told Wu Yu, "The me in front of you is not someone that surprises you." Xiao Che immediately used the Linguikio command. So, in front of Wu Yu's eyes, it was all soul projection? Now it disappeared in an instant. Back in Xiao Che's room, Wufeng kicked the door open and shouted, "You pretty boy, daring to seduce the saintess, are you looking for—" But when he arrived, Xiao Che was sitting in meditation. "That's not right, he's not moving at all. Could it be soul projection?" Wufeng was suspicious. Then he picked up his sword to test Xiao Che. At this moment, Xiao Che returned to his physical body, dodging Wufeng's deadly slash in time. Wufeng chuckled, "Sorry, just kidding, just kidding." Looking at his retreating back, Xiao Che thought bitterly, "If I weren't worried about the Luwang being released and causing misery, the grass on your grave would already be several meters high." "Chair, what happened?" Miaoxing ran in from outside. "You came at the right time. I've been waiting for you." He pulled her onto the bed, causing Miaoxing to stammer, This isn't very good, is it? If the sect members hear, they'll think their leader is indecent. Hurry up, I can't take it anymore. Come on, I'll try to be as quiet as possible. But please don't pity me." "Pity you? I can't wait to stomp you to death," Xiao Che thought to himself. Then he suddenly stuck a damn talisman on her forehead. "I need soul projection. I happen to be short of someone to protect my body. Miaoxing is the best cover. This is the ability of the soul projection stage, soul projection. The feeling of soul projection is great, floating lightly, feeling like walking on air. Moreover, the soul projection has no body, like an immortal, avoiding all physical attacks. Moreover, my divine sense is very strong, and the power of the soul is not much weaker than the power of the body. I think this is the dragon cave. Xiao Che fearlessly charged in. As a soul from another world, I am immune to all kinds of restrictions, so entering is as smooth as flowing water. So many paths, which one should I take? First, let's look at the map. Xiao Che opened the system to check the logging point. So, I have to go to the left. After a while, Xiao Che arrived. In the middle of the cave, there was a girl lying on a bed made of spirit stones. This is the dragon girl, Ao Buling, at the peak of the soul projection stage. Above, there was something that looked like a modern-day item. Xiao Che exclaimed, "This looks like a music box? Is the music a lullaby? Never mind, I need to go down and log in first. I'll talk about this later." At this moment, Ao Buling woke up. Looking around, she said, "There's another cave here? How come I didn't know?" Xiao Che told her to keep her voice down. "There's an evil dragon here. Be careful not to wake it up." Buling, scared, shut up immediately. Then Xiao Che disappeared inside. "It's too dark here." He opened the login operation. The gift box opened to reveal a flashlight. Now it's a little better. The cave is now as bright as day. But somehow, Buling had followed him. Feeling interested in the flashlight in Xiao Che's hand, she said, "Can I exchange these stones for your treasure? If you think it's not enough, I still have a lot of stones." Xiao Che looked over and saw that they were all high-grade spirit stones. High-grade spirit stones on Fenghua continent are equivalent to the highest purity diamonds in the modern world. Exchanging such valuable high-grade spirit stones for a flashlight. Isn't this child's brain waterlogged? However, judging from her appearance, she seems to be one of the monsters captured by the evil dragon, so it's not surprising that she doesn't understand the world. Seeing how much you like it, I'll take a small loss and exchange it with you. Xiao Che immediately threw the diamonds over and received the flashlight, making Ao Buling overjoyed. "You're a good person." Xiao Che walked and instructed, "You can follow me, but don't make any noise." After walking for a while, Xiao Che discovered the people of Wanxian sect. Why have they all turned into human cocoons? I see. These people must have been hypnotized by Wufeng's technique. Their souls have also fallen into a deep sleep. The medicine I took from Wushuang Palace can treat this exact ailment. Xiao Che threw a bunch of medicine from his hand. Then they woke up. Where is this? Weren't we all knocked out? Before I was knocked out, I saw Big Sister Ma take away Master and Senior Sister. Xiao Che walked up to them and said, "Fellow Taoists, don't panic. I am the newly appointed high official of Luyan Sword sect, named Xiao Che. I heard that Wanxian sect was in trouble, so I came specifically to help." Xiao Che? How come I've never heard of him? Only an old woman and a beautiful girl understood etiquette. "Thank you, High Official Xiao Che, for saving us. This old woman's body cannot move, so I cannot bow." "Thank you for saving our lives, High Official Xiao Che. May I ask how these two are addressed?" The girl spoke up, "My name is Lan Ying." The old woman spoke up, "This old woman is the leader of Wanxian sect, named Lan Fenghua." Xiao Che, hearing this, was scared. This is so awkward. Now my body is being embraced and slept with by the leader of Wanxian sect. Now I will release everyone. Xiao Che shot a stream of fire at them. With a boom, the cocoons were shattered. They were frightened. This is bad. Big Sister Ma's lair has been destroyed. She definitely won't let us off. If we disturb the evil dragon above during the fight, we won't be able to leave the dragon cave. Xiao Che was surprised. Is it that serious? Ying replied, "It's very serious. You just saved us, so we can't blame you. But unfortunately, even your own life is in danger." Suddenly there was a noise, and the sect leader told everyone to prepare for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, red ants carrying mallets emerged from the holes. They might look small, but they were at the Jindan stage. Seeing this, Xiao Che scoffed, "A mere Jindan stage ant demon and you're all so frightened?" But that wasn't the case. They had stirred up the entire red ant colony. Ying quickly made the first move, "Let you taste my fire immortal raging flames." After they attacked, 2 talismans were attached to them. A loud explosion rang out. 2 ants died instantly. They said to use the old method to deal with them. Jinan emerged. The two ants planned to self-destruct. They had two Jinan inside them, ready to explode. This was the suicide bombing move. Damn, these demons plan to sacrifice themselves? Xiao Che began to feel afraid. Seeing this, the people of Wanxian sect were so scared that they ran off, losing their sandals. This is bad, such a big commotion, the evil dragon above will definitely be disturbed. Everyone, quickly break through this encirclement with me, don't get separated. Unexpectedly, the Ant Queen, Ma Dejia, blocked the way. I didn't expect you to wake up, truly surprising. Lan sect leader spoke first. Big sister Ma, if you are willing to let it go, the entire Wanxian sect will belong to you in the future. But if you don't know what's good for you and insist on forcing me, I will break the fetus in your belly and destroy your entire nest. Dejia Ma said. Lan sect leader's tone was really loud. Showing off in the Tsunlong cave? I think you're tired of living. One fetus of mine gives birth to 108 offspring. What do you have to fight me with? After she finished speaking, a swarm of ants rushed from behind. Seeing this, Xiao Che was dumbfounded. Don't ants have family planning? This is too many births. At this time, the ant army had overwhelming numbers. Ants, I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat. Buling suddenly stuck her face out to scare them. Unexpectedly, it scared them all. The ants ran while screaming, don't eat me, don't eat me, ants don't have meat. Xiao Che praised Buling for being too awesome, making her swell with pride. Oh right, let me introduce everyone. Xiao Che put his arm around Buling to introduce her, but everyone looked terrified. Seeing them screaming about a dragon, Xiao Che said, what are you afraid of? She was just pretending earlier. He asked, you're a dragon? And Buling said, yes. You don't even have a dragon tail, what kind of joke is this? Xiao Che said, then patted Buling's butt. The sect leader and Ying petrified instantly. It's just that I hit it before. Buling wiggled her tail and said. Xiao Che held his head and said, I'm done for. I not only made friends with the evil dragon but also touched her butt. Buling felt wronged and puffed out her cheeks to argue. My name is Ao Buling. I'm a genuine dragon clan member, not some evil dragon. The people of Wanxian sect pointed and accused. No need to pretend anymore. You've been sealed in the Tsunlong cave for thousands of years. Resentment has long been born in your heart. A few days ago, the people of Wuxinga opened the restriction to let you out. Have you forgotten how many people you killed? Half of my senior brothers were killed by you. You are an evil dragon. Buling remembered in fear. No, that wasn't me, that wasn't me. My head hurts, I didn't kill anyone. Seeing this, Xiao Che assessed, Ao Buling looks very harmless and doesn't seem to be pretending, but her bad reputation is widespread, and the people of Wanxian sect hate her to the bone. It seems she did do some bad things in the past. What's the situation? Does she have two personalities? That evil dragon actually ran away? I thought there would be a fierce battle. This old woman was prepared to die for the sect. However, it's good that the evil dragon ran away. This is heaven not destroying my Wanxian sect. Shangqing Darren is the benefactor of Wanxian sect. If you can enter. I believe you can also leave. Please, when Shangqing Darren leaves, take us with you. I, as the sect leader of Wanxian sect, promise that if I can leave, I will repay your great kindness 10,000 times over. Don't worry, I'll save you, I'll save you. Xiao Che still couldn't face the title of Wanxian sect leader directly. First, I have to complete the Lagan mission, then save these fellow Taoists. The system displayed a notification. Tsunlong Cave Secret Realm level, Lagan mission successful. Reward, 1 mysterious gift box, Tsunlong Cave Mystery Fruit. 1 Fonglong Pearl, Extreme Grade Spirit Stones 1 ton, Body Refinement 100,000, Divine Sense 100,000. Host Xiao Che, Body Refinement, 9 Yang Vajra 5th Transformation, Jindan 10th Level, Jindan Peak, True Tien Quiet Heaven Grade, Xianhe Dan Be Heaven Grade. Dixing Tien Quiet, Immortal Grade Skill, Lu Van Q Kim Heaven Grade. Not bad, my Body Refinement and Divine Sense are both equivalent to the Nascent Soul stage. Now I can probably challenge Transformation God stage cultivators. Xiao Che gave Ying something and said, this is the Heaven and Earth Scroll. If you encounter danger, you can open the treasury inside. At that time, outsiders will not be able to find you. Ying was surprised that Xiao Che could casually give others a high-grade scroll. Then Xiao Che told everyone to wait here, wait for me to retrieve my physical body, break the restriction, and then come to pick you up. At this time, everyone realized that Xiao Che was a nascent soul stage soul. Back in the room, Miaoxin had woken up and was holding a sword to Xiao Che's physical body. Now that you know the secret here, I can't keep you anymore. Are you going to kill me? No, don't look at me like that, as if I'm a heartless person. I just don't want you to lose your life here. Wu Fa Tian is already on his way here. Or should I send someone to stop him? He's already on the mountain. You quickly take that Jianzong brat and leave here, and never come back. Miaoxin came out and was surprised to see Xiao Che's divine sense. Why are you outside? Xiao Che replied, I haven't even entered the door yet. No, you were always staying in the room, the Xiao Che inside said. The Monkey King, true or false? Miaoxin was doubting her life as the two argued back and forth. This is infuriating, you fake. The real Xiao Che chopped at the divine sense. Miaoxin was surprised. You've reached the spirit transformation stage? This is your clone, but that's not right. If the clone is killed, the real body will suffer a backlash. Xiao Che explained, this is the extracorporeal incarnation immortal technique in the Dexing De Ju. A spirit transformation stage clone only has one person, but it can have 3,000 incarnations. When it dies or is injured, it will not affect the main body, but it can bring back opportunities and cultivation. Do you still think you can kill me now? Miaoxin was afraid. Luckily, I didn't act with murderous intent just now, otherwise I would be a corpse now. Others only know that he is a small Jindan stage cultivator. But when he killed the nascent soul stage cultivator in Dongtai City, it only took a little effort. What is his realm? I can't see through it at all. Then Xiao Che turned to leave. Miaoxin asked, where are you going? Xiao Che replied as he left, going to release the 10,000 Wanxian sect members, and level the Wuxing Gu. Miaoxin told Xiao Che not to be reckless. Although Wu Fa Tian isn't here, Wu Feng is strong and knows the art of beast taming. We should plan for the long term. How about I set up a Hongmen banquet and kill him before he can react? Before I was holding back because I didn't know the situation, now that the truth is clear. Why should I be afraid? Outside he met Lu Shuang, Shangqing Darren, I'm here to help you. But after walking a short distance, the Wuxing Gu disciples blocked them. Guardian Wu Feng ordered that you are not allowed to leave here. Gods block, kill gods, immortals block, punish immortals. Xiao Che didn't want to say much. Seeing the domineering aura on Xiao Che, the two beauties following him were so moved. At Sumlong Cave. Seeing Xiao Che arrive, Wu Feng sighed, it really is him. Then he ordered his disciples to rush up. Even if his skills are high, he can't stop so many Wuxing Gu disciples. Were you below worried? Xiao Che didn't say much, just clasped his hands together. The spirit sword was spinning around him. Then it spread around into countless swords. One move, 10,000 swords returning to origin, wiped out the people of Wuxing Gu. Seeing this, Wu Feng doubted his life. One move can kill all the elite disciples of my Wuxing Gu. How is this possible? Xiao Che didn't care what he said, entered the cave and spoke. Fellow Taoists of Wanxian sect, listen clearly. Now I will break the restriction for everyone. You can rest assured and come out. Hearing Xiao Che say this, Wu Feng smiled faintly and said, you're not ashamed. Do you know that on the Fenghua continent, restrictions and beast taming are the specialties of my Wuxing Gu? Our founder once caught both dragons and phoenixes, invincible in the world. There are a total of 12 restrictions here, the highest is extreme grade. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Che grabbed the whole thing and ripped it off. Wu Feng panicked, what is this? Damn it, removing the restriction by hand, is this still a human? Xiao Che sternly tore it to pieces. It's broken, the restriction is destroyed. Wu Feng was scared again. The sect leader and Ying were the first to run out, shouting, Wu Feng, this old woman must take your dog life today. Then she attached a talisman to her hand. A bunch of brats, if you were born 1,000 years earlier, you would definitely have heard of the prestige of the phoenix fire. The sect leader pressed her palms together, and a large flame rose from it. Wu Feng, die! The sect leader rushed up with a raging fire. But Wu Feng just gently took it. Old woman, times have changed, he looked down on Lan sect leader. But what kind of fire is this? It can actually hurt me. Wu Feng kept shaking his hand but couldn't put it out. The sect leader took the opportunity. You've seen the power of this old woman, haven't you? You dare to compete with Wanxian sect. I must smash your dog head. Wu Feng used a burst of power to extinguish the fire immediately. Wu Feng summoned a giant dragon. Then he ordered it to rush over and devour Lan's sect leader. Ying and Lu Shuang also rushed up to help. But they were no match for him. Xiao Qi rushed up to block. I can't let these stupid teammates offer their lives. I should take action. He held the sword in reverse and faced Wu Feng. Then he used force to shoot out of his palm. What move is this? Ying and Lu Shuang asked. Xiao Qi replied concisely, it's the javelin throw. Wu Feng had a black dragon guarding his body and looked down on him. No matter what move you use, a small Jinan stage cultivator can never break through the black dragon Gangqi defense system of my wishing ge. But before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying. The three people below were frightened. One sword destroyed Wuxing Ji's ultimate move and injured Wu Feng. Xiao Qi is too scary. Xiao Qi pointed the sword at his neck. Wu Feng still shouted, I'd rather be a broken jade than a whole tile. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. But before he could finish speaking, Xiao Qi slashed. The system rang with a notification, killed a nascent soul cultivator, body soul increased by 200,000. 510,000 more body souls needed to upgrade. At this moment, a toad crawled out of his body. It jumped into the cave unnoticed. Its target was Ao Buling. Seeing this, Ao Buling dropped the flashlight to the ground. At this time, she could no longer control herself. The sound of the toad croaking activated the restriction on Ao Buling's body. Buling transformed into a giant dragon and flew out. This is bad, the evil dragon is awake. Quick, form a formation. The people of Wanxian sect panicked. The giant dragon Ao Buling immediately attacked them. Miaoxing felt that this was troublesome. This dragon had a peak nascent soul cultivation, and was in a berserk state. She was afraid that no one could subdue it. That Wu Feng was too evil, releasing this evil dragon before he died. This time, the people within 1,000 miles would suffer. Just then, Wu Yu took out a shao and played it, temporarily controlling Buling. Her appearance was like a celestial being, detached from the world. Xiao Qi happily praised, so beautiful. But only for a moment, the evil dragon attacked Wu Yu again, making Xiao Qi angry. At this time, Lan sect leader instructed everyone, you are all the most outstanding people in the younger generation, the future of the Fenghua continent. You must not be destroyed in this situation, where the evil dragon is causing chaos. This old woman is not the same. After cultivating for thousands of years, I have only stopped at the nascent soul stage. I don't have any hope anymore. Then the sect leader decided to risk her life against the evil dragon, vowing to protect everyone. Everyone sighed that the sect leader was truly a heroine among women. But she had more courage than effect. The sect leader felt like she was dead meat. The evil dragon opened its mouth to eat her. But fortunately it couldn't reach her. It turned out there was a silk ribbon pulling her back. Looking at this move, the one who made the move was of course Miaoxing. The sect leader of the Hehuan sect actually made a move to stop it. What's wrong with this world? Good and evil can actually join forces at times. But the evil dragon released a dragon's gale blade, a heaven-grade skill, that could break even the body-protecting Gangqi of a spirit transformation cultivator. Miaoxing was in danger. At this time, Xiao Qi jumped up to block it. You can't hurt my people. Miaoxing was moved and said, Xiao Lang, do you not want your life anymore? Xiao Qi wanted to score points in the beauty's heart, saying, Don't worry, can a small gale blade hurt me? At this time, the evil dragon rushed over again. Xiao Qi angrily grabbed its horn and scolded, Evil dragon, although I know you, you kill people like flies, causing suffering to living beings. Today, I must eliminate harm for the people and act on behalf of heaven. Then he punched its head with his bare hands. Then he jumped on its head and plucked its horns like Neza riding the dragon prince in the past. Everyone was confused. What kind of life is this? Can you break the evil dragon's head with your bare hands? The system displayed a notification, checked and accepted new mission, marking the dragon head. Mission requirement, place the Fenglong Pearl on the position on the dragon's head. Mission level, Forbidden Area level. Mission reward, Luwang Forbidden Area level, mission deadline, 10 breaths. Failure penalty, loss of sense of touch. Seeing this, Xiao Qi thought to himself, if I don't have a sense of touch, how can I touch? How can I feel this beautiful world? This Fenglong Pearl, no matter how good it is. I don't want it. Immediately, the Fenglong pearl was placed on the top of Ao Buling's head. Ao Buling returned to human form and asked confusedly, "What happened?" "Xiao Che Gij, why are you riding on me? My face hurts so much, who hit me?" Xiao Che said awkwardly, "You accidentally fell just now, it was a very painful fall, it has nothing to do with me." Turning around, Miaoxin and Lan sect leader were pointing their swords at her neck. "Evil dragon with heinous crimes, I must kill you!" This dragon originally had great power. And now that the dragon pearl has returned, its strength is even stronger. If we don't kill it, it will definitely cause great disaster in the future. Buling whimpered, "Why do you always want to kill me? What have I done to you?" Seeing this, Xiao Che spoke to stop them. "Wait a moment, I know what's wrong with her. Ao Buling must have lost her dragon pearl due to carelessness, leading to mental confusion, which is why she acted recklessly. Wu Feng took advantage of this weakness to control her, using beast taming to control her to kill people. Now that I have helped her find the dragon pearl, she has returned to her original state. Ao Buling's nature is pure, she is definitely not a dragon that slaughters everywhere. Immortality values life, boundless salvation, please spare her life." Hearing the words immortality values life, boundless salvation made everyone think. This is Tao rhythm? This is too unreasonable. How can I, a demonic cultivator, also feel the Tao? Lan sect leader retorted, "Impossible. For tens of thousands of years in the cultivation world, the tenets have never changed, that is, the great Tao is merciless. It is completely different from immortality valuing life. But why does immortality valuing life have Tao rhythm? I don't understand." Suddenly, mist came over. For some reason, the sky darkened. Just then, Wu Fa Tian rode on dark clouds and arrived. He spoke, "What the hell is immortality valuing life? The great Tao is 3000, the great Tao is merciless is the true heavenly Tao. It's over, it's the Wuxing Ge sect leader Wu Fa Tian. Everyone here is no match for Wu Fa Tian, the situation may change again." At this time, Miaoxin turned her spearhead towards Wu Fa Tian. "Wu Ge, I've been waiting for you for a long time." She turned around and said to Xiao Che, "If it wasn't to buy time, I wouldn't bother pretending to be close to you. You really thought I wanted to fight alongside you righteous sects? Dream on. All righteous paths are just hypocritical villains. Miaoxin, don't be so self-righteous, quickly come back to me." Suddenly, Miaoxin stabbed Wu Fa Tian in the back with a dagger. She shouted loudly, "Xiao Che, run!" Although Lan sect leader was the oldest, she was number one when it came to running. While running, she didn't forget to shout loudly, "A good man doesn't care about immediate losses. Run! Run as fast as you can." Only then did Wu Fa Tian reveal a cold smile. Then, a stream of red energy pushed Miaoxin back from within his body. He also said with disdain, "Relying on you, you dare to stab me in secret? Truly laughable. It seems that you have feelings for that fair-skinned righteous man, even not caring about your own life to protect him. What a pity, the people of the righteous path are all a bunch of hypocrites. Your sincerity is only to be fed to the dogs. By now he has probably run 100 kilometers away." Then, he used his energy to tighten around Miaoxin's body. Wu Fa Tian was rejoicing when he was slapped in the face. "Damn your mother, who are you calling a dog? I haven't even touched her, and you dare to say I've run hundreds of kilometers away?" Wu Fa Tian was shocked. "How did you break my body-protecting demonic qi? That's absolutely impossible." Xiao Che's ears were itching, so he slapped him again. "Beat to death this kind of slippery guy. Let you play all these divisive tricks." Wu Fa Tian was defeated and raised his hand. "Don't, please stop, I don't understand a little, let me calm down a bit." Xiao Che crossed his arms and said, "Okay, I'll give you a chance to show off, but you remember to use your ultimate move, I don't have time to play with you." The group of Ying and Lu Shuang were very surprised, it wasn't easy to gain the upper hand. How could they give up so easily? Shangqing Darren was very righteous. Hearing what the two granddaughters said, Lan sect leader didn't want to be outdone, so she commented on Xiao Che, "This child either has talent but hasn't revealed it, or he's an idiot." Wu Fa Tian had regained his composure at this time. He spoke to show his contempt for Xiao Che, "Young man, you are too arrogant, my ultimate move is something you wouldn't even dare to think about." Wu Yu was terrified and warned everyone. It's over, quickly stop him, he wants to awaken the demonic race blood beast. But Wu Fa Tian said it was too late. Then, he chanted an incantation to summon the strongest blood beast of Wuxingge. He wanted to cleanse the human world with blood. From the circle of light that Wu Fa Tian cast, a monster with red fur came out. Seeing it, Aobu Ling was also scared and hugged Xiao Chei's arm. Xiao Chei sighed and said, "Even this dragon is afraid. It seems that this demonic race blood beast is something." Finally, the demonic race blood beast appeared. It was named Tian Maluan and was at the peak spirit transformation realm. The Tian Maluan glared at Wu Fa Tian, saying, "We have been sleeping for 8,000 years, and now we are very thirsty. We need to drink a lot of blood. If they don't drink enough, you must actively sacrifice yourself." Wu was still busy fleecing the blood beast. This is the sacred beast that has always been used to suppress the Tianma sect. It was injured in the Great War of Immortals and Demons, so it fell asleep. "I didn't expect it to be summoned by my master today," Lu Shuang asked in surprise, "but it's the sacred beast of the Tianma sect. How can it be summoned by the leaders of Wuxingge?" Hearing this, Miaoxin also enthusiastically explained. "In fact, the 3 great demonic sects in your mouths all came from the Tianma sect. That year, after the Great War of Immortals and Demons, the god of war of the Tianma sect and the sect leader disappeared at the same time. The internal Tianma sect split into the Tianma sect, Wuxingge, and Arhahuan sect. The Tianma sect inherited the Great Heart Demon technique, the Wuxingge inherited Summoning Beast Taming, and Arhahuan sect inherited the Enchantment technique and the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation technique. These things all originate from the sacred Chu demon realm, named Dao Xian Lei Mo. While Wuxing was still explaining, the Tian Ma'alan had begun to jump up. Seeing this, everyone ran away immediately, avoiding being eaten by it. Suddenly Xiao Che said a word, "Stop." Unexpectedly, Tian Ma'alan stopped in front of Xiao Che as ordered. Wu Fa Tian confidently said, "Xiao Che is dead for sure." The Tian Ma'alan looked down on him. "The little human in front of me is just like an ant, but he dares to block this deity's path. Well, you come and be this deity's appetizer first." At this time, Xiao Che drew the sword out of its sheath, and Kege began to exude murderous intent. Tian Ma'alan recognized this familiar murderous intent. It immediately knelt down and worshipped, "Slave Tian Ma'alan greets master." Everyone outside who didn't understand what was going on was very surprised. Miaoxin said, "As expected of my Lang Jun, he is really too strong." Only Lan's sect leader was clever, saying that Xiao Shangqing was the reincarnation of a demon venerable. Why else would even the blood demon kneel down? Wu Fa Tian didn't understand what was going on, and Xiao Che explained, "This is called borrowing someone else's prestige." Kege crawled out of the sword and said to Tian Ma'alan, "You are so bold, dare to be disrespectful to my master." Tian Ma'alan saw Kege and said in fear, "Little slave did not know that the great man was the master of the master. Little slave deserves to die, please accept the punishment." Kege ordered, "If that's the case, then from now on you must listen to Xiao Shangqing, do not be negligent." Tian Ma'alan respectfully and politely said to Xiao Che, "Master of the master, please give the order." Wu Fa Tian on this side didn't understand what was going on, and was still loudly telling Tian Ma'alan, "Blood beast Aaron, he is the ringleader, quickly kill him." "Why don't you take action? What's so good about talking to him? You can talk to me after you kill him. Skewer him." Xiao Che was sick of hearing this guy talk so much, so he ordered Tian Ma'alan, "You eat him." Tian Ma'alan immediately obeyed the order, turning its teeth towards Wu Fa Tian. Wu Fa Tian became a delicious morsel in Tian Ma'alan's belly. Witnessing this scene caused the people of Wanxian sect and Miaoxin to be shocked. The system displayed a notification, "Killed a spirit transformation demonic cultivator. Spirit transformation early stage, gained 300,000 body souls." Xiao Che understood that this guy in the spirit transformation stage really had a life-saving ultimate move. At this time, he appeared in front of Xiao Che with 3 blue skulls. He said to Xiao Che, "You can break through my 3 chi body protection, and can even make blood beast Aaron backfire. You must have a great opportunity. But so what, you can't possibly survive under my full force attack. I used a fake spirit transformation to replace it." Seeing this, Xiao Che gently touched his skull. Xiao Che said to him, "You rely on this? Seeing this, Wu Fa Tian smiled faintly and said, Xiao Che, you are dead for sure, this is demonic fire, you can't extinguish it if you touch it. Like maggots eating bones until your soul is burned out. Xiao Che said nothing, and just sucked the demonic fire into his body, causing it to immediately extinguish. Wu Fa Tian didn't understand what was going on, and said, What the hell are you doing? Aren't you human? Xiao Che licked his lips and said, That's really great. Because the Great Heart Demon type is the ancestor of the world's demonic cultivators. This demonic fire also helps him increase his power. Xiao Che drew his sword and said, Now it's my turn to make a move, right? As soon as Xiao Che finished speaking, he immediately used Lu Van Q Kim and slashed Wu Fa Tian. The system displayed a notification, Congratulations to the host for killing the spirit transformation early stage body, gaining 400,000 body souls. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to Kyo. Dune Kim Tsang body level 6, 9.81 million body souls away from level 7. Xiao Che felt that something was wrong because this spirit transformation early stage added a little bit of body soul. Looking out, it was seen that the spirit transformation of Wu Fa Tian had indeed run away. Just then he went to see many clones of Yan Kong in this place. Wu Fa Tian said to Yan Kong, that Xiao Che really has some ability. You have to help me destroy him, otherwise he will be a disaster in the future. However, Yan Kong just smiled faintly and immediately used his finger to pierce through Wu Feishan's body. Yan Kong said, How dare you steal my rare Kong Sang sword? This behavior is really unforgivable. After that, he ordered people to search Wu Feishan's entire body. Reporting to the headmaster, the Kong Sang sword was not found. Yan Kong went to Xiao Che's front and said, I've fallen for your trick again. You killed my brothers, killed my son, killed the 4 great clan leaders of Feng. You, Lei and Yan. You're bullying people too much. Today I must avenge them and chop you into 100 pieces. Xiao Che was furious, gritted his teeth, and raised his middle finger at him, saying, Your brothers disregard brotherhood and kill fellow disciples. Your son coveted and wanted to steal the Yao Sha. Live elixir, your 4 great clan leaders harmed the people. They are worse than dogs. You know better than anyone what kind of people they are, yet you say I'm bullying people. You collude with demonic cultivators. When you slaughtered your allies, why didn't you say you were bullying others? Hearing this, Yan Kong's face turned black with anger, but he couldn't retort. He used his chi to condense a sword. This is the immortal spirit sword in the great Yan immortal art. Its power is earth-shattering. This time Yan Kong wants to start a massacre. At this moment, the headmaster and 2 elders of the Luwang sword sect also appeared, wanting to touch the Shangqing of our sword sect. You have to ask if the swords of our sword sect have allowed it. Lan Jiaozhu went to greet them. Congratulations to senior brother and junior sister, your cultivation has improved so much. Now among the older generation of the Righteous Alliance, only my Wanxian sect is left. Today, righteousness must rely on you. Junior sister Feng Huang, rest assured, with us here, evil ways cannot do anything. Seeing this, Yan Kong thought to himself, I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, they have all improved so much. I heard that Xiao Che taught them the Zhuxian art, and the Luwang 9 swords. It seems this rumor is true. Today, the Righteous Alliance is gathered here. How can we be absent? Li Hong, Gao Hu Yu Yaoshi, and Li Qianquan have also come to join the fun. The unfavorable situation forced Yan Kong to recalculate. Now the 5 major sects of the Righteous Alliance are gathered here. If I attack now, I'm afraid it will lead to the accusation of colluding with demonic cultivators. At that time, I will definitely be attacked by everyone, and it will be very difficult for me to deal with them. In that case, my reputation will be ruined. Everyone, it's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. The collusion with demonic cultivators was caused by the 4 great elders of Feng, Yu, Lei, and Yan. I deliberately came to explain to everyone. Xiao Shangqing, just now I personally killed Wu Fatian, also to express my sincerity to the righteous path. Xiao Che laughed and said, Is it my misunderstanding? Yan Kong, look at who I am. The voice came from Miao Xian. But when the righteous people saw Miao Xian's presence, they immediately wanted to kill her. Miao Xian felt very negligent. Oh no, I was too angry and forgot that all the important figures of the righteous path were here. According to the content recorded in other novels, All the male protagonists in this situation will deny their relationship with the female protagonist in order to protect themselves. Moreover, Xiaoqi would not dare to go against the world's opinion and admit his relationship with me. Wouldn't he abandon me? But Miao Xian misjudged. Xiaoqi put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Wait, Miao Xian is now my woman. Under my tutelage, she has reformed. Can everyone give me some face and not care about her identity as a demonic cultivator?" Miao Xian was extremely moved when she heard this. He really dared to go against the whole world for me. Everyone was in an uproar, saying, "How can righteousness and evil coexist? How can they be united? She is a female demon, how can we spare her? Such blasphemy. This time I can't protect you either." Miao Xian teared up. "I'm sorry, I've caused you more trouble. When I expose Yan Kong's conspiracy, I will immediately commit suicide, and I will never implicate you. You can admit our relationship in front of so many people. I am very moved." Xiaoqi said, "What's the big deal that requires life and death? Ridiculous." Then he took out 3 great reversion pills from his body. "Miao Xian and I are preparing for a happy event. Please everyone have some candy first." Immediately they changed their faces even faster than Yan Kong. "Reformation is a good thing. Congratulations to Xiao Furen." Zhuge Weizi angrily said that Lu Shuang was useless, being with him every day and still letting others snatch him away. "I'm so angry. If I had known this, I would have taken action myself." Then Miao Xian turned to accuse Yan Kong. "He, the headmaster of the Yanxian sect, is good at pretending to be righteous, but he is actually a beast in human skin. Attacking the sword sect, the heavenly demon treasure, and the bloodbath of Wanxian sect were all conspiracies devised by him. He wanted to plunder them for himself, kill people and seize treasures, and dominate the cultivation world." Yan Kong couldn't bear it anymore and immediately made a move. Fortunately, Xiaoqi quickly pulled Miao Xian away. Worthy of being a top expert in the righteous path, indeed very strong, the mountain behind was shattered. "Yan Kong, do you want to kill people and silence them? I understand, it's because I didn't agree to let you be the leader, so you attacked my sword sect," said Qiyangzi. Then the headmaster of Wanxian sect spoke. "You stole my top-grade spirit stones in the hidden dragon cave, and when I refused, you attacked." Yan Kong didn't bother to speak, using actions to express his attitude. "You guys talk less. The sky is big and the earth is big, but I am the biggest. You in front of me are just a bunch of sword fodder. If I can't continue to be a good person today, then I have to level the righteous path. You bunch of trash, come at me all at once, I'm not afraid of anything." Hearing this, the group of Qi Yanzi rushed up. Yan Kong immediately shot out extremely powerful bolts of lightning. With just one move, he defeated the group of Qi Yanzi. "Obey me and live, oppose me and die. I am the Tao is me. Who doesn't submit?" Yan Kong was extremely complacent. "I don't submit." The first to speak was Xiaoqi. "If you don't submit, then go die." Yan Kong immediately attacked. Xiaoqi said coldly, "Then let me broaden my knowledge and see the so-called strongest of the righteous path." 4 bolts of lightning attacked the immortal armor but had no effect. Yan Kong was horrified. "What is happening? My great Yan immortal art can shake the defense under the immortal stage, even if you are a great ascension cultivator. You shouldn't be able to withstand it like this." After the attack, Xiaoqi also admitted that Yan Kong was the strongest in the righteous path. However, Xiaoqi said that he was the strongest on earth. He planted his sword down and activated the Zhuxian formation. Qiyangzi exclaimed, "Using one person's power to set up the Zhuxian Grand Formation, Xiao Shangqing must be the reincarnation of the ancestor, illuminating our righteous path." Xiaoqi gathered his strength and wanted to kill Yan Kong. Then the clones confronting Xiaoqi were all destroyed by the Zhuxian sword formation. The system added 2 million physique points to Xiaoqi. Yan Kong had no choice but to break through to the fusion stage, because that was his only way to survive. Unexpectedly, in a difficult situation, he successfully broke through on the spot. He immediately broke Xiaoqi's Zhuxian sword formation. Xiaoqi was injured, reluctantly admitting, "Worthy of being the number 1 expert in the righteous path, indeed strong enough. Daring to hurt my master, I must swallow you alive." The heavenly demon wheel angrily rushed up. But it was no match for Yan Kong. His Qi avatars couldn't withstand even one move, Everyone was a little disappointed in the heavenly demon wheel. It's over, the righteous path of Fenghua continent is definitely dead today. But Xiaoqi thought differently. He rode on Ao Buling and declared, I don't care if you are a clone or a fusion stage cultivator, I have to fight anyway. Buling attacked Yan Kong, but the strength of the two sides was too different. Xiaoqi immediately swung his immortal sword and slashed. Xiaoqi, I must burn your bones to ashes, and make you disappear completely. Yan Kong had gone mad. But Xiaoqi was not easy to deal with either. He immediately turned the sword horizontally to block 3 streams of spiritual light. Yan Kong said to Xiaoqi, You are relying on 2 magic weapons to resist. If my 6 meridian spirit sword holds your immortal sword today, you will only have that immortal armor left on your body. Right? You are wearing immortal armor, although ordinary weapons cannot attack you, but if I use my primordial spirit to attack you, you will definitely not be able to resist. After speaking, Yan Kong released his soul. Then he launched an extremely powerful move and shouted at Xiaoqi. With the next move, I will burn your soul to ashes. Yan Kong was very confident. At this time, Ao Buling flew down quickly to block for Xiaoqi. How are you okay with such a terrifying attack? Xiaoqi asked Buling in surprise. Our dragon clan is born immune to all kinds of primordial spirit attacks. Hearing this, Xiaoqi said, I understand, the dragon clan is immune to mental attacks. And the immortal armor is immune to weapons. Buling asked, Master, what are you doing? Xiaoqi replied, I'm looking for the mysterious box. Why are you calling me master? Because you helped me find my dragon ball, so you are Buling's master. You can ride Buling anytime you want in the future. Master can ride me however you want, anytime you want to ride. Xiaoqi smiled lecherously and drooled, these words sound too dangerous. Suddenly, the mysterious box appeared from Buling's body. I was too hasty to sign the contract before and forgot to take it. It's still here. Betrayal, Prayer of the Dragon God, maintained by 12 dragon gods, the wearer will have the characteristics of the dragon god, immune to all primordial spirit attacks. This is the holy object of our dragon clan. Only those who have great kindness to our clan can obtain this ability. Xiaoqi put on the ring and confidently declared, It's great to have this ring, it's not so easy to kill me. Yan Kong shouted loudly, Xiaoqi, you are dead. Soul fire will burn your soul to ashes, you won't even have a chance to reincarnate. This is the soul fire refined by the fusion stage cultivator? It doesn't hurt or itch, it's boring. Xiaoqi was immune and fine. Seeing this, Yan Kong doubted his life again. How could this be? It was clearly still effective just now. Xiaoqi confidently said, seeing you cultivating so hard, let me broaden your horizons a little. Great Yen Immortal Art 6 Meridian Immortal Swords. He shot out 3 streams of sword chi identical to Yan Kong's. Yan Kong was too surprised and then pierced through the heart by the sword chi. Xiaoqi was surprised that the points added were only half of what was expected after eliminating Yan Kong. Then he realized that although Yan Kong's primordial spirit had been destroyed, his body was not dead yet. Just then, Yan Kong's eyes opened brightly. He immediately ran away, praising himself, Fortunately, I'm smart and left a part of my soul in my body, otherwise it would really be gone. But at this time, a majestic palanquin came from the sky. A voice in the palanquin said, Yan Kong, where are you running? A huge fist appeared in front of him. It smashed Yan Kong to pieces. Li Hong and Li Qianquan went to kneel before the palanquin. The person in the palanquin came out, looking imposing, not angry but dignified. It was the martial emperor of the true martial immortal dynasty. The martial emperor went to the front of the headmasters and said that affairs in the morning were busy, and he arrived a little late, please forgive me. Then he turned to Xiaoqi and said, You are the new Shangqing who bowed to the sword sect, and you also killed Yan Kong just now. Indeed, a hero emerges from the youth. However, you killed my general of the eastern camp Li Fei and the prefect of Dong Tai Zhang Renjie. I must teach you a small lesson. Otherwise the world will think that my true martial immortal dynasty has no one. Xiaoqi also resisted. However, the strength was far apart, and Xiaoqi was injured, but he was determined not to be afraid. You two beasts, you're already dead. The people of the Luwang sword sect came to protect Xiaoqi, martial emperor. Do you want to start a war with my sword sect? The martial emperor said coldly. Whether to fight or not to fight is up to you to decide. After 3 people consulted, they decided to fight. Xiaoqi stepped forward and told them to stop. The martial emperor just wants to show off to me. Why bother to care? The martial emperor praised Xiaoqi. It's good that you understand. This Fenghua continent has gone through tens of thousands of years and has its own rules of the heavenly Tao. If you want to change it, you must have the ability to shake the heavens, otherwise, in the end, you will die and your Tao will be extinguished, and your soul will be scattered. As for what you call the preciousness of immortal Tao, it's extremely ridiculous. Then the martial emperor left, telling them to solve the consequences themselves. Fenghua continent is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I was negligent. Xiaoqi sighed. Miao Xian came to care, but Xiaoqi was still lost in thought. Just now I stubbornly took a palm, and was shocked by internal injuries. Even the immortal armor couldn't stop this level of damage. The cultivation of this martial emperor, I'm afraid, has long surpassed the great ascension stage. Dispersed immortal, the cultivation of the martial emperor, at least it is a dispersed immortal realm. I didn't let the 3 powerful people of the sword sect take action. Just because I was afraid that they would lose their lives in vain. Xiaoqi now asked Jie, what's wrong with you? You've been trembling since the beginning. I felt a very familiar aura on his body. It was Li Wuda, the boy who secretly calculated my elder brother Chiehai back then. Unexpectedly, today he has reached this level of cultivation, and I have lost my physical body. I am not his opponent at all. Even if I want to take revenge, I can't. Xiaoqi took her hand and told her not to be discouraged. I'm here. I have received the inheritance of Senior Chiehai. Of course I should also avenge him. If the martial emperor is really Li Wuda from before, then I will definitely avenge our hatred. Isn't Jianghu about avenging grudges at will? At this time, Lan Jiaozhu came forward with a suggestion. Xiao Shangqing, you have a deep debt of gratitude to this sect. I have discussed and decided with the disciples to give the hidden dragon cave to you forever. If you don't dislike it, please accept it. However, Xiao Shangqing must understand that although the evil dragon in the cave has changed, there are still ants occupying it, so whether you can exploit the top-grade spirit stones inside depends on your ability. Xiaoqi asked Ying, do you have candy? Is it okay to use sweets? Later, Ying arranged for candy to be brought over. Xiaoqi then placed a lollipop, so it's much more direct, the system should understand. Then he ordered the system to market. What is this? It looks delicious, everyone discussed. Xiaoqi told them to help try the flavor. Ying and Lu Shuang both praised it as delicious and very sweet. What's so delicious about it? How can we cultivators be affected by this simple food? Wu Yu was aloof and not very interested. But Xiaoqi didn't say anything and stuffed the lollipop into her mouth. After eating, the 3 of them immediately raised their own realms. Observing the realms of the 3 people, Xiaoqi said, Shuang, your cultivation is the lowest, tonight I will teach you how to catch up. Seeing this, Ying and Wu Yu asked Lu Shuang Shimi, quickly tell us, how does Shangqing Darren impart his skills to you? We also want to know. Hearing this, Lu Shuang blushed and didn't know how to answer. The next morning, the weather was very good. Miao Xian looked up at the sky and shouted, from today on, I will be a good person, a completely different person, the first day of following the righteous path. I must not kill living beings indiscriminately. After shouting to boost her spirits, Miao Xian was sad again. Yesterday he went to that little girl's place again, not to my place. I don't know if he dislikes me for being old. If he dares to do anything to hurt me, I will kill all the righteous people. At this time, Jian Daobi came and said, Miao Xian Nyang, Xiao Shangqing ordered me to bring spirit stones for Nyang. Miao Xian thought when she saw this, these are top-grade spirit stones. I'm short of them for cultivation recently. I didn't expect him to still remember me. I misunderstood him. Jian Daobi said, yesterday Xiao Shangqing brought a lot of lollipops to my place and said, if your ant clan is willing to mine or for him, then we will be rewarded with a lollipop every day. TSK, he doesn't think about it, we are the ant clan, how can we be ordered by others like that? Don't we need face? We don't need it. You have to add candy at least 2. Miao Xian came to the hidden dragon cave and was surprised to see the ant brothers mining spirit stones so enthusiastically. It's really unreasonable. The ant clan has never been subject to anyone's control. Wanxian sect demands that they provide spirit stones every year. Later, Wu Xiange challenged them countless times but didn't get anything. I didn't expect them to become Xiao Lang's tenants. Now. While she was wondering, Xiao Che said from behind, Ai Fei, this is the land that I have conquered for you. Miao Xian smiled and said, your skin is darker than the martial emperor's. Xiao Che used the storage ring to absorb all the spirit stones and continued, randomly taking one here can make the common people have a life without worry, and I can get tens of thousands of them. Every day. This is thanks to the ant clan, they are born suitable for work, these ant workers have long written it in their souls. The system announced the main quest registration, location, demon suppression tower, level, immortal mansion, deadline, 7 days, punishment, being bitten and torn by thousands of demons. Note, because the level is too high, it is impossible to guide the way, so you must find your own way. Xiao Che asked if Miao Xian knew where the demon suppression tower was. Miao Xian said, I heard that the demon suppression tower is in a region of Laizhou. My Hehuan sect has been there for hundreds of years, but no one has ever seen it. Why did you suddenly ask about this? I have to go on a trip to the demon suppression tower, Xiao Che replied. Jian Dabi approached from afar and said, you better give up this idea. The demon suppression tower suppresses the first emperor and 3 kings of our clan who have been imprisoned for more than 8,000 years. Now they are probably either transcending tribulations or are all great ascension cultivators. Moreover, they also like to eat human flesh, raw. Xiao Che cupped his hands and thanked Jian Dabi for reminding him, but I must go to the demon suppression tower. Jian Dabi took out a needle and said, forget it, good words are hard to say, if you must go, then take this needle of mine. When you get to Leijin, if you meet a person named Erbi, then give this needle to her, she may be able to help you. The next morning, Xiao Che, Lu Shuang, Miao Xian, and Wu Yu said goodbye to everyone in Wanxian sect on the flying boat and left. The heavenly demon wheel was sleeping somewhere and only arrived now, chasing after the flying boat and calling, Master, wait for me. On the flying boat, Wu Yu had to sit and play the Yu. Lu Shuang and Miao Xian sat in Xiao Che's arms, one was being kissed, and the other was being fed grapes. Xiao Che told Wu Yu, play another song, don't just keep humming like that. Wu Yu said, if you can play then play, you can't even play it properly, yet you want a good song. Xiao Che picked up the Yu and played it. Oh my god, this music can only be found in heaven, he's so amazing, not only is his cultivation high, but he also understands music. The music made Wu Yu feel like she was dancing in a sea of flowers. Later, Wu Yu broke through from golden core to nascent soul. Flying for a long time, they finally arrived at Laizhou. Miao Xian led everyone to the Hehuan sect and said, everyone stay here. Everyone entered the Hehuan sect, and the disciples came out to greet them. Miao Xian told the girl with pink hair, Yanzi, you inform the younger sisters below, tell them to investigate the location of the demon suppression tower. Seeing that Yanzi seemed to know, Miao Xian asked, do you know the demon suppression tower? Yanzi replied, oh no, I just heard about it, I will send someone to scout it out. Headmaster and distinguished guests, please sit down. I heard that you want to come here, I have prepared some wine to entertain you. If there is any oversight, I hope you will forgive me. Then Yanzi invited everyone to eat. Seeing a red wine bottle on the table, Xiao Che picked it up and said, is this grape wine? Yanzi took the wine bottle and said, Master is really knowledgeable. This wine is produced from the fire wasteland, made from scarlet continent grapes, with floral and fruity aromas, delicious, sweet, and rich in fire spirit. Taking a sip is refreshing all over the body. Only 1,000 cups are produced annually in this entire Fenghua continent. Xiao Che had tears in his eyes. I didn't expect that in such a remote world I could still drink Lafite. Woo woo, I miss home. Seeing Xiao Che drinking wine and crying, Miao Xian also said she had to try it. Buling also drank very enthusiastically. Later, everyone fainted and fell on the table. Yanzi spat silk from her stomach, wrapping everyone into a cocoon. Later everyone woke up, everyone was wrapped. Miao Xian looked at the girl and asked, you are not Yanzi. The girl said, your Yanzi fell in love with the pig demon and was eaten by the pig demon. 3 months ago I became the master here. It's just that your eyes made a mistake. Then the fake Yanzi said that they would take them to the demon suppression tower. Xiao Che whimpered and asked Jiegu to save him because the spider silk was of good quality, and he couldn't escape. Chiaga took the opportunity to slap Xiaoche a few times, which bastard used a secret method to seal the sword scabbard, making it impossible for me to come out even if I wanted to. Xiaoche said I was wrong, now I will release you. Xiaoche then used his tongue to dissolve the restriction that had been placed on the sword scabbard. The restriction was lifted, Chiaga turned into the shape of a sword spirit, but was still subjected to the same action as before by Xiaoche. So the two people were in a cocoon, one pressing against the other. Chiaga returned to the form of an immortal sword. With a swish, the spider silk cocoon was torn apart. Xiaoche stretched and stood up very comfortably. The spider who was carrying Xiaoche's cocoon was stunned and turned around to ask, "How did you escape?" Xiaoche said, "Is this question so important? You should think about your life and death now." Then the result of that spider was eating a punch in the face from Xiaoche. Later, Xiaoche's group wrapped some spiders in cocoons and brought them to the Keilu. That willow tree stretched out its branches to wrap around the cocoons. Then it stuffed them into its mouth and chewed. After eating the 4 spider porridge, Keilu even burped and praised, "You are so filial, giving me meat from your kind. Go back and tell my sister, I am very satisfied." Xiaoche spoke up and said, "Keilu, I thought you were a powerful monster, but it turns out you are just a tree spirit." Keilu stretched out its branches to catch Xiaoche's group. Xiaoche swung his sword and chopped off all those branches, only to see Keilu stretching out new willow branches again, continuing to attack the 4 people. Lu Shuang and Wu Yu were careless and were wrapped around their legs by the willow branches and dragged away. Keilu said, "Let the 2 of you be supplements for me, so tender and delicate." Then Keilu opened its mouth, intending to put the 2 girls in and chew. Xiaoche said, "Keilu, if you want to eat, I'll let you eat." Xiaoche took out a flame and threw it into Keilu's mouth. Keilu asked, "What did Xiaoche give me to eat?" Then Xiaoche said, "It's samadhi true fire." The fire spread gradually throughout Keilu. Keilu howled, "I just escaped from the demon suppression tower. I've eaten 97 people, I only need 2 more people to completely restore my strength. I'm really unwilling." Xiaoche asked, "Keilu, where is the entrance to the demon suppression tower? If you tell me, I will consider saving you." Keilu said, "The entrance was originally under your feet, but since I left, the entrance has completely closed. I don't know the other entrances. You can go find Zhu Sanmei, she definitely knows where the other entrances are. Quickly save me." Xiaoche then said, "Sorry, I've changed my mind, I don't intend to save you. You've eaten so many people, and you still want to live? Be virtuous a little." The system announced the killing of the Willow Great King and the 3 Great Demon Kings, rewarding 5 million divine senses. Miao Xian returned to the Hehuan sect. Xiaoche knocked on Zhu San's door. "Granny, the people we brought have arrived at Willow Darren's place. He asked us to bring you something." Zhu San ran out from inside and opened the door. She was startled. She quickly ran to the window. Miao Xian used her silk sash to hold Zhu San back. Zhu San stood up and spat out spider silk from her navel, intending to bind the 4 people next. But then Xiaoche quickly grabbed the end of the silk. "You know how to play tricks, let me see how much silk you have." Xiaoche pulled out the silk and wound it into balls of thread, winding and winding until Zhu San couldn't spit out any more silk. She knelt down and admitted her mistake. Xiaoche said to Zhu San, "Yang Lu de Mo Wang has been burned to death by me. If you dare to lie, I will let you die with him." Zhu San's face fell when she heard this, thinking, "That's a demon king, what is the background of these people?" Xiaoche asked Zhu San, "Where is the Jinyao pagoda?" Zhu San said she didn't know. Xiaoche took out samadhi true fire, but Yang Lu said you knew. Zhu San first said she didn't know, but now said she suddenly remembered. "In Lei Feng City there is a place called Huangjiazhuang, the owner is my second sister. A few days ago she brought back a pig demon. That pig demon has an overwhelming demonic aura. If it's not a demon king, then it's a demon emperor. He must know where the Jinyao pagoda is." On the way to Huangjiazhuang, Xiaoche asked Zhu San, "The Zhuang owner is second sister, could it be Huang Ershi?" Zhu San said, "That's right, could it be that De Wang also knows my second sister?" Looking towards Huangjiazhuang, Xiaoche felt a very strong demonic aura. It felt like it had the strength of the Heishu stage. He shouldn't startle the snake. He should wait until he gets inside to improvise. Inside Huangjiazhuang, Demon King Zhu Fenglu and Huang Ershi were flirting. This waist of yours, Nyangzi, is even more powerful than the waist of Shuishi. Lao Zhu can't stand it anymore. It's still my husband who's amazing. He looks young but is so passionate in bed. Then a spider demon came to report. Second Nanyang, third Nanyang has arrived, and brought some friends, saying they want to meet you. A moment later, Huang Ershi and Zhu Fenglu also came to the main road to greet Xiao Chei's group. Xu San ran over and said to Second Sister, Second Sister, a big thing has happened. Yang Lu De Wang has been burned to ashes. My Dihong Yuan has also been robbed. Xu Fenglu heard this and asked, You said Yang Lu is dead? Xu San turned to Xiao Chei and said, It's them, they even wanted to kill me. Luckily, I cleverly lured them here. Second Sister must avenge me. After listening, Second Sister immediately took out 2 bee stingers. The pig demon took out a huge mallet. Xiao Chei took out the hairpin that Jian Dishi gave him earlier. Second Sister smiled brightly when she saw the hairpin. After that, Second Sister invited everyone to have dinner together. Second Sister said to the pig demon, Zhu Gij, Xiao Shangqing is a friend of my sister, and also my friend. Tell them the location of the Jinyao pagoda. The pig demon said, No way, he killed Jiang Lu De Wang. That's my dead brother. It wasn't easy for the 2 of us to escape from the Jinyao pagoda. If it wasn't for him, how could I still be alive? The pig demon picked up the mallet and wanted to hit Xiao Chei, but was stopped by Second Sister. Xiao Chei spoke, that Yang Lu De Wang ate 97 people after leaving the pagoda, creating great karma. I killed him simply to eliminate harm for the people, acting on behalf of heaven. The pig demon sat down and puffed out his cheeks, saying, Killing just a few people, what's so big about it? Xiao Chei asked, So, you've also killed people? The pig demon quickly waved his hand and said, No, no, how would I dare to kill innocent people? If there's tribulation lightning, how would I escape? The heavenly Tao of the Fengyu continent is very powerful. Miao Xian stood up and said, You killed Yan Zi, didn't you? The pig demon poked his finger and said, That's right, I killed her. But she wasn't wronged, I treated her well. But she deceived my feelings, and wanted to extract my yang to replenish her yin. I was angry for a moment, so I killed her. Zhu San stood up and said, Everyone, stop arguing. I have an idea for everyone. Let Xiao Shangqing and Zhu Fenglu compete in martial arts. If Xiao Shangqing wins, Zhu Fenglu must tell him the entrance. If Zhu Fenglu wins, Xiao Shangqing must not make things difficult for him, and Xiao Shangqing will have to find the entrance to the Jinyao pagoda himself. That's a good idea, Xiao Chei praised. I have no problem. But how can a useless golden core cultivator like him compare to a Hiti cultivator like me? It's like comparing a baby demon to a grown-up demon. Wouldn't I be bullying him? Zhu Fenglu spoke, but Xiao Chei ignored him and said, Who's bullying who is not yet known. Second Sister spoke, After all, there will be risks during the competition. If everyone is family, why not turn the martial competition into a literary competition? With each side proposing questions for the other to answer. The 3 women on Xiao Chei's side praised, This idea is really good, there's no need for bloodshed. The pig demon gave the first question. He threw his mallet deep into the ground and said, If you can pull up this 1000-gene mallet, then you win this round. Xiao Chei warmed up his hand and said, Is this set for me to play with the Thunder God's hammer? Do you really think I'm just a normal golden core cultivator? This 1000-gene mallet of mine, as the name implies, weighs 1000 gene. Zhu Fenglu said confidently. Miao Xian said 30 gene is 1 jun, so 1000 jun would be 30,000 gene. Second Sister covered her mouth and smiled. How about we stop, Shangqing Derin, it's so heavy, you might break your waist. Zhu San said, It's okay, my specialty is healing wastes. Xiao Chei lightly pulled up the mallet and casually swung it a few times, almost making the pig demon's eyes fall out. The pig demon conceded defeat, saying, It's Xiao Chei's turn to give the question. I have to see what brilliant moves you have. It's also an opportunity for me to show off my talent in front of the beautiful women. Xiao Chei dipped his hand in water and wrote a few words on the table, using the system login to take out a jigsaw puzzle. Xiao Chei explained the rules. Move the pictures so that Chao Chao can go down to the bottom, then you win. The pig demon sat down and said, What? This game seems too simple, right? Then it was already dark. The 2 sisters of Second Sister were still sitting and waiting for the pig demon to solve the puzzle. A moment later, Xiaoqie called out a mahjong table for the sisters to play to kill time. Second sister was shining a light for the pig demon to solve the puzzle, while Xiaoqie was rolling around on the chair and sleeping. The next morning, the sun had risen, the rooster had crowed. Xiaoqie had also woken up. Xiaoqie went to see how the pig demon was doing. The pig demon tried too hard and even revealed his original form. The pig demon hugged second sister and cried, "I'm a pig, I'm really a pig, it's so simple, why didn't I think of it?" Second sister said, "Xiaoqie, we concede defeat." Xiaoqie commented, "This Wang heir, she is much more trustworthy than Gao Xiaojie from Journey to the West. It's like choosing a son-in-law. At least she doesn't judge people by their appearance." The pig demon gave the jigsaw puzzle to Xiaoqie and said, "You solve it for me, and I will tell you the entrance to the Jinyao pagoda." Xiaoqie said, "Watch carefully." Xiaoqie's hands moved quickly, and after a while, he took out the Chao Chao picture in front of the pig demon's admiring eyes. The pig demon asked Xiaoqie, "Why do you have to work so hard to find the Jinyao pagoda? Now this Jinyao pagoda is a disaster. About 8,000 years ago, the demon race was extremely prosperous and coexisted with the human race in the world, using the Zhong Fei Tian passage of the immortal realm. Then the demon queen made trouble, planning to control the Fengyu continent. The human emperor borrowed the Jinyao pagoda from the immortal mansion, and imprisoned the demon race that was making trouble in the pagoda. As long as they stayed in the pagoda long enough, the human emperor would release them. Xiaoqie determined, "Isn't this just being imprisoned?" The demon race committed a crime and was sentenced to a fixed term, and after the labor service ended, they would be released from prison, and the Jinyao pagoda was a prison built specifically for the demon race. The pig demon told Xiaoqie, "Originally, it was exactly as you said. But during the Immortal Demon War, the Jinyao pagoda changed hands, and we, the demons who were imprisoned in the Jinyao pagoda, had no day to get out, and were imprisoned for life in it. I was imprisoned for 8,000 years at a time. Do you know what I had to go through in those 8,000 years? You have to know that I was only sentenced to 8 years back then. Now, the owner of the Jinyao pagoda is Wu Chang. He understands the rules in the pagoda. Even Feng Yao Huang is not his opponent. On the 15th of every month, he will come to the Jinyao pagoda to search for demon cores. He hasn't missed a single time in 800 years. The demon race can only form one core every 1,000 years. After the core is taken away, the demon's body will be weak, and countless will die of hunger and disease. Of the 10,000 demons that entered the pagoda that year, there are now less than 10 left. The demon emperor ordered all of them. Continuing to stay in the Jinyao pagoda is a dead end. You go. I will risk my life to open a path for you, whether you can escape or not. Depends on your luck. If you can find the human emperor, go ask him why he released us back then. Why did he have to treat us like that? That time, thanks to Feng Yao Huang risking his life, he was able to bring me and Yang Lu out. After we came out, we learned that the human emperor had fallen in the Immortal Demon War that year. Now the Jinyao pagoda has been taken over by the Jinyao Sea of the Jinwu Immortal Dynasty. Even the so-called Righteous Alliance has many people who don't know where the Jinyao pagoda is, let alone uphold justice for us. Moreover, when we crossed the passage, we were seriously injured. I have a set of dual cultivation techniques that can restore my power. I originally wanted to go to Di Hongyuan to show off, but Yanzi ruined it, and then I was lucky enough to be taken in by second sister, so I was able to slowly recover my strength. Yanlu De Wang, I only knew that he absorbed the demon energy in the mountains, but I didn't know that he ate people to restore his strength. In this way, although it's fast, he will be targeted by the Jinyao Sea. Once captured by the Jinyao Sea, he will be taken back to the Jinyao pagoda. I don't want to go back to that place for the rest of my life. Xiaoqie asked, "That Jinyao Sea is just a yamen of the Jinwu Immortal Dynasty. Can it still capture demon kings?" Second sister said, "You humans don't know the difficulties of our demon race. The Jinyao Sea's methods are extremely vicious and cruel. Many of our demon race have fallen victim to his evil hands. The demon race today either cling to sects like those redundant elders of the Immortal Gates, or they hide and avoid. My eldest sister hides in the Dragon Cave, third sister disguises herself as a member of the Hehuan sect, and I open my own business are all because we were unwilling to accept the recruitment into the palace by the national teacher of the Jinwu Immortal Dynasty back then. Therefore, we have been chased by the Jinyao Sea until now. Let me tell you, in recent years, The power of the Jinwu immortal dynasty has expanded to Fenglei City. The Jinyao Sea has not paid attention to us, so I am also preparing to move. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Outside the Jinyao Sea, Yuiluo is also kicking down the door and demanding that the pig demon be handed over. Or else they will kill everyone. Xiao Che saw this and smiled happily. It's just in time. As long as Zhu Xiong pretends to be captured, we will follow behind, and we will definitely find the Jinyao Pagoda. Hearing Xiao Che's plan, the pig demon rolled into second sister's arms and fainted. The women on Xiao Che's side looked at this and were disappointed. Second sister said, "It's not that he's cowardly, it's just that that place is actually a hell for the demon race. Everyone, we apologize." Xiao Che said, "We can turn the tide." A moment later, second sister led Xiao Che disguised as the pig demon, tied his hands and led him out to Yuiluo. Yuiluo took out the wanted order to see, and found that it looked similar, so she took people away. The women behind saw Xiao Che being led away and shouted loudly. Yuiluo said to Xiao Che, "I didn't expect this pig to be so popular with so many beauties, but unfortunately you can't go back." Then Yuiluo spurred her horse and took Xiao Che to the Jinyao Pagoda. The Jinyao Pagoda is located in Zixing Mountain, cutting off all detection by divine sense. Yuiluo took Xiao Che inside the Jinyao Pagoda to meet the national teacher Wu Chang of the Jinwu immortal dynasty. Wu Chang asked Iluo, "Was the process smooth?" Iluo replied, "Very smooth." Wu Chang said, "You take his demon core and release him inside." Iluo reached out to find the demon core in Xiao Che. But she couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Iluo wondered, why doesn't he have a demon core? Wu Chang spoke, "You were deceived by him, he wasn't Zhu Fenglu to begin with." Xiao Che took off the pig's head. Wearing this all the way was very uncomfortable, you know? Xiao Che also winked at Iluo. Iluo reminded herself not to fall for his charm, and jumped towards Xiao Che with a knife for daring to deceive her. Xiao Che used 2 fingers to hold Iluo's knife, and flicked her so that she fell backwards. After knocking someone down, he jumped over to help her up. Then Wu Chang threw his claws to attack Xiao Che. Xiao Che used the blood immortal sword to knock the dry chicken claw back. Holding up the protective talisman and saying, "Slow down, look carefully before you act." Seeing the protective talisman, Iluo knelt down to pay respects to her superior. Wu Chang asked, "Why do you have the crown prince's protective talisman?" Xiao Che helped Iluo up and said, "Seeing the protective talisman is like seeing the crown prince. Now I want to go inside the Jinyao Pagoda for a trip. Do you think it's okay?" Wu Chang pondered. After a while, Wu Chang recited the incantation to open the entrance to the pagoda. Wu Chang said that in the Jinyao Pagoda where the demons have been dancing wildly for 8,000 years, not many people dare to set foot inside. If you enter and something happens, don't blame me for not reminding you. Go quickly and come back quickly. You only have the time of 1 shurchen. After 1 shurchen, the bridal sedan will come to pick up the bride. At that time, if you don't come out, this door will never open again. Xiao Che heard the words "pick up the bride" and affirmed that there would be a happy event today. Stepping inside, Xiao Che observed and pondered. The demon race has been imprisoned here for more than 1,000 years, endured all kinds of cruelty, naturally. They are full of resentment towards the human race, even if their demon cores are frequently extracted, and their strength is limited. I must not be careless. After all, those who have survived here, each demon has thousands of years or 10,000 years of cultivation. According to my impression of the Jinyao Pagoda, there must be levels of fighting all the way to the top, and that should be where I can log in. And the higher you go, the higher the level, with the demon emperor at the top. Now that she's injured, I'll take the opportunity to infiltrate then leave. While walking up with his hands behind his back, a tiger suddenly appeared and smashed Xiao Che's head with a stick. Then the tiger carried Xiao Che up by the feet, happy that there was finally someone to nourish its sister. A moment later, Xiao Che groggily opened his eyes, wondering if he had been eaten yet. He saw himself lying on a bed, and a tiger and a girl were talking to each other. The tiger said, "Phoenix sister, you don't harm humans, but humans have injured you so badly. Just eat him, he looks so fresh and juicy, he must be delicious." The girl said, "Ahoo, don't say that, we were locked in here because we did evil. Do you still want to live like this forever?" Ahoo spoke, "But now no one can see us at all. If we continue like this, the human race will be destroyed by the demon race. Do you think we don't know?" The demon cores provided a few years ago were all taken from your inner core. Your injuries have long penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Phoenix sister, if you don't drink human blood, you won't be able to hold on. Phoenix interrupted Ahu. Alright, I'm fine. Go tell everyone to endure for a few more days. I've figured out a way to save everyone. Ahu panicked. Do you want to enter the palace as a concubine? No way, you can't do that. None of the female demons we sent to the palace before have ever returned alive. That emperor is not human at all. He won't let you live. It's too late. I've already agreed with Wu Chang. The bridal sedan will be here soon. After I'm gone, you must not do bad things. I will urge the Jinyao pagoda to open the door sooner while I'm in the palace. Ahu roared. I don't agree. She raised me from a young age. I treat you like my own mother. I don't believe that everyone will listen to this arrangement. You're just looking for death. I have to fight them to the death. In the tension, Xiao Che went over and slapped Ahu, sticking his tongue out. Xiao Che said, You're too noisy. Ahu was furious, and rushed to tear Xiao Che into hundreds of pieces for his sister to eat. But then Xiao Che grabbed Ahu's neck. Ahu looked like a kitten. Xiao Che said, With your temperament, you won't last a few days outside before you die. Phoenix spoke. Sorry, Shangguan, it's because I didn't educate him properly. Please spare him a life for the sake of him still being a child. I agree to take the blame for him. A child? Xiao Che cursed. Damn it, what child is 7,000 or 8,000 years old? Then Phoenix suddenly fainted. Xiao Che supported her. Ahu stood aside and said, It's not good. Phoenix's sister's illness has broken out. She's about to die. A moment later, waiting for Phoenix to wake up, Xiao Che cut his blood and told her to drink it. Phoenix refused because doing so would injure Xiao Che. So Xiao Che had to use strong measures, holding her mouth and squirting blood inside. Phoenix stood up, happily dancing. How is this possible? I've actually recovered a dozen levels of cultivation. Moreover, my body is much healthier than before. My body feels full. It feels so good, so comfortable. Xiao Che told her, Your primordial energy was severely damaged, and I am the 6th transformation pure Yang Vajra body. My blood is more useful to you than eating Tang Sanzang. Phoenix was stunned and didn't know who Tang Sanzang was, but it was indeed very useful. Ahu knelt down, hoping that Shangguan would give Phoenix's sister his blood. Ahu was willing to take out all the bones in his body for Shangguan to soak in wine. Xiao Che thought, Phoenix didn't harm me while I was unconscious, which is considered a good demon. I don't mind losing a little blood, but her illness needs long-term treatment. But I only have one shurchen here. What should I do? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Che dripped his blood into small bottles. Then put them on the table and said to Phoenix, Drink one of these bottles every 3 days, and after drinking 10 times, you will be cured. Phoenix was touched, with tears in her eyes. Gongzi treats me so well. I don't know how to repay you. Unfortunately, even this sick body no longer belongs to me. I really have nothing to repay Gongzi. If I can survive today, I will definitely make an oath that even if I become a cow or a horse, I will repay Gongzi's great kindness. Xiao Che waved his hand and left. Forget it. Meeting by the water is also a fate. Anyway, it's just a little blood. Don't worry about it. Phoenix gave the bottles of blood to Ahu and instructed, Quickly give the blood to everyone to drink, and when the door opens, rush out with me. I will settle all the millennia of hatred of my demon race today. Then remembering Xiao Che, she said to herself, If it wasn't that knives and axes couldn't hurt him, I would have chewed his bones to pieces long ago. He's really too nourishing. Phoenix remembered when she and Ahu broke the knives, but Xiao Che was unharmed, so the two decided to use the scheme of self-inflicted pain. The human race has imprisoned our demon race for more than 10,000 years, owing us so much blood and bones. Today, if I can successfully get out of the Jinyao pagoda, I will definitely kill all those humans, so that this Fengyu continent will all belong to my demon race. Xiao Che followed the instructions and arrived at the highest level of the Jinyao pagoda. There was only a rabbit girl sweeping the floor here. The system announced, because the signing location is not within the spatial range, the signing cannot be completed. Xiao Che thought that there might be spatial magic arranged here, and the location must have been sealed. Xiao Che stepped forward and asked the rabbit girl who was sweeping the yard, I am Xiao Che, here to find a strange space. I hope Senior can show me the way. In his heart Xiao Che thought, I've been in the Fengyu continent for a while, but I haven't met a bestier Nyan yet. It's a bit of a pity. Today I finally have the opportunity to make up for my regret. A bunny turned around and looked at Xiao Che. Xiao Che's eyes widened, and he immediately lost interest. It was an ugly old bunny, immortal master misunderstood. I am just an old woman sweeping the floor. How can I be qualified to help you answer your questions? However, Xiao Che was still polite. Senior is joking. You have the demeanor of an immortal. You must be an expert. As for why you are sweeping the floor here, it's just to experience it. Isn't this the natural reason why an old woman sweeps the floor, that any Blue Star person would not dare to underestimate? This kid knows how to talk. You've made this bunny's mood lightheaded, then I won't make it difficult for you. The bunny took Xiao Che to a chessboard. If you can solve this game, you will get what you want. Xiao Che looked at the chessboard and pondered, thinking it was a true dragon game, but it turned out to be just the endgame of the 7 stars convergence. But why is there an elephant here? Could it be that someone else transmigrated before me? Sitting down, the bunny said, Kid, countless people have come to break the game since ancient times, but all have failed. Some people died here because they tried too hard. So the leaves of the tree next to it are stained red. I advise you to stop here, don't waste your life. Xiao Che looked up at the tree. What, isn't this a red maple? Who are you scaring? Xiao Che picked up the chess piece and moved it quickly. In the blink of an eye, the game was solved. A stone tablet thrust up from below, making the chessboard a mess. The system announced that it had found the location to sign in the Jinyao Pagoda and successfully signed in, winning a hidden Immortal Mansion-level box. Inside the box was a letter. The letter wrote, Message to the esteemed host, sorry that your reward has been bitten off by a mouse. If you still want the reward, please find the remnant soul of the human emperor to determine your next task. If you succeed, I will help you catch that mouse, reducing your loss. Your beloved system, little sister. Xiao Che was furious. Where am I going to find the remnant soul of that old human emperor now? Keigo appeared and told Xiao Che, I have a feeling that the human emperor has always been by your side. Hearing this, the bunny struck a pose. Young man, your emperor is back. Xiao Che had been annoyed by the bunny since just now, and now it was striking a nauseating pose. Xiao Che kicked the bunny, scattering rabbit teeth and rabbit ears everywhere. KG's eyes widened. You dare to hit the human emperor? The bunny lost its disguise, revealing the divine sense of the human emperor. He stood up and said, Don't be so impulsive. The immortal demon war affected the Fengyu continent. I was seriously injured, and then ambushed by Liu De, in desperation. I had to rely on the Jinyao Pagoda to leave a strand of divine sense. It's just that the demons downstairs hate me very much. I can only disguise myself as a rabbit demon. Keigo heard this and spoke. You were also ambushed by Liu De? He's too despicable. What exactly does he want to do? The human emperor said, He's very ambitious, and may be brewing some big move. Then the human emperor ran over and grabbed KG's hand. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. I'm so excited. The human emperor put his hand on Xiao Che's shoulder. Young man, your task now is to take back the Jinyao Pagoda, subdue the Phoenix Feather Demon Emperor. And in the future you will be the leader of the human, demon, and demon realms. You will have the strength to negotiate with the immortal realm, protect the fortune of the 3 realms, and obtain immeasurable merit to attain the Tao and become an immortal. Xiao Che asked Keigu, the demon sect and the demon race are understandable, but what do the human race rely on to let me lead them? The martial emperor's extraordinary skills couldn't do it. So what qualifications do I have? The human emperor took out the jade seal and gave it to Xiao Che. Rely on this, the Han Tianyin, the token of the human emperor. Whoever possesses it will be able to command all directions. The sole sovereign. Xiao Che hesitated, hearing the human emperor's meaning. Accepting the 3 realms is to oppose the immortal realm, but the 3 realms are already dilapidated and ruined. How can they be qualified to oppose the immortal realm? If I accept it, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. But if I don't accept it, the system also made it clear that it won't give me the reward. The reward of the Immortal Mansion level. My heart is really aching. The human emperor held the jade seal regretfully. This Han Tianyin artifact is really a pearl covered in dust. No one dares to snatch it. It seems that the human race's luck is really going to end. Xiao Che took the jade seal, bowed and said, the luck of the human race is the duty of every human being. If I don't go to hell, who will? Let me bear this suffering. The human emperor's soul gradually dissipated. My task is completed. Next, the future of the human race is up to you. Outside the Jinyao Pagoda, Wu Chang was preparing to bring people in to massacre the Jinyao Pagoda, not leaving a single one alive. Yui Luo asked about Xiao Chei's fate. What about Shengguan? Everything in this place can only become a secret, so he must die. Opening the pagoda door, Wu Chang shouted, "Kill!" Suddenly a Hu rushed forward to attack Wu Chang. Unexpected, right? I've recovered all my strength. Killing you is like killing a dog. But Wu Chang only raised one finger, and a Hu's whole body was immobilized. Then, he took out a chicken claw and pierced through a Hu's body. Phoenix saw Hu injured, and rushed to attack Wu Chang. Wu Chang only smiled faintly and created a defensive layer, then said, "I didn't expect you to have so many injuries. It's really shocking. But that's also good, it makes for a better tonic." Wu Chang kicked Phoenix away. A beast is always a beast, how can it compare to a human? Phoenix took the bottles of Xiao Chei's blood and drank them into her mouth. The sixth transformation 9 yang essence blood, enough to stimulate my Phoenix blood. Although doing so I won't live much longer, but as long as I can save the demon race, it will be a meaningful death. For a Hu, for Xiao Lu, for Jiao Wei, for thousands of demon races, I will give my life. Phoenix is pressing the earth fire for thousands of years, and has already cultivated the earth fire long ago. Today let people try my Phoenix dance earth fire. Wu Chang still calmly commented, being able to call the natal earth fire from outside the Jinyao Pagoda is indeed very surprising to me. But unfortunately, this is the Jinyao Pagoda. Even if you are not injured, you can't use all your strength here. A human beast mixes all you are. The earth fire was quickly suppressed by Wu Chang's charm. Wu Chang spread his arms wide and asked Phoenix, "What other abilities do you have? Just show them." Phoenix continued to attack, holding Phoenix feathers and flying to attack Wu Chang. Wu Chang ate all those feathers completely. Phoenix smiled as the millennia tribulation of the demon race was finally lifted. Even if I die this time, it's really worth it. Wu Chang on the other side laughed loudly. What devoured all those feathers was his clone. Why don't you have any knowledge? In the Jinyao Pagoda, I am a god. The Jinyao Pagoda is my territory. The rules in my territory, speed and space can be changed at will. Then, Wu Chang used the Phoenix feathers from earlier to strike back at Phoenix. Phoenix was already powerless, thinking this move was really over. Suddenly Xiao Chei rushed over, hugged Phoenix and blocked all the feathers for her. Phoenix said, "Don't you want your life anymore? Phoenix feathers are immortal energy. You will die if you are hit." Xiao Chei panicked. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Oh, it hurts so much. "Quickly help me pull them all out. It hurts so much, and it's a little itchy too." Wu Chang spoke. "Shangguan Durin is trying to save people? You are holding the Crown Prince's protective talisman in your hand. What you are doing means you are rebelling." Hearing this, Xiao Chei crushed the tiger talisman. Phoenix hurriedly stopped him. "Sorry, I used the scheme of self-inflicted pain to get your blood. I implicated you." Xiao Chei scratched his head. "Was that a trick just now? But it's okay, you've been locked in there for so long, it's good that you're not perverted. Wanting to live to get out is normal." Phoenix heard this and was moved. "If I have a soul that can be reincarnated today, I will definitely repay this kindness. I will definitely repay this kindness as a maid or a slave." Wu Chang threw over. "Very good, then I don't need to be scrupulous anymore. Eloa is the incense tripod that I created. I didn't have time to take it and you snatched it. It really makes people angry." Xiao Chei drew his sword and said, "Don't worry, I will take good care of you, Eloa, after I deal with you. My Chu Xian art and flowing Cloud 9 swords have improved a lot recently. I'll take you out to test them." Wu Chang's movements are ghostly, reminding Xiao Chei, "It's useless. In this Jinyao Pagoda, your sword can't even dream of touching my sleeves." Wu Chang swung his chicken feet to the back to attack Xiao Chei. The chicken feet tore Xiao Chei's clothes, revealing his six-pack abs. Phoenix couldn't take her eyes off it. Xiao Chei felt that the problem wasn't speed, but space. He narrowed the 10-meter spatial distance to 10 centimeters. "This way I really can't defend." After thinking about it, Xiao Chei was caught by the chicken feet. "Xiao Chei, you're finished. Without immortal armor, you're just a small golden core cultivator." Xiao Chei used his sword to cut the chain of the chicken feet. Wu Chang shifted his body, sticking a talisman on Xiao Chei's forehead. "This is a soul-locking talisman. The soul of the person hit will be locked, allowing others to kill them. You haven't even cultivated your soul. Once hit, your sea of consciousness will turn into nothingness immediately. But the talisman didn't stick, it fell off, because the Shenlong's longevity blessing chain on his chest had the ability to be immune to all kinds of spiritual attacks. Taking the opportunity, Xiaoqi split Wuchang in half with one sword. He was divided into two pieces and lay face down on the ground. But he learned a spell somewhere to put the two halves back together to revive. Wuchang said, "Now it's time for you to be torn to pieces." Wuchang drew a talisman and struck it towards Xiaoqi. Phoenix rushed out, using her body to block for Xiaoqi. But it wrapped both of them together. Wuchang made a move wanting to use the talisman to tear their bodies into pieces. Xiaoqi quickly released his soul. Xiaoqi thought about where the key point of this pagoda was. As long as he solved it, he could kill Wuchang. Xiaoqi took out the jade seal, and used the system to log in. The system displayed, extracted the Hantianing operation manual, please check and receive it. Step 1. Prepare a mental strength. The human emperor has transferred the authority to Xiaoqi. Only supporting the use of Xiaoqi's mental strength. Step 2. Transfer mental strength into the Hantianing. Step 3. The Hantianing recognizes its owner. Use it at will. Xiaoqi followed the instructions. Realizing that in the Jinyao Pagoda, the Hantianing was the supreme rule. Wuchang could suppress all the demon race. Presumably Wuchang had secretly explored the rules in the seal, so he could do whatever he wanted in here. But he didn't have the Hantianing, so he could only rely on charms to maintain his rules. I know how to break this situation. Xiaoqi raised the Hantianing high. The area covered by the Hantianing is the rule of the Hantianing. Wuchang's rule cannot affect it. It is a small world that he can control at will, so healing broken mirrors is not a problem. Hantianing immediately restored the bodies of the two people within the area of the seal. Phoenix joyfully asked, "Have I come back to life?" Xiaoqi felt something was wrong. Looking down, he forgot to install the head below. Xiaoqi quickly went to pick it up, and put it back on right away. Xiaoqi thought, even if his head falls and bleeds, it's okay, but it's not okay if the head below is missing. Wuchang rushed over to attack Xiaoqi, although I don't know why you broke the game of that pervert, but you absolutely have no chance to take the Hantianing out. I also have to thank you for helping me get it. But Xiaoqi only swung his sword lightly and blew Wuchang away. Your rule comes from the Hantianing, so you have no way to break my restricted area. Realizing that the light of the Hantianing was only a small area. So Wuchang decided to use a charm to trap the two people there forever. The talismans flew over and wrapped around the light of the Hantianing. Phoenix said to Xiaoqi, "I really want to help you. My heavenly purity earth fire has the ability to control space, but it has been restricted by Wuchang. In this small space, I have no way to remove it," Xiaoqi told Phoenix, who said there is no place to escape. Before, when you took advantage of Wuchang's carelessness, you burned the Jinyao Pagoda with earth fire. This is the point of breaking this situation. Phoenix explained, "It's useless, below is his barrier. We simply have no way to remove those charms, unless someone sneaks up from the ground to help us. But who would help us?" Just then, the claws of a monster tore the charm. Tian Maolun crawled up and called the master, "I've been following you from Wan Xianjiao, it's really hard." Xiaoqi told Tian Maolun to quickly destroy the charms and quickly move away. Wuchang saw this and was scared and wanted to run. The restriction was lifted. Phoenix summoned earth fire, imprisoning Wuchang. Because all the charms to create the rules inside the Jinyao Pagoda were destroyed, Wuchang couldn't escape from earth fire this time. Wuchang fearfully knelt down. Xiaoqi reminded Phoenix, his restriction needs charms to maintain. Now he has no ability to maintain the restriction. This is our chance. Xiaoqi gave the immortal sword to Phoenix, telling her to use it to take revenge. Xiaoqi controlled the jade seal to protect Phoenix. Phoenix rushed over and split Wuchang in half. Finally Phoenix avenged her revenge. The system announced, supporting and killing the early stage cultivator rewards 50 million soul bodies, 9 Yang Vajra body upgrades to the 7th level. Xiaoqi understood that. It seems that the higher you go, the higher the level. The requirements for upgrading are getting higher and higher. This system is also strict, but that's right. If I only relied on my ability, I couldn't kill Wuchang. After all, it's the tribulation stage. Without the green lotus holy fire, how could I destroy him? Phoenix exhausted all her essence blood and fell down. Phoenix said weakly, "I will definitely not drink Ming soup. I must remember you forever." Then Phoenix rolled out. Xiao Che took out the great Huang Dan for Phoenix to drink, but her mouth was tightly closed, it couldn't be stuffed in. Xiao Che had to put it in his mouth, chew it and feed it to Phoenix. Phoenix gradually opened her eyes, wondering what he was doing, trying to take advantage of the situation? No, he was feeding me medicine. Opening and opening, but Phoenix still didn't wake up. Xiao Che took a few more and continued. The system announced, received the Demon Emperor's regard, received 10,000 divine cents. Received the Demon Emperor's admiration, gifted 1,000 divine cents. Phoenix finally woke up. Xiao Che thought that she must have strong side effects from drinking so much great Hondan. But Phoenix had no reaction. Xiao Che was a little disappointed. The demons imprisoned in the Jinyao Pagoda also escaped. Bullhead told everyone to rush up and eat all the humans, avenge their hatred. On this side, Yuilua also ordered the people of the Jinyao Sea to rush up, preventing the demon race from escaping. After a battle, countless people of the human race were lost. Only a few people and Ilo were surrounded by the demon race. Bullhead held a trident to stab Ilo, but was slapped away by Tian Maolun's appearance. The master has ordered, humans, demons, and demon coexist peacefully, not allowed to harm the human race. The people of the demon race raised their hands and expressed their feelings to Tian Maolun. You tried being locked up for 8,000 years and see. Just as they were about to rush into Tian Maolun, Buling flew over. Xiao Che and Phoenix stepped out. Phoenix told all the demons to stop. Bullhead spoke, Your Majesty, please allow me to lead the demon race, pacify the human race, and unify the Fengyu continent. Phoenix said, Not allowed. I have reached an agreement with the successor of the human emperor. Today, the human, demon, and demon realms will coexist in the Fengyu continent. There will be no grudges or love debts. If a demon eats humans, kills humans will be locked in the Jinyao Pagoda, and sentenced according to the severity of the situation. Former demon race General Ping Tian, for attempting to murder Jinyao Siyuiluo, sentenced to temporary detention for 80 years, and a fine of 10,000 spirit stones. All the people of the demon race agreed to listen to Phoenix's opinion. Xiao Che ran over to ask about Iluo. Are you okay? Protecting the human race cannot be without the Jinyao Si. Iluo said she was okay, thank you. Saying thank you is too strange. You and I are very compatible. We need to be more intimate in the future. Ilo blushed shyly. The bridal team is coming soon. Don't you want to run away? Xiao Che said, If I run away, wouldn't you have to take responsibility? I can't do such a heartless thing. Phoenix behind coughed a few times. We have killed Wu Chang. The martial emperor will definitely not let it go. The bridal team is coming soon. You leave quickly, and leave the rest to me. Xiao Che spoke. The martial emperor's strength is unfathomable. I can't let you go to your death. The human, demon, and demon 3 realms are allied. We will advance and retreat together. Don't say any more. I'm going to restore my immortal armor first. Then Xiao Che ran back into the pagoda and used the Han Tianying to restore the immortal armor. Suddenly a tiger jumped out and told Xiao Che, Master, you saved the entire demon race. I am willing to be a mount for you to express my gratitude. Phoenix came forward and said to Xiao Che, That's a who. A moment later, the martial emperor arrived in a palanquin. He called but didn't see Wu Chang come to greet him, so he went in himself. Going in and not seeing anyone, opening the door and seeing a graceful back standing and waiting. The martial emperor came forward and called Phoenix, I haven't seen you for thousands of years, turn your head and let me take a good look. Phoenix turned around and picked her nose, making the martial emperor's eyes bulge out. Xiao Che quickly stabbed the martial emperor with a sword in the face, knocking the martial emperor back. The martial emperor also threw a palm that made Xiao Che flying back. Suddenly a lot of phoenix feathers flew too. The goal is to turn the martial emperor into a porcupine, and then use earth fire to burn the martial emperor. The martial emperor cried out in the earth fire. His body felt like it was about to explode. Xiao Che used the Han Tianying to move the earth fire. Han Tianying imprisoned the martial emperor and took him outside. The martial emperor's body exploded. The system announced, successfully killed the early stage immortal, reward 3 million soul bodies. This time we used our strongest moves to kill his avatar. Next time if he really comes, the Jinyao Pagoda can't do anything. Phoenix spoke, Now I have only recovered to the tribulation stage. I'm afraid it will take a while to return to my peak. Until then, I still need someone to help me to fight him. Xiao Che said, Let me help you. At this moment, in the palace of the Jinwu Immortal Dynasty, The martial emperor angrily shouted, "Xiao Che! Phoenix Feather! You are so bold, you dare to plot to assassinate my Dharma avatar." General Dong Baxian went to the martial emperor, said he wanted to set out and destroy the demon race. In addition to that, there was also the Ti Li Jian Gong Yang Jin, said he wanted to kill enemies. Martial emperor ordered, whether it's the demon race or the human race, they must be destroyed. If you feel the luck, once the luck appears a big change, then the heavenly Tao will appear tribulation. Lightning, and my wounds during the tribulation are not completely healed, so I'm not sure if I can fight against the 4th level of tribulation lightning. The two of you have been following me drinking demon pills for many years. Although you have reached the god level speed, but created a lot of karma, then the tribulation lightning will definitely be very large, not to mention that military power is robbed. I'm afraid that some people will die. General Dong Baxian is willing to risk life and death for His Majesty. Old slave's tribulation has all been protected by His Majesty. This time let the old slave protect you again. Very good. Then I order you at all costs to kill Xiao Che and Phoenix Feather. A moment later, Xiao Che opened the Tianfu level gift box to see. The system displayed. Received 1,000 fire-shaped pills, 1,000 bamboo root pills, 1,000 small complete pills, 100 large complete pills, a number of miscellaneous cultivation methods. New task is available. Task, Heavenly Tao Mainline. Location, Great Xia Kingdom Imperial Palace. Level, Immortal Mansion. Deadline, 100 days. Punishment, become a larva. Note, because the Great Xia Kingdom cannot be started. Please find your own way. Xiao Che was stunned at the announcement. Great Xia Kingdom? What is that? This entire Fengyu continent only has the Jinwu Immortal Dynasty as a country. Where else would there be a country? Are you kidding me? Then Xiao Che led Phoenix Feather and Yiluo back to Dongtai City. Tian Maoan also squeezed the Jinyao Pagoda back with him. Seeing the walking pagoda, the people of Dongtai City ran away in a panic. Lu Shuang, Miao Xian, and Wu Yu also ran out to greet Xiao Che. Lu Shuang and Miao Xian ran into Xiao Che's arms. Phoenix Feather and Yiluo saw this scene and told each other that he was a passionate man. Xiao Che also asked about Wu Yu, telling her that she had lost a lot of weight recently. Miao Xian's eyes were red. Xiao Che wrote a who said, "Everyone gather here, I have something to say. From now on, Dongtai City announces independence. I want to build a family human, demon, and demon coexisting peacefully. All creatures cannot harm any human demon, cannot do evil. The immortal Tao values life, all beings are equal." All below knelt and obeyed the order. Xiao Che gave Lu Shuang the position of City Lord of Dongtai City. Yu Luo took over as the commander of Jinyao, managing the demon race. Wu Yu took over as the commander of Hang Ma, managing the demon cultivators. All three clasped their hands and obeyed the order. Phoenix Feather was unhappy that her demon race wasn't assigned a high position, pouting her mouth. Xiao Che put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Just rest assured, then I will arrange a position for you that is below 1 person and above 10,000 people." Hearing this, it was okay for now. Phoenix Feather reluctantly. Scene change. Xiao Che recalled that he had previously entered the library to learn about the Great Xia dynasty, but there were absolutely no materials. Keigo also said that she had lived for 16,000 years and had never heard of it. Xiao Che was also discouraged by the words. Yanxian men is one of the oldest sects. They store all kinds of ancient boxes. If they can't find any trace of the Great Xia Kingdom, then there's no hope elsewhere. It's so difficult, how can I find it? Could it be that I really have to turn into a bug? KG's eyes lit up. No need to find. There is basically no Great Xia Kingdom. Why don't we create a Great Xia Kingdom? Xiao Che was also surprised by her thoughts. Keigo came over and poked 2 of her jade things to Xiao Che's head and said, "Now you have the Han Tianin in charge of the luck of the human race, the Jinyao Pagoda in charge of the life and death of the demon race, and the Tian Ma token and War God token of the demon cultivators. You issue 3 orders, the 4 seas will return, the 9 continents will celebrate together, humans, demons, and demon will all listen to your orders, then the Great Xia dynasty is unified and established." Xiao Che didn't care. Being poked in the head by 2 of them made his nose bleed. "Okay, it's really great." Xiao Che then lowered Keigo into his arms and said in the voice of a Hong Kong movie, "At that time, I will make you the queen," pointing at the Fengyu continent and saying, This is the country I have reserved for her. But the queen must give me some benefits first, Xiao Che said with a pout, ready to kiss. But Kg changed back into the heavenly sword, making Xiao Che's kiss almost stir his mouth. Xiao Che hugged his painful mouth when Kega said again, "You pervert, you want to use the position of queen to seduce me? I don't care." Xiao Che poked his 2 fingers and said he was wronged, only that 2 people who were together day and night would develop feelings, but she regarded him as a lecher. Kega said it's okay, your strength is strong but you're just a big 20-year-old child, then she blamed herself for treating him badly. Xiao Che took the opportunity to hug her right away. Kega patted and comforted him, saying that the position of queen was most suitable for Phoenix Feather. Xiao Che looked up and asked why, and Kega explained. 10,000 years ago, the demon race launched a war, once destroying the demon world, assassinating the previous demon emperor. The demon emperor, in order to protect other races, gathered violent demon pills. The violent explosion led to the collapse of space. The demon race world was completely destroyed. Other demon races used spatial loopholes to escape to the human world, thus forming a mixed Feng continent human-demon. The heavenly Tao sympathized with the demon race and opened a soaring passage for the demon race. Therefore, after the demon race soared, they could enter the immortal world and be ranked among the immortals. And the true purpose of the demon race is to overthrow the immortal world, dominate the cultivation world. So they launched the Immortal Demon War, starting to attack the immortal world. Because the Feng continent is constantly having human and demon races soar, this is no different from the immortal world having a stable life force. The demon race's attacks failed repeatedly. The war fell into stalemate. Because of the heavenly Tao's restraint, the demon emperor couldn't enter the Feng continent, so the demon emperor supported his representative in the human world, attracting believers, teaching them to cultivate demonic arts. This is also the reason why the demon cultivators on the continent were born. I am the representative of the demon cultivators. You now have the token is also the representative of the demon cultivators, Kega said to Xiao Che clearly. She said this so that Xiao Che would know that Phoenix Feather was the demon emperor, and also the master of the demon world. It's just that she's now exiled in the human world. Xiao Che slapped his hand. So Phoenix Feather is a noble class big shot? Kega shook her head and said, although her identity is noble, in the eyes of the demon emperor, she's just a fallen demon race in exile. But after all, she is the master of the demon world. If Xiao Che's great Xia kingdom can take her as the queen, then the heavenly Tao will naturally protect her to some extent. Xiao Che heard this and understood the problem. The queen of my great Xia kingdom must be the demon queen. Then he turned to propose marriage right away. But when he got to the door, Xiao Che's eyes widened. Miao Xian had been waiting there for a while, making him not dare to say anything. She asked Xiao Che, "You went out for a trip, and when you came back, you brought 2 beauties. Aren't the women at home good enough? See how I ask you?" After a journey, day 7, night 3, entering and exiting countless times, Xiao Che had tasted the power of the Huan sect. As soon as he got to the door, Lu Shuang came over, her face flushed with a hint of jealousy. Miao Xian said that she called her to join her in questioning Xiao Che. Then she took out a pile of great complete pills, making Lu Shuang not understand. Miao Xian said, "Help me punish this irresponsible man." Then she stuffed the pills into Shuang's mouth, then turned to Xiao Che. "Xiao Lang, you don't want to see Shuang's body explode and die, right?" Admittedly, Miao Xian played it really hard, determined to squeeze Xiao Che dry. Then she turned away, leaving the two to make love. Lu Shuang already felt hot and powerful, wanting to deal with Xiao Che immediately. Some time later, Xiao Che came out, looking defeated, squeezed dry due to being squeezed dry. When he got to the door, he met Phoenix Feather again. She asked him what was wrong, and Xiao Che only smiled bitterly and said that he was practicing too much. Xiao Che sat down and said that she had come at the right time. He had something to say. Xiao Che said that he had decided to establish the Great Xia Kingdom. For humans and demons to exist for a long time, there must be a legitimate name. The relationship between the two people needs to take another step. Phoenix Feather held his hand tightly and said that she agreed to listen to him. He said that okay, if so then let's form a sworn relationship. From now on we will be siblings. Take blood to swear an oath, share the blessings. I will bear the calamity. Phoenix Feather was too angry, turned away and said, "I'm also tens of thousands of years old. I can be your ancestor. and you want to be my younger brother, dream on. Kegu appeared and cursed Xiao Che as a bastard. What the hell do you want to do? Xiao Che went to see Phoenix Feather again, but was stopped from seeing her. A moment later, Xiao Che rode a Hu to Dong Tai City. A Hu told him not to worry, Phoenix Feather was just a little angry. He just needed to follow her preferences. Xiao Che asked what she liked and A Hu said that Phoenix Feather liked novels. Xiao Che thought about it. This wasn't difficult, but what kind of novel should he write? A Hu said that girls like romance novels. Xiao Che smiled sinisterly. Let me write a book of stone. I guarantee to make your majesty kneel and cry at my feet. Going to the riverbank, he saw a crowd arguing and unwilling to work. The demon race said that the human race was too weak, not as strong as a rabbit. Why should they receive the same salary as them? The people said that we did the design. What's the big deal if you just put in a little effort? Without agreeing, the two sides decided to have a decisive battle. But both were beaten. Iluo stood out to deal with them. Seeing this scene, Xiao Che had an idea for his novel, which was to write a love story between humans and demons. Sometime later, at Phoenix Feather's palace, the women in the demon race were enthusiastically discussing the new novel that had been published recently. Phoenix Feather on this side didn't understand why they were always happy recently. Chu San brought her an object and said, Your Majesty, this is the book that has enchanted the people of our demon race. Phoenix Feather slammed the table and shouted, Where are your second sister and Chu Fenglu? How dare they not come to see me? How dare they? Chu San heard this and knelt down in fear. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Those two have received the order of the Great Xia Kingdom's General Xiao Che and have led troops to quell the unstable areas in Leizhou. I haven't agreed to help him, yet he dares to falsely transmit the imperial edict. I'm so angry. Let's see how I deal with him. She angrily took the book that Chu San handed over. I have to see what is written inside that makes my demon race so fascinated. This is just like some normal books. Then Phoenix Feather's eyes lit up when she found the novel too interesting. She even sighed and shed tears when the fate of the character was like her feeling when she was in the Jinyao Pagoda. But then Phoenix Feather slammed the table. This ending is too tragic. I have to find the author of this book to ask for an explanation. Seeing that the author was a member of the demon race, she was surprised that the demon race had such an intelligent person. Then she handed over to Chu San to investigate. Phoenix Feather listened to Chu San's report and went to a tea house. Inside, humans and demons were happily listening to a person telling a story. Who was the author of the novel? The person inside was none other than Xiao Che, who was telling a story about Zhao Zilong. Then he slammed the table and said, If you want to know what happens next, find out in the next chapter. As the crowd left, Feng Wu approached and questioned him. Xiao Che greeted her politely, but she told him to stop pretending. The two stood observing and said they couldn't believe that one day the human and demon races could be so harmonious. Xiao Che said that the best way to integrate all realms has always been through marriage. Then he took out a huge bouquet of roses and said, I, Xiao Che, successor of the human emperor, officially proposed to the demon empress Feng Wu. I hope you will agree to be my demon empress. Feng Wu covered her mouth in joy, her face already flushed. She was moved to tears, never expecting to find such happiness. She said that she was ugly and her cultivation wasn't high enough. Unworthy of Xiao Che. Xiao Che told her that she was being too modest. Then he spouted a bunch of lines from romance novels. Meeting Feng Wu was the mistake of my life. If I had known she was in the demon-suppressing tower, I definitely wouldn't have entered. That way, I wouldn't have been so captivated. The days you didn't care about me, I felt my insides burning. Life was worse than death. I was extremely depressed and reckless. Knowing you were poisonous but still persisting. Before he could finish, Feng Wu burst into tears and agreed. Seeing this, Xiao Che immediately gave her a passionate kiss. Ahu Zhu San and Tian Ma came over to congratulate her, making her face turn red. Before everyone's eyes, the young couple embraced, filled with happiness. After that, the Great Xia dynasty was established, sending envoys to announce it to the world. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, I am in the Great Xia dynasty, with the capital in Dongtai City and the imperial palace in Juxian City. A founding ceremony will be held in a month, and the heads of the 9 provinces' halls are specially invited to attend. At the same time, the generals and soldiers of the human and demon races of the Great Xia dynasty began to conquer the 9 provinces. The Hehuan sect of Lei Province, the Tianma sect of Hai Province, and the Wuxing Pavilion of Liang Province were the first to be named. Other inner realm demon clans immediately joined in. The human demon army overthrew the rule of the true martial immortal dynasty and announced the acceptance of the great Xia dynasty's rule. The two major orthodox sects, the Luwang sword sect of Hua Province and the Wanxian sect of Yan Province, also joined the great Xia dynasty immediately after the announcement. The Jian clan in the inner realm and the Shi clan, along with other demon clans, also joined after submitting. In a short month, 5 of the 9 provinces on the Fenghua continent belonged to the great Xia dynasty. Only Zhong Province and Yu Province, which had been operated by the true martial immortal dynasty for many years, and Hai Province, occupied by the Danhe sect, had yet to submit. Today, various sects are bringing rare treasures to pay respects to the demon empress. This person is Xia Lingyun, a merchant of the Xia family of Hai Province, who has reached the late Yuanying stage. The Xia family is a large family, and Xia Lingyun is considered a genius heir to the family. He brought many spirit stones and silver to propose to the demon empress. The young masters beside him were annoyed by this, but they knew they were not as good, so they didn't know what to say. When Shu San reported to the demon empress, she instructed him not to open the door under any circumstances. Picking up the novel again, she was annoyed. Isn't this all because of Xiao Che? Writing so many romance novels makes human men want to marry demon women as a glory. Xia Lingyun waited for half a day but was not welcomed, so he was very upset. I brought so many gifts. Even if the demon empress doesn't agree, she should at least come out to meet me. Is there anyone in the world better than me? Then a dragon and a tiger brought gifts. The crowd asked what was going on. Dragon and tiger presenting gifts, what a big face. I just don't know if it can compare to the Xia family, which is as rich as a country. The envoy read the list of gifts aloud. Everyone was shocked. This is 1,000 times more than the Xia family. As expected of the human emperor. The demon empress then agreed to open the door. The men outside all praised her beauty. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her the #1 beauty of the 3 realms. At this time, Xiao Che stepped out. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun mocked, self-proclaimed human emperor is nothing great. My Xia family is the #1 family. If we don't submit, how will you take Hai Province? Hearing this, Xiao Che thought, it seems that the people of the Fenghua continent don't have enough reverence for the human emperor. I'm afraid I have to appear before the world to make them truly submit. Seeing Xiao Che arrive, the demon empress didn't hold back and rushed out to hug him, blaming Xiao Che for being so late. The people who came to propose felt that they couldn't compete and had no choice but to retreat in frustration. At Lei Province's official road, a soldier stepped forward to report to their general, today is the great Xia dynasty's enthronement ceremony. All the major and minor sects are present. This general was Dong Ba Xian of the true martial immortal dynasty. He ordered the soldiers to advance to Juxian city to kill Xiao Che and pacify Great Xia. Hearing this, the soldiers cheered and encouraged, kill Xiao Che, pacify Great Xia. At the Xian gate, Dong Ba Xian entered and gave orders. 3 subordinates knelt down and obeyed, making plans to kill Xiao Che. One of them was Xia Lingyun, and the other 2 were Ling Yao Wang and Wang Xianbing. Xia Lingyun said to leave Xiao Che to him, just a small Jindan stage, let me deal with him. They were smug, thinking they had a sure victory. Dong Ba Xian's army advanced like a hot knife through butter, and the army had approached Xiao Che's Juxian city. In the main hall, Xiao Che and his subordinates were discussing the war situation. Feng Wu said that she would go to meet him. Xiao Che told her to be careful. Feng Wu led Hu and Zhu San to meet the enemy. Don't worry, I will definitely not let the great Xia dynasty die in its infancy. After Feng Wu and the others left, Xiao Che spoke up, they've all gone far away, are you still not going to make a move? Xia Lingyun appeared and provoked, I didn't expect you to notice. Well, it saves time. He ordered the 2 accompanying him to follow the plan. Xiao Che just smiled faintly. He released a stream of sword energy, instantly killing Ling Wang. The 2 who saw it were extremely shocked. But Wang Xianbing turned shame into anger. He quickly gathered his breath and rushed towards Xiao Che. But it didn't have any effect, causing Wang Xianbing to lose his composure. Xiao Che told him that his attack was no better than a mosquito bite. He reached out and flicked his forehead, destroying his primordial energy. Xie Lingyun on the other side couldn't believe the truth before his eyes, he doubted his life. The system appeared and announced that with just one move, he turned a Hades stage cultivator into powder, killed a Hades stage cultivator, rewarded 10 million body souls. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading. Currently the 9th Yang golden body is at the 8th level. 98 million body souls are needed to upgrade to the 9th level. Xie Lingyun pointed at Xiao Che. Catastrophe lightning follows the body. This is a sign of tribulation. What realm are you in? Xiao Che pulled out his sword and said, Peak Jin Dan, not fake at all. Hearing this, Xie Lingyun knelt down. Your Majesty, I am willing to submit in the Jin Dan stage. From now on, the Xie family will be citizens of the great Xia dynasty. Eternally loyal to your Majesty. Long live, long live, long live. Xiao Che didn't listen and sent Xie Lingyun back to heaven with a slash of his sword. It's okay for you to compete for the imperial throne with me, but you want to compete for my woman. I can't stand you even if you submit. Buling spoke up, Your Majesty, you've caused trouble again. Xia family's ancestor Xia Wendao is a terrestrial immortal. Because he cultivates outside, no one on the continent knows about him. But with his ability, he can easily kill you. Xiao Che turned around and said, Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Buling said that she had just remembered. Seeing Buling's worried expression, Xiao Che understood that Xia Wendao was not simple. But he put his arm around Buling's shoulder and said, Forget about it, let's go to Mount Dongtai and deal with Dong Ba Xian first. Then he rode Buling away, also calling Tian Maluan. Outside the city, the battle was raging. Feng Wu had transformed into a phoenix to fight. But she couldn't defeat Dong Ba Xian. Seeing this, Lu Shuang and the others rushed up together. Dong Ba Xian swept across with his heaven-piercing halberd, knocking them all back. His halberd pierced through Feng Wu's shoulder. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, a stream of sword energy swept over, causing him to retreat. Dong Ba Xian said, That sword energy is too strong. Who are you? Human Emperor Xiao Che. Luckily I arrived in time to save the beauty. Seeing Xiao Che arrive, Feng Wu was overjoyed. The surrounding people whispered, Just a small Jinan stage, is he here to die? Hearing this, Dong Ba Xian directly attacked first. Seeing the fierce aura, Xiao Che jumped back. He then called out Buling. Then he flew into the air, using his sword to sweep out sword energy to attack Dong Ba Xian. But Dong Ba Xian didn't care. Twisting his heaven-piercing halberd, creating a protective aura, making the sword energy useless. Xiao Che thought, It seems that I have to go all out. Then he transferred power, turning his sword into a supersized version of Ms. Tan V-Lock to attack Dong Ba Xian. Ba Xian held out his long spear to block. That sword energy is strong, you have successfully gained my attention. Then he slammed the long halberd into the ground, creating a battle formation that enhanced his strength. When Xiao Che entered the battle formation, he suddenly felt the space change. Suddenly Dong Ba Xian appeared behind him on horseback, stabbing Xiao Che. Xiao Che retreated, but he also felt that he was too fast, making him have no time to react. He pounced and stabbed Xiao Che. Xiao Che summoned his immortal armor, knocking the long halberd away. Xiao Che said, If the peak Jinan can't defeat you, then I'll just upgrade. He raised his hand and chanted. The tribulation lightning broke through from the sky, breaking Dong Ba Xian's formation. Xiao Che broke through 10 realms in one breath, causing the 3 women beside him to be completely stunned. At present he had broken through to the spirit division stage but showed no signs of stopping. Dong Ba Xian panicked and launched a sneak attack. Xiao Che reached out and broke the halberd, making it as soft as noodles. The ancient aura weapon was broken, causing Dong Ba Xian to doubt his life. Xiao Che said, Screw you, I don't care, take a slap. Then he threw a punch, causing him to fly backwards and explode against the cliff. The 3 muses were confused, he won so easily? Xiao Che continued to gather his energy into his fist and rushed over. He gave him a rain of punches for daring to touch his women. Beat Dong Ba Xian until he begged for mercy. Yuan Shen must leave the body. But wanting to escape was not easy. Xiao Che grabbed his neck. Then he rubbed Tian Maluan's nose and said, Don't you magical beasts like to eat living souls? Here's a reward for you. Tian Maluan didn't mind and swallowed it in one gulp. The system appeared and said, Kill the number 1 cultivator in the late stage of the tribulation, reward 3 billion body souls. The surrounding demons felt lucky that they had surrendered early, Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The system displayed a notification that he had received the reverence of the demon race, rewarding 10 million divine senses, received the reverence of the magic cultivators. Rewarding 10 million divine senses, received the reverence of the orthodox cultivators, rewarding 10 million divine senses. Xiao Qie reached out and said, "Are you still not going to surrender? Do you want to start a war with me?" The soldiers lowered their flags and surrendered, cheering "Long live our emperor." The system notified again, conquered 100,000 generals and soldiers of the true martial immortal dynasty, rewarding 10 million divine senses. Feng Wu brought the crown and imperial robes and told Xiao Qie that choosing a day was not as good as this day, so they should hold the enthronement ceremony now. Xiao Qie wore the crown and imperial robes and announced that he would transform into a dragon soul to protect Great Xia and ensure its eternal prosperity. This oath was witnessed by the sun and moon, witnessed by heaven and earth, and heard by gods, demons, and ghosts. He officially ascended the throne and became the pinnacle of life for the transmigration protagonist. The officials immediately knelt down and cheered. The system announced, "Successfully built Great Xia, rewarding 90 million divine senses. The magic Dao heart is upgraded to the 8th level, checking the login location. The Great Xia Imperial Palace has been clearly identified. Do you want to go there?" Seeing this, Xiao Qie sighed. Login points can indeed be built on their own. This system is getting more and more expensive to play. It was time for conferment. Xiao Qie issued a decree. Demon Emperor Feng Wu, upright and dignified, conferred as Demon Empress, Miao Xian, unparalleled beauty. Conferred as Magic Consort, Lu Shuang, graceful and demure, conferred as Virtuous Consort. Conferred a Hu as the Tiger Brave General, Tian Maluan as the National Guardian Grand General, Ao Buling as the Flying Dragon General. Celestial Dao purple energy appeared in the sky, and everyone's cultivation would be raised by 1 level due to the purple energy. Everyone was very happy to see this. Miao Xian told Wu Yu to seize the opportunity and not waste his extraordinary Son of Heaven, making Wu Yu's face turn red. Suddenly, tribulation lightning struck, which was the Demon Emperor's tribulation. Feng Wu was very worried, afraid that she wouldn't survive. Feng Wu instructed Xiao Qie with a few words, as if saying her last words. Xiao Qie said confidently, "It's just a small tribulation, don't worry, as long as I reach out, I can solve it." Suddenly, a celestial soldier appeared, holding a thunderbolt Jian and said, "Do you want to rebel against heaven? Let me see how you can dissolve my tribulation by just reaching out." Then thunder struck, echoing throughout the building. Xiao Qie covered Feng Wu's ears. He thought that this was already the 6th bolt. There was a lightning rod here so there wouldn't be any feeling. He pointed to the sky and said, "You weakling, do you have the ability or not? Keep striking." How could there be such a reason? The tribulation transcending celestial soldier was very angry, but had to leave helplessly. Demon Emperor Feng Wu was thus rescued and crossed the tribulation. The next morning, at the Imperial Palace Hall, Xiao Qie had obtained the mysterious Immortal Mansion level box. Hopefully this time I get some quality items. Opening it, he saw the design blueprints for a 5th-generation fighter jet, the principles of building satellites, and a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Xiao Qie exclaimed, "Damn it, it's all scientific knowledge and difficult things to do." He closed the book. Then he took out a gun, named Reincarnation to Immortal Artifact. Xiao Qie loaded the best quality spirit stones into the magazine. Then he raised his hand to aim. Boom, the remaining power of the nuclear bomb made him panic. Afterwards, the system displayed, "A new registration task has been opened, location Yu, Immortal Mansion level, duration 30 years. Seeing this, Xiao Qie said to himself not to rush. This time there was no hurry, just be happy first. Suddenly, Wu Yu sat on a tree playing the flute. Xiao Qie looked up and said, "What's wrong, not in a good mood?" Wu Yu jumped down and knelt to greet His Majesty. He reached out to help her up, saying that there was no need to be polite. He told her that she must have something on her mind to play like this, and he would go buy a flute and teach her the Laughing in the Rivers and Lakes tune. The two went for a stroll and bought cakes and candied haws to eat. Then they went to a store. Keiga appeared and stopped them because there was a strange smell inside. She sensed danger. Xiao Qie said, "Why can't I feel it?" Keiga laughed, "Haha, when this older sister was in the cultivation world, you weren't even born yet." The shop owner came out to greet them. Xiao Che felt that he had cultivation but didn't seem to have any problems. Wu Yu said that she wanted to buy bitter bamboo shao and tungwood zither, telling him to choose good quality materials. Xiao Che told Kega that Wu Yu had gone inside, relying on his current strength there shouldn't be any problems. Kega still told him to be careful. The shopkeeper invited them in and introduced, esteemed guests, these are all good quality materials, you can try them out. Xiao Che and Wu Yu played the Xiao Ao Jianghu melody together. The shopkeeper felt that this Xiao flute song had a very natural state of mind, containing unlimited Dao rhythm within it. Xiao Che paid the money, then took the flute and went home with Wu Yu. But opening the door, they saw a sea of magma, causing Xiao Che to panic. The man smiled coldly and said, I am Begong Yang, a ritual supervision envoy of the true martial immortal dynasty. Today, I am specially here to take your life. Xiao Che and Wu Yu turned back. Then they saw behind him a mountain of ice. Inside was the ice and fire boundless top barrier he created. He reached out and summoned a rain of ice arrows. Xiao Che stood in front of Wu Yu to block. The strong attack caused Xiao Che to vomit blood. He reached into his clothes and pulled out the gun, shooting several times, saying, I know I can't beat you, so I can only use this stupid way to win quickly. What the hell, who can play against that? After shooting, he blew on the barrel like a western cowboy. The attack caused him to explode. But Xiao Che had also been tortured by internal injuries. His body was infected with cold ice. Xiao Che kept shouting cold. Wu Yu took him flying over the volcano. He was still curled up shivering. Seeing this, Wu Yu was very worried. Xiao Che told her to press her hand on his face. It would be very warm. Wu Yu thought, His Majesty is a noble being, yet he fell into this situation because of helping me by musical instruments. Now he needs me, how can I stand by and watch him die? Then she stripped off her clothes. Then the two did the thing that I and you are thinking about. Over here, at Evil Dragon Valley. Bai Gongyang held a furnace tripod in his hand. Then made it bigger. A proud golden dragon crawled out from inside. It flew around a few times and then crawled back into the tripod. He held his hand tightly and told Xiao Che, this time, you are definitely dead. Back over here. Xiao Che had completely recovered after having the cold ice in his body resolved. He turned around and didn't see Wu Yu. He wandered around looking for her, thinking, the scenery here is very special, it's a good place to live. Wu Yu rushed over in disheveled clothes, shouting, it's over, run quickly. The dragon is huge. A colossal dragon was chasing after them, spewing fire. He picked up Wu Yu and jumped away, avoiding the flames. This time, it spat out freezing ice, instantly turning both of them into ice statues. Then it swung its tail, smashing them into pieces. Wu Yu said, to die in His Majesty's arms is my good fortune. I am not afraid. Xiao Che was different, but I am afraid. I don't want to die. What is shame at a time like this? Suddenly, the necklace on his chest glowed, deflecting the blow from the giant dragon, dissolving the freezing ice that had solidified them. Xiao Che picked up Wu Yu and ran first, figuring things out later. The giant dragon recognized that Xiao Che possessed the blessings of the divine dragon. Xiao Che leaped into a cave. The dragon rushed in after him, but it was too large and got its head stuck in the mountain wall. You damned human! If you have the guts, come out here! Xiao Che and Wu Yu started acting shamelessly. If you have the guts, come in here! Xiao Che reached his hand to the ground and shouted, log in. The system opened. He summoned a warm blanket and soft mattress, then told Wu Yu to lie down on it to keep warm. Wu Yu lay down, but still said strange things. Your Majesty carries heavy responsibilities, suppressing rebellions. Do not be licentious and immoral. Even more so. Do not forsake the country and its people for the sake of a woman. Xiao Che immediately recited a prepared speech. The country is beautiful, but not as beautiful as you. The people are important, but not as heavy as your image in my heart. I only wish to hold your hand and grow old together, with white hair and toothless grins. Will you agree to be my honored consort? Wu Yu, with a look of anticipation, I agree. Then Xiao Che displayed his signature move, the number 1 Fitch Thursday of all time. The dragon sighed upon seeing this disgusting man. Immediately, Xiao Che threw a piece of clothing to cover its eyes. No peeking. 29 years passed in a flash. Feng Wu was still waiting expectantly for news of Xiao Che, but to no avail. Liu Shuang and Miao Xin were also worried. Xiao Che seems to have suddenly vanished from the world. The group of all who said there was no need to worry, he took Wu Yue with him, so he must have gone to cultivate together. The women, green with jealousy, shouted, "Shut your mouth." Tian Maolun reported the situation of the war. The hostile forces, in alliance with the Jinwu celestial dynasty, are saying they want to attack Xuxian city and capture the Yao Empress alive. The Yao Empress bestowed the command insignia upon Tian Maolun, personally leading 100,000 troops to quell the rebellion. The third day after being trapped in the pill furnace, Xiao Che and Wu Yue flew out, but couldn't find a way out. After flying for a while, he realized this was an independent space, where distance and time were different from the outside world. No matter how far they flew, they couldn't escape. Observing below, Xiao Che realized that water and fire, which were mutually exclusive, could only be fused if they were yin and yang. The fish eyes were the key. When we came in, we appeared at the foot of the snow mountain. The fish eye of the snow mountain is probably the entrance. But if I'm not mistaken, this volcano mouth is the exit. Xiao Che asked Wu Yue if she dared to gamble. Wu Yue immediately replied that she was not afraid and that she trusted His Majesty. After that, the two held hands and plunged straight into the mouth of the volcano. At this time, in a pavilion in the immortal realm, a scroll of light flew toward a lightning staff. A person opened the scroll and picked up the lightning staff, saying, "Finally, I've waited for you." Cut to Evil Dragon Valley. Bigong Yang was very happy at this time. He thought that Xiao Che had completely become a ghost in the belly of the golden dragon. But before he could rejoice for long, Xiao Che and Wu Yue flew out from within. Bigong Yang understood that if he wanted to kill Xiao Che, he had to take action himself. Just then, the system displayed a notification, warning. The mission has expired. The 5 thunderbolts are about to arrive. Please, host, take care of yourself. At this time, Xiao Che understood that 3 days in the pill furnace was 30 years in the outside world. Above him, a heavenly soldier of thunder tribulation was standing there. Bigong Yang felt confused. In this evil dragon valley, only I am in the tribulation transcendent stage, but I clearly concealed my aura. Why would this attract thunder tribulation? It's really strange. At this moment, a wave of thunder tribulation struck directly at Xiao Che's body. The powerful lightning caused Xiao Che to lose half of his life with a single strike. It felt as if his soul was about to be shattered. Seeing that things were not good, Xiao Che hugged Wu Yue and jumped into the cauldron. Bigong Yang, seeing this from the outside, was genuinely afraid. "Get out of there! Don't go in there again. This pill furnace is the result of my life's work. You can't treat me like this." Because Xiao Che entered, he led the thunder tribulation to strike directly at the pill furnace, causing cracks to appear in it. In the end, his cauldron was shattered by the thunder tribulation. Bigong Yang was struck by the thunder tribulation, causing his soul to leave his body. He was about to flee, but before leaving, he still issued a challenge to Xiao Che. Xiao Che raised his hand, revealing a mark that looked like a third eye on his forehead. "I've cultivated the Tao Heart Demon Seed for so long, it's time to show my strength." Then, he released his nascent soul, grabbing Bigong Yang's soul. He brushed Xiao Che's hand away, saying that even if he lost his body, he wouldn't be captured by him. Xiao Che brought out the Hantian seal, saying, "Who said I wanted to capture you? This is the Nanhuang Hantian seal, suppressing all evil energy, including souls without bodies." With one blow, Bigong Yang's soul was scattered. The system displayed a notification, "Killed a cultivator named Bigong Yang at the peak of the tribulation transcendent stage. Rewarded 5,000 soul essences." At this moment, Tian Maolun arrived, saying, "Master, I smell your scent. I also smell the scent of tonics." Tian Maolun, without a head at this time, told Xiao Che that he had been beheaded. "I'll explain it to you later. Now let me eat my fill first. This is a great tonic." After speaking, he stuffed Bigong Yang's soul into his mouth to restore his vitality. Xiao Che raised his hand to his chin, pondering, "It seems that a lot has happened during the time I was gone." The golden dragon went over and told Xiao Che, "You treacherous and deceitful humans. I must burn you to death." Seeing this, Xiao Che thought, the state of this golden dragon is very similar to when Ao Buling went crazy. They are all filled with homicidal thoughts from who knows where. They even have red eyes. Therefore, I have to bet everything. I have the divine dragon blessing, which can grant immunity to all dragon language magic. He broke through her magic and signed straight on top of her head. Turns out there was no dragon pearl in there. Xiao Che drew his immortal sword, saying, "No dragon pearl means there's no dragon god. No matter how strong you are, I can kill you." Just then, Ao Buling went over, begging Xiao Che not to harm her. Buling said, "That's my mother." Xiao Che was stunned. "Is she my mother-in-law?" Is she her mother?" Buling cried and said, "My mother was originally a dragon clan dragon god. Later, she was betrayed by people in the clan. They took away our dragon pearls. My aunts and uncles were all killed by them. In order to save my mother and me. Please don't kill her." Hearing this, Xiao Che sighed. "If she's her mother, then I naturally won't harm her. But she no longer has her sanity. I'm afraid she'll harm everyone." Xiao Che suddenly thought that the divine dragon blessing necklace was extremely magical and might be helpful to the dragon clan, so he placed it on top of the golden dragon's head. At this time, the golden dragon returned to human form, so beautiful that even Wu Yue had to exclaim, "It's really magical." So she was a beautiful woman. She turned to scold Xiao Che, saying, "You smelly man, get off now." Xiao Che apologized because he didn't react in time. After that, the scene of the reunion of Ao Buling's mother and daughter moved everyone. At the imperial city of Zhuxian, city of the Daxia kingdom, Xiao Che had returned, embracing the three beauties in his arms and recounting how he encountered Yang, then was almost eaten by a dragon, and finally was almost struck to death by lightning. Fen Wu spoke up, "If the Wu Emperor doesn't die, Daxia will not have peace. I must quickly break through and fight a life-or-death battle with him." Liu Shuang was more confident, saying, "Our ominous heavenly cannons are enough to blow up the city of the Jinwu celestial dynasty." Xiao Che said that conquering the Jinwu celestial dynasty wasn't urgent. "I still have something more important to do. Does anyone know where Daiyu is?" On the very day, the system displayed a notification, making Xiao Che even more frightened. "Dear host, the system solemnly reminds you that because you withstood the 5 thunderbolts, the punishment will increase. If you do not complete the mission within 10 days, you will be struck by the 9 heavens divine lightning, and you will surely die." Seeing this, Xiao Che's heart exploded. "I can't even withstand the 5 thunderbolts. If it's the 9 heavens divine lightning, I'll probably be turned to ashes." Fen Wu said, "I once heard that Daiyu is an overseas immortal master, but he wanders around mysteriously. His exact whereabouts are unknown." Ao Buling's mother spoke up, "I know where Daiyu is. To repay you for saving my daughter and me, I can lead you there." Ao Buling was worried, because if we go back, they won't let us off. But her mother stroked her daughter's head and comforted her. "Back then, it was because I trusted the wrong man that the dragon clan harmed each other, and you had to suffer for so many years. I can't continue to run away. While my primordial spirit is still strong, I should go back and end all the grievances." The dragon mother continued, "Daiyu is 8,000 miles east of the East Sea. It was originally the residence of the dragon clan. But 8,000 years ago, Xia Wendao, in order to escape the thunder tribulation, crossed the sea to the island alone. Back then, Xia Wendao, the ancestor of the Xia family, was elegant and unrestrained. The dragon mother was so fascinated by him that her soul went crazy. I was originally a dragon clan dragon god. Because of my initial love, I was seduced by him and gave him the longevity dragon pearl to help him escape the thunder tribulation. But I never expected that he would dare to collude with the black dragon, wanting to seize the fortune of the land of dragons' prosperity, and betray me." Xia Wendao laughed sinisterly. "With the dragon pearl, I won't have to fear the 9 thunder tribulations anymore. In the future, my reputation on the divine immortal continent will be firmly established." On this side, Ao Buling, seeing her mother being harmed, rushed out to bite him. Seeing this, Xia Wendao took Ao Buling's dragon pearl for his clansmen to use. He turned to warn the black dragon, "I'll help you ascend, but in the future, every 100 years, you must give me a dragon pearl. Otherwise, they will be your fate." During the God-Devil War, the elite troops of the demon race and the dragon clan were all killed. For 8,000 years, the cultivation of human destiny according to ancient books has been dilapidated, almost falling into an era of decline. The demon race and the dragon clan have also been suppressed and declined in this way. Therefore, no one has ascended for 8,000 years. In other words, the strength of the immortal realm has not increased at all. Hearing this, Xiao Che felt that the demon empress's analysis was reasonable. Chuiga and the sword also spoke up. Could this be a conspiracy of His Majesty the Devil Emperor? First, make it seem like the strength of the immortal realm has declined, and then unify the 6 realms. But after the immortal devil war, I can no longer sense His Majesty the Devil Emperor. It is very likely that he has passed away. The Dragon Empress recognized the presence of Chuiga, which surprised Xiao Che. However, Fengwu also knew, saying to the Dragon Empress, "Please don't panic. This is His Majesty's sword spirit." At this point, Xiao Che understood that everyone already knew everything. But Miao Xin and Liu Shuang, after listening for a while, didn't understand anything at all, asking, "What? What are you guys talking about?" At this moment, Xiao Che introduced her to everyone, saying that she was the sect leader of the Tianma sect. Tianma Luan, Wu Yue, and Miao Xin immediately paid respects to their founding master and master. So human, demon, devil, and dragon can be considered fully assembled here. Chuiga said that the urgent matter at hand was probably not going to Dayu but solving the current problem, which was even more difficult. Tianma Luan knelt down and reported, "In the Xia family's faction, there are quite a few dragon knights. In a moment of carelessness, I was beheaded. The soldiers of the Daxia kingdom have almost completely failed. The mixed army of the Xia family has quickly attacked Dongtai City under the banner of the Northern Expedition. Master, I am willing to die to atone for my sins." Xiang Xiao did not blame him but comforted him. "Since it's already like this, what's the use of atoning for your sins? You quickly drink this grand returning pill. Perhaps you can grow your head back." However, Tian Maoluan said that it was not needed. "I feel that I am quite handsome now." Hearing this, Miao Xin and Wu Yue were also speechless. Yui Luo went in to report, "The enemy has defeated our army's defense line and is currently entering Dongtai City." Xiao Che ordered the ominous heavenly cannons, "Await orders. Everyone put on your armor and follow me into battle. I want to personally kill the enemy." Xiao Che looked up at the sky. The Xia family's army was very large in scale. Their special feature was that they had many dragon knights. He punched his fist against the city wall and exclaimed, "No wonder the Xia family was able to kill their way to the capital of Daxia. They truly have the ability." Xiao Che asked who the commanding general of the enemy was. Tian Maoluan reported, "The commanding general is the eldest young master of the Xia family, Xia Lingtian. 30 years ago, he was only a newly broken through integration stage cultivator. I don't know why, but he has been advancing one realm every 10 years. Now, he is at the peak of the integration stage. Moreover, the purple dragon that he is riding is as fast as lightning. It is extremely difficult to deal with them together. Master, it was he who beheaded me. Please help me kill him." Xiao Che gave the order to Ahu, "Aim straight at the target. Use the ominous heavenly cannon to shoot him down for me." Xia Lingtian, seeing the cannonball being fired, was disdainful, considering this a trivial game. He slapped the dragon's tail, causing it to flick and deflect the cannonball. The side that was hit by the deflected cannonball was instead the army of the Daxia kingdom. Xia Lingtian confidently announced, "You Daxia kingdom turtles, listen up. Immediately take off the clothes of your female emperor, and kneel down before me to surrender. Otherwise, no one will be spared. Not even the chickens and dogs." Fengwu angrily said, "Let me go into battle." But Xiao Che stopped her, "Your man is here today. Do you still need to take action?" Xiao Che went over, sweeping his sword across his body and saying, "You bastard. You dare to dream of my women." The last guy who dreamed of them seemed to also be surnamed Xie. The grass on his grave is already quite tall now. Xie Lingtian immediately made a move, flying around to Xiao Che's back. "I'm here to avenge my elder brother." Xiao Che said that he wasn't here to avenge, but to deliver his life. Xie Lingtian at this time ordered the purple dragon to spit at Xiao Che. Xiao Che at this time did not have the divine dragon necklace. He was probably going to be burned to death. But Xiao Che wasn't scathed. He brought out his gun, preparing to aim at Xie Lingtian. Xiao Che told him to try a bit of the power of science. Xiao Che's shot immediately killed the purple dragon. The system displayed a notification, "Killed a peak integration stage purple dragon. Rewarded 5 million divinity essences." Xie Lingtian was terrified by the power of the weapon in Xiao Che's hand, telling the dragon knights to protect him. The dragon knights, seeing this, immediately rushed at Xiao Che. He sighed, "It seems that I can only start a massacre. The dragon knights were frightened, not understanding why the dragons they were riding had all stopped. They took out their whips, lashing at the purple dragon, saying, "You beast, fly! If you don't fly, I'll beat you to death." Basically not understanding why, the purple dragon turned around and bit straight into his hand. Xie Lingtian was terrified, not understanding what was happening. Why are these dragons rebelling against their masters? Looking up at the sky at this time, he discovered the five-clawed golden dragon. Wasn't it said that it died in the legends? The dragon mother, in the form of the golden dragon, spoke up, "O dragon clan, come back. Return to your dragon god so that we can reclaim everything that belongs to us and break the shackles on our bodies." Xie Lingtian still confidently declared, "Even without the dragon clan, we can still defeat the Daxia kingdom." He ordered the entire army to attack. On this side, Ahu immediately ordered the use of cannonballs. Everyone knew the result of fighting against cannons. The Xie family's people were immediately blown to pieces. Xie Lingtian was frightened. He didn't understand why it was like this. Clearly, everything was going smoothly at first. Why was he defeated now? Just as he was hesitating, Xiao Che, Feng Wu and Ahu flew down from above. He ordered Ao Buling to quickly find Xie Lingtian and not let him escape. Very quickly, Ao Buling found him running away on horseback. Xiao Che went over, saying, "You damned wretch, you're learning from others to fight using energy beasts? No matter how fast that horse is, it can't be as fast as a dragon." Then he shot out a stream of sword energy. However, Xie Lingtian was not one to be trifled with. He still managed to dodge Xiao Che's sword attack. Xie Lingtian, frightened by Xiao Che's power, knelt down. "Your Majesty Nanhuang, please spare me. I am willing to be your minister and am willing to hand over my wealth to you." Xiao Che laughed coldly, disdaining Xie Lingtian for being useless, just like that younger brother of yours. Hearing this, Xie Lingtian could no longer endure the humiliation, saying, "I am nothing like that idiot. Go to hell." He furiously punched straight into Xiao Che's chest. But the more he hit Xiao Che, the heavier the counterattack he received. He told Xiao Che, "What is your cultivation level? This is too perverted." Xiao Che fired a shot and said to Xie Lingtian, "Go over there and ask your brother. He knows." The system displayed a notification, "Killed a cultivator named Xie Lingtian at the peak of the integration stage. Rewarded 50 million divinity essences." Xiao Che looked at the system notification and pondered, "There's only a little bit left before I can level up. Why don't I take this opportunity to kill a few more people? Maybe I can level up right away." But turning to the other side, Feng Wu had already finished dealing with everything. Xiao Che was disappointed. "So it's over? You didn't leave even one for me." Feng Wu spoke up and told Xiao Che, "I asked clearly. The Immortal Master Island is hidden by a great formation. If you want to enter the island, you must enter from the Xie family's forbidden area. If you have decided, then I will go with you." Xiao Che shook his head, saying, "No, that can't be. The Daxia kingdom cannot be without a ruler for even a day. When I am not here, only you can suppress it. I will think of another way to get on the island." At this moment Luo went over and knelt, saying, "Your Majesty, I can take you to the island. I am the direct daughter of the Zhongzhouyu family, and I have a marriage contract with the third young master of the Xie family since I was young. The day of the engagement has arrived. I can use the excuse of bringing it with me to enter the Xie family. Before the wedding begins, I will worship the ancestors. That is the Xie family's forbidden area." Xiao Che praised that it was a good idea, but told her to rest assured that he would not let her be married into the Xie family. "You deserve a better place." Hearing this, Yu Luo gratefully thanked Xiao Che. Scene changed to the Xie mansion in Haizhou. Xiao Che escorted Yu Luo to this place. Yu Luo said to Xiao Che, "You are the master of all lands and cannot take risks." Xiao Che turned to instruct, "Now I am just your mother's brother. Just call me uncle." Yu Luo immediately followed suit, making Xiao Che very happy. From the inside, the third young master of the Xie family happily came out to welcome them. His name was Xie Lingfeng, and he was Yu Luo's fiancé. He was very polite, not as rude as his second elder brother. Lingfeng introduced to the two that his father and the elders were waiting at the ancestral shrine behind the mountain. "We will go there first to perform the ceremony before we are officially considered to have passed the threshold." Xiao Che was surprised when they performed the ceremony at the ancestral temple. Lingfeng said, "Uncle, don't be surprised. This is the rule of our Xia family that has existed for thousands of years. Soon the two arrived at the place. The wedding atmosphere was extremely lively. Then Lingfeng took the two to meet the head of the Xia family, Xiezhong, with the supreme elders of the Xia family on both sides. Xiezhong told Lingfeng to take Ilua into the hall to worship according to the rules. Then he stopped Lingfeng, instructing the bride to worship alone to show her sincerity. This is the rule of the Xia family that has existed for thousands of years. You must not be rash. Ilua was worried, turning to look at Xiao Che, who waved his hand, telling her to rest assured that he would take care of everything. In front of Ilua was a painting of the ancestor of the Xia family, who was Xia Wendao. He jumped out of the painting, praising the work efficiency of his descendants. This is the 9th one already. Ilua asked, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Xia Wendao waved his hand, "Let me see your appearance." "Not bad at all. I am very satisfied with this sacrifice." At this time, Ilua understood that she was a sacrifice for their ancestor. Ilua fearfully screamed for help and ran away. Outside, Xia Lingfeng shouted loudly, making Xiao Che affirm that the Xia family's forbidden area did indeed hide something. But his father hit him, saying, "The Xia family's forbidden area is off limits." Then he also stopped Xiao Che, saying, "Her uncle? You better go back obediently, and pretend that nothing happened. That way, not only will you not have to bring a dowry, but I can also give you a generous gift in return. You have never seen a gift from our Xia family like this in your entire life." Xiao Che coldly smiled, saying, "I have already brought the dowry, just don't know if you can receive it." Xiezhong, hearing this, still showed an overbearing attitude. "Is there anything in this world that can compare to our Xia family?" Xiao Che, without saying a word, used his immortal sword to slash, turning him into ashes. The system displayed a notification, killed a cultivator at the initial stage of tribulation transcendence. Gained 100 million essence. The people around saw this and attacked Xiao Che, but he had timely created a spiritual energy barrier around himself. Then Xiao Che brought out the Hantian seal, asking, "Do you know who I am?" Looking at the Hantian seal, they recognized the identity of Nanhuang Xiao Che. Xiao Che threw the Hantian seal high into the sky. The Xia family elders looked at the Hantian seal with extreme fear, because they knew that there was a huge power hidden inside. But Xiao Che played dirty, firing 4 shots from below. Corresponding to each shot was a life of a Xia family elder. At this moment, the system displayed a notification, killed 4 cultivators at the initial stage of tribulation transcendence. The 9-yang golden Kong body has leveled up to the 9th level, and now has a half-immortal body. Divinity essence can no longer be increased. The remaining amount will be exchanged for 3 immortal essences. After leveling up, Xiao Che felt his body light and floating as if on a cloud. The quality can also be changed at will, as if completely removing the force of gravity and completely controlling the gravitational field. This is the body of a true immortal, a truly wonderful feeling. Then he slowly entered inside, but Xia Lingfeng stopped him. He told Xiao Che not to enter inside. That is our Xia family's ancestor. No one in the world can defy him. Xiao Che indifferently went inside, saying, "The Xia family offers the first night to their ancestor. That's truly worse than pigs and dogs. But I am not the man of the Xia family." Then he went inside, telling Xia Wendao to release the child. Seeing that Xiao Che had ruined his good deeds, he flew into a rage, summoning 9 dragons. Chuga appeared, frightened. Unexpectedly, the lower realm has a primordial spirit of 9 dragons. Xiao Che explained, every year, he receives offerings of dragon pearls and virgins. Perhaps he condensed it through that method. At this time, Xia Wendao made a killer move, gathering the energy of the 9 dragons to summon an extremely large giant dragon. Xiao Che used the Hantian seal to create a protective circle for himself, preventing the giant dragon from entering. Seeing the power in front of him, Xiao Che also broke out in sweat. Fortunately, he had the Hantian seal with the power of the Great Ascension stage. Without it, Xiao Che was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand it for even a second. Seeing this, Xia Wendao's greed was aroused, wanting to kill Xiao Che to seize the Hantian seal. 2 extremely powerful forces, one of ice and one of fire, were clashing. After a while, the 2 sides stopped attacking. Xiao Che was seriously injured, and his immortal armor could not withstand it. However, the loser was Xia Wendao. The painting on the wall was torn, and the system displayed a notification: Xiao Che killed a clone of a great ascension stage cultivator, rewarding one immortal soul. Just a part of his body had already seriously injured Xiao Che, making him feel a little worried. If he encountered his real body, it would be a disaster. Moreover, there were many dragon clans acting as shields for him. The road to Diyu was likely to be more dangerous than safe. Xiao Che was cared for by Yuilua, who examined his wounds, but he himself only wanted to flirt and tease. Yuilua shyly said that Xiao Che was not proper at all, his wounds had not healed yet, and he was already teasing others. At this moment, Xiao Che pretended to be in pain, clutching his chest, saying that it was over, he had internal injuries and it hurt so much. Yuilua naively said, "Where does it hurt? Let me take a look." But Xiao Che said nothing, taking the opportunity to hug her and feed her a tongue porridge. Xie Lingyun entered and, witnessing this scene, was shocked and dropped the wedding flowers in front of her chest. She angrily cried and said, "Weren't you supposed to be an uncle? Doing this is just outrageous." Xiao Che then fired a signal shot, ordering the group of blood beasts to take action immediately and flatten Haizhou. Xie Lingfeng knelt down, begging the human emperor to show mercy, saying, "Our Xia family in Haizhou is willing to be loyal to the human emperor and the great Xia kingdom for generations to come. This contains the sincerity of our Xia family," Xie Lingfeng said, presenting a large box to Xiao Che. Inside were many rare and exotic treasures, secret manuals, and supreme-grade weapons. Xiao Che immediately sucked it into his space ring, thinking, "There's nothing great, but I'll still accept your gift." Then Xie Lingfeng presented a secret manual, saying, "The good stuff is here. This dragon-taming art, although only half of it, can capture and kill dragons. And then cultivate. This way it will be twice as fast. It's just that the other half is missing, and my father has hidden it. Please forgive me for being powerless." Xiao Che angrily tore the secret manual, saying, "I don't care if your Xia family's things are useful or not. This kind of dragon-taming art is the kind of thing that oppresses others. What's the point of keeping it? What use is it?" Hearing this, Xie Lingfeng knelt down in fear and apologized. "You don't need to thank me. From now on, just be citizens of my great Xia, bestowing rain and dew on the people, and bringing happiness to the common folk." Then Xiao Che asked Xie Lingfeng, "Is this alliance of yours something that your Xia family can decide alone?" Hearing this, Xie Lingfeng explained, "The Lang clan are servants of my Xia family. So of course, I can command them. The experts in the Tianxian sect are almost all dead, and there is nothing to worry about. Only the Xianxia sect is monopolizing Danshan. I can't control things there, but I will try my best." Xiao Che hugged Yuilua and flew away, instructing Xie Lingfeng before leaving, "You don't need to go. I'll take a trip to the Xianxia sect myself. You immediately open the gates and surrender. You are responsible for Haizhou as the prefect. If you don't comply, then I will take everything in the name of the human emperor." Hearing this, Xie Lingfeng quickly kowed out in thanks to your majesty. At the Xianxia sect, Yu Yaoshi was saying to her master, "We should surrender. I am very close to his majesty the human emperor. Why do we need to resist the will of heaven?" Her master said, "It's not that I don't understand this principle." While speaking, a person named Yu Xianxia, the alchemy ancestor of the Xianxia sect, entered and said that Yu Zhongmen's words were useless. Everyone saw the alchemy ancestor entering and respectfully clasped their hands in greeting. Yu Xianxia said, "In this world, only Xie Wendao can refine the great return pill. In our Xianxia sect, whoever can refine a good elixir, I will respect that person as the master. The human emperor is just a junior. What qualifications does he have to be the master of the Xianxia sect? If he dares to come, I will make sure he has a way to get here. But no way to leave." Yu Yaoshi said to the alchemy ancestor, "Xiao Che is righteous and considers the people, having saved thousands of people in the East Sea. Isn't this precisely the teaching of our Xianxia sect? It's only natural that we respect such a person as our master." While Yu Yaoshi was speaking eloquently, the alchemy ancestor threw an elixir into her mouth. She glared at the remaining people. "Whoever dares to disobey my decree will end up like her." Seeing this, everyone knelt down in fear, saying, "We obey your orders." At this moment, Xiao Che arrived, saying, "The alchemy ancestor is quite imposing." Everyone was surprised by Xiao Che's appearance. Xiao Che also happily greeted his acquaintances, including Yu Zhangmen and Yu Yaoshi. Seeing this, the alchemy ancestor immediately displayed her attitude, causing the two of them to shut their mouths and dare not say anything. Xiaoqie said to the alchemy ancestor, "It's just a few great return pills, it's not important. I can give them to you, why do you have to be like this?" Hearing this, Yu Zhangmen objected, "What do you mean not important? The Great Return Pill is an immortal pill that can regrow flesh on white bones. Even immortals have never seen it." The alchemy ancestor said, "You say it so lightly, then show us your ability to produce one." Xiaoqie immediately pulled one out, stunning her. But then the alchemy ancestor showed a displeased expression. "What I'm talking about is not the Great Return Pill, but the ability to refine it. Only Xia Wendao can refine it." Xiaoqie said, "If I can refine a golden elixir, your Danxia faction must submit to me. If I can't, I'll leave this place without any charges." Hearing this, the alchemy ancestor immediately agreed. Yu Zhangmen felt hopeless. The Great Return Pills of the Feng Noyet continent are all taken from the immortal realm. From ancient times to the present, only our Xinxia sect has been able to refine this kind of elixir in the lower realm. Xiaoqie walked to a large alchemy furnace and said, "This furnace is good." Then he pulled out a pile of supreme-grade materials that he had just taken from the Xia family. The alchemy ancestor sneered, "So what if you only have that much? The medicinal materials for refining the Great Return Pill are secondary. The most important thing is to pay attention to the right person at the right time. Besides these things, one must also grasp the intensity of the fire." Then Xiaoqie ordered the Dragon Mother in the form of a small golden dragon to display her ability. The Dragon Mother spat out true fire from her mouth for alchemy. Seeing this, everyone was extremely shocked. Using dragon fire for alchemy? That's too arrogant. The temperature of the breath is extremely high, but it can be adjusted at will, so it does not have the destructive power of ordinary fire, and is second only to the three true fires in all types of fire. So it is something that all alchemists dream of having, but true dragons are extremely difficult to tame. Only the Xia family in the entire world can subdue true dragons. I didn't expect him to be able to do it. The alchemy ancestor still refused to submit, saying, "So what if you have a dragon? The guide and the final step of refining the Great Return Pill is the most difficult." At this time, thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky. The alchemy ancestor said, "The guide is not medicine, but a different problem. The Great Return Pill is a product of the immortal realm, and the mortal world cannot refine such a pure heavenly object. To manifest in this world, it must attract tribulation lightning. Only a great ascension cultivator can barely control the power of tribulation lightning. This is also the reason why only the Xia family can refine the Great Return Pill. And this person is just a tiny clone." At this moment, Xiaoqie climbed onto the alchemy furnace, making everyone wonder what he wanted to do. Xiaoqie raised his sword and said, "Tribulation lightning, come here." Everyone was surprised that Xiaoqie dared to use his body to attract lightning. Was this behavior really crazy? Above, the Thunder Immortal General appeared, angrily saying, "I've put up with you for a long time." Then he activated 9 purple lightning bolts. That year, Ling Yunzi was also struck by purple lightning until his body was destroyed, and he didn't even have the opportunity to disintegrate and reincarnate. And this alchemy ancestor has also been haunted by this lightning for countless years, so he hesitated to pass the tribulation. Before the words were finished, 9 purple lightning bolts struck Xiaoqie directly. But Xiaoqie was fine. He slowly said each word, "I have the body of an immortal. Transmitting lightning is not a problem at all. I just need to control the lightning strike to avoid being affected by the lightning." The alchemy ancestor was surprised that Xiaoqie could withstand the purple lightning without losing a hair. This was too unreasonable. Is this still the world I know? Seeing this, the immortal general was angry and immediately took out his weapon, saying, "If you can't be killed, then I will give you a big gift." At this time, everyone was worried. When the legendary Xianlei appeared in the sky, it was the lightning tribulation that only immortals experienced. Yuiloa was already tearing up. Wouldn't that mean His Majesty will die without a doubt? The alchemy ancestor replied, "That's right." Then Xiaoqie threw the immortal sword aside, to handle it himself. He said, "This lightning is too strong. If you continue to resist, you will be smashed to pieces. I can't implicate you for my own survival. Even if I survive, I won't be happy." Looking up at the sky, Xiaoqie sighed, it's already so strong before even getting close. If it really falls, wouldn't I directly evaporate? Then he took out the Hantian seal and said, "You are responsible for repairing the luck of the human race. You should have been angry enough to shake the earth. But since I got you, I have never seen you shine. I don't believe you are just ordinary. Today, I will bet on one game, betting my life on you. I will make the storm even stronger." At this moment, the Hantian seal had a vision, and the tribulation lightning was slowly absorbed into it. The immortal general couldn't believe that a tiny seal could swallow the tribulation lightning. Xiao Che happily hugged the Hantian seal to his cheek, saying, "As expected, my eyesight is not wrong. You are indeed a rare treasure." Xiao Che even looked up to the sky and provoked, "Or is it that this thunder god is too weak? In short, can you do it or not?" Seeing this, the thunder god was even more angry, saying, "Mortal, I will strike you until your soul is scattered and you will never be reincarnated." At this moment, Qingyao Immortal General appeared and told him to stop quickly. "Thunder Peak Immortal General, the Eastern Emperor has an order. Purple Thunder is dead, ordering you to quickly withdraw the Thunder God decree. You are using your position for personal revenge, arbitrarily increasing the lightning tribulation. If it causes the creatures of the Feng Noyet continent to be wiped out, the Eastern Emperor will question you." However, this Thunder Peak Immortal General was still stubborn. "I am the Thunder Peak Immortal General, stripping away the management of Purple Thunder. What can the Eastern Emperor do to me?" Hearing his stubbornness, Qingyao Immortal General turned away and said, "I have conveyed the Eastern Emperor's order. You can handle it yourself. You can figure it out." After thinking for a while, the Thunder Peak Immortal General decided to leave, giving her some face. After the two of them left, Xiao Che said to everyone in the Danxia faction that the elixir had been refined. They came over, and smelling the fragrance inside, they confirmed that this was not the Great Return pill. But it was something even more precious, only appearing in legends. This was the 9 Revolutions Great Return pill. This made the entire Xianxia faction admire, and kneel down in submission. Xiao Che laughed loudly and said, "That's right, this is the 9 Revolutions Great Return pill, so there were 9 tribulation lightning strikes during the refinement. All because of the Great Return pill." At this moment, the alchemy ancestor said to Xiao Che, "Are you Lu Yunzi?" Then she ran over and hugged Xiao Che, saying, "Lu Yunzi, that year you took my Xianxia elixir secret and returned to the Lu Yun sect to cultivate diligently. It's a pity that you failed to pass the tribulation, and your life and death were unknown. At first I thought you had turned into smoke, but I didn't expect you to be alive. I also blame my state of mind for being damaged and unstable, so I couldn't detect that you were still alive in this world." Then she pouted and said, "Do you know, I miss you every day." Xiao Che stopped her and said, "Sister, stop fantasizing. You're trying to become a relative because you can't beat me? I'm not Lu Yunzi. Lu Yunzi is the founder of the Lu Yun sword sect. I have nothing to do with him." The alchemy ancestor still refused to believe. Impossible. Only 3 people in the world know the method of refining the Great Return pill, and you know it clearly. I also heard that you, as the supreme scattered immortal, descended strangely after the Lu Yun sword sect. The place where you were born is where Lu Yunzi ascended. Are you still saying that you are not him?" Xiao Che didn't want to argue and said, "What if I am him? Do you still want to eat me?" The alchemy ancestor Yu Xianxia blushed and said, "That year, my feelings for you were higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. You once said you wanted to marry me." At this time, Xiao Che understood that no wonder he could log in and sign in for the Xianxia elixir secret at the Lu Yun sword sect. It turned out to be the romantic debt of the founder. Xiao Che went over and put his arm around Yuiluo's shoulder, saying, "I'm sorry, but I already have someone I love. Forgive me for not being able to accept you." Yu Xianxia made a big deal, saying, "I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. Unless you consummate your marriage now." Hearing this, Xiao Che was more than happy, and said to Yiluo, "Cooperate a little, and I'll get rid of this love affair." Then the two of them went into the bridal chamber under the witness of Yu Xianxia. Over here, Yu Zhangmen and the elders were discussing excitedly, "That's the 9 Revolutions Great Return pill. It's said to be able to avoid lightning tribulations. It's simply the #1 treasure in the world. If our Xianxia sect could get one now, it would be worth it even if I died." Xiao Che said from inside, "If you and the others sincerely submit, I can give you 18 revolutions great return pills to help you ascend to immortality. Hearing this, the entire Xianxia sect, from top to bottom, were willing to be citizens of the great Xia kingdom forever, loyal to His Majesty the human emperor for generations to come. Inside, Xiao Che was uncovering Eloa's veil. Eloa was surprised and said, "Didn't you say we were just acting? Why are you taking off my veil now? Do you want to turn fake into real?" Xiao Che touched her cheek and said, "You are so beautiful. I liked you from the first time we met." Eloa said, "Your Majesty, if you want to do that, you must take responsibility for me." Xiao Che said, "I will make you a divine consort." This statement made Eloa happily accept. Cut to a scene at the royal palace of the Zhenwu immortal dynasty. The martial emperor received the news that General Dong had died in battle. Gong Yang was also killed by Xiao Che, and now Xiao Che had flattened the Xia family and completely occupied Haizhou. Hearing this, the martial emperor was delighted. Very good. If that's the case, Xia Wendao can't help but take action, and once he takes action, Xiao Che must die. Immediately issue an order to use all forces to besiege Zhouxian city of the great Xia kingdom. However, Zhouxian city not only has a great city-protecting formation, but also countless heaven-shaking cannons. If we attack head-on, we will suffer countless casualties. I hope your Majesty will reconsider. The martial emperor was displeased when someone advised him, and immediately killed him, saying, "No one can disobey my orders. Issue the order that the army will set out in 3 days." Hearing this, the remaining official immediately knelt down to obey the order and left. The martial emperor sneered, "My great heavenly demon art has been completed, and there are hundreds of thousands of demon armies. Even heavenly lightning tribulations can't do anything to me. At that time, I will not only be number 1 in the world, but no one in the 6 realms will be able to compare with me." Cut to a scene at the Xianxia sect. Xiao Che, after a night in the bridal chamber with Eloa, woke up feeling extremely refreshed. "I don't wish to be an immortal, because immortals are only jealous of me every day." Suddenly, he didn't see the mother and daughter of Ao Buling appearing on his body. Xiao Che didn't understand where they had gone. Keiga said that they had gone to Du. Hearing this, Xiao Che was frustrated. Aren't they pig teammates? Going like this is just sending themselves to be slaughtered. It's completely increasing the difficulty of my mission. Seeing the urgency, Xiao Che immediately grabbed KG's hand and said, "Let's go quickly, or we'll probably be drinking Xia Wendao's son's 1-month-old wine." Then Keiga took Xiao Che and flew away. Cut to a scene at Du Kingdom. On the dragon fruit platform, the mother and daughter of Ao Buling were tied to pillars. Xia Wendao walked over and said, "Aoli, you are the dragon mother, a stubborn woman. After so many years, you still haven't become smarter. Relying on you 2 mothers and daughters to seek revenge from us is just wishful thinking." Aoli said, "Release my daughter, and I will let you do whatever you want." As soon as she said the words, Xia Wendao slapped her, saying, "What qualifications do you have to negotiate terms with me?" Then he took the necklace of divine dragon blessings that Xiao Che had given from her body. The black dragon walked over and said, "This is the blessed treasure of the divine dragon." Xia Wendao said to the black dragon, "Didn't you say that without it, your name is not legitimate, and your words are not convincing? I'll give it to you." Aoli said to the black dragon, "You are shameless. As a member of the dragon clan, you are recognizing a traitor as your master. You are a disgrace to the dragon clan." The black dragon angrily said, "You're about to die, and you're still stubborn. Today, I will kill you on this dragon fruit platform. Your death will make those in the clan who mention you every day cut off their thoughts." At this moment, a sword version of Mrs. Tan Vlok was inserted. Xia Wendao understood that Xiao Che had arrived. Xiao Che walked over and said, "To be honest, I didn't want to come either, but my 2 good teammates are here." Xia Wendao said, "You've come at just the right time. Quickly hand over the Hantian seal. Otherwise, I will immediately kill them." Aoli felt that this guy was too despicable. Using women to threaten him. "Are you even a man?" Xiao Che agreed to the exchange condition, demanding that Xia Wendao release one of the 2 of them. The black dragon quickly took the Hantian seal and reported to Xia Wendao. Xiao Che said to Xia Wendao, "It's your turn to release someone." But Xia Wendao went back on his word, saying, "You're dreaming. Hand over the weapon you used to shatter my clone, and then I'll release them." Xiao Che said, "I hate people who don't keep their word the most. Seeing that Xiao Che was still hesitating, Xia Wendao tore off a dragon scale from Aoli's body, causing her to bleed. He warned Xiao Che, "This is the consequence of not listening to me." Xiao Che raised his gun, saying, "The feeling of being threatened is really uncomfortable." Then he took out his gun. The black dragon thought Xiao Che was handing over the weapon and laughed happily. The human race is really stupid, completely in the hands of the master. Unexpectedly, Xiao Che shot him in the head, headshotting him. Everyone was shocked that the dragon god was a tribulation-transcending stage cultivator, but was killed in one move. Xia Wendao recognized that such unparalleled force must be a supreme-grade weapon among immortal artifacts, but he didn't expect that this was just an ordinary weapon from modern times. Xiao Che said, "I can accept the exchange, but I don't accept going back on your word. Choose how you want to trade." Xia Wendao immediately untied the two of them, saying, "No wonder you dare to call yourself the human emperor. You really have the power. Now I will let them go, and you also put down your weapon." Xiao Che immediately threw the gun down next to the Hantian seal. Aoli went over and said, "Xiao Che, you think too highly of him. He's fickle and will definitely not let us go." Xiao Che said, "Is that so? But my initial intention was not to leave." Xia Wendao said to Xiao Che, "Without your weapon by your side, let's see how you fight me." He unleashed a move that forced Xiao Che to use his sword to deflect. Xiao Che said that he didn't need to use magic weapons to defeat him. Then Xia Wendao increased his strength, firing four extremely powerful streams of spiritual energy at Xiao Che. Xiao Che created a circle of protective qi to block Xia Wendao's move. Xia Wendao then unleashed a fist, forming a powerful black dragon, which was the strength of the middle stage of the Great Ascension. The black dragon rushed forward and shattered Xiao Che's protective qi circle. Xiao Che was internally injured by the attack. He had to admit that the earthly immortals were indeed worthy of their name. In the end, Xiao Che was still a little short. Xia Wendao had a great advantage and reached out, declaring that he would not spare Xiao Che. Then the black dragon attacked again. But a golden dragon appeared, blocking it. However, without the blessed divine dragon, the dragon mother would soon go crazy. Knowing this, Buling quickly pulled Xiao Che's hand and ran away. Xiao Che suddenly remembered the heaven and earth restriction. He released the restriction scroll to help Aoli. The restriction locked the black dragon in place. Xia Wen now said that it wouldn't be easy to escape. He then raised his hand to increase his spiritual power. At this time, the black dragon shattered the restriction and escaped. But Xiao Che went all out, releasing 4 scrolls in a row. This time, there was no way to escape. The dragon mother returned to human form, and the 3 of them held hands and fled. However, behind them, Xia Wendao still didn't give up. They came to a place full of crystal rooms. The dragon mother went to open the door. Buling was surprised, and the dragon mother explained that only the dragon god knew this place. In this place, everything is made of crystal and has a natural barrier. Except for the dragon clan's charms, even true immortals cannot enter. Your Majesty, we have arrived. This is the crystal wall formed over hundreds of millions of years. It has enormous energy. If you sit here, you can quickly recover from your injuries. At this time, the system displayed that the Du Lagan mission was successful. Xiao Che received a large gift box. Buling went over and asked, "Your Majesty, where did this box come from? Is there anything delicious?" "This is called a mystery box, and I don't know what's inside. It seems very interesting. I want to see what's inside," Buling said and reached out to grope inside. Buling took out an object that looked like armor. At this time, the dragon mother recognized that it was the supreme treasure of the dragon clan. At the Crystal Palace, the dragon mother told Xiao Che that this was the supreme treasure of the dragon clan. Its name was dragon scale armor. Later, Xiao Che put it on and looked extremely impressive. The mother and daughter of Ao Buling had to praise him as extremely handsome. "After putting on the dragon scale armor, my combat power has increased by at least 20%, and the power of the dragon clan seems to be blessing my body. This armor is truly extraordinary." Ao Buling reached into the box again. "Let me see what else is there." Buling took out a secret manual from it. "The lower volume of the Great Deduction Immortal Art? Having this is great. There's also the Dragon Mother's Holy Dragon Pearl." The Dragon Mother happily hugged Xiao Che, wanting to suffocate him. At this time, Xia Wendao came and shouted loudly, "Open the door, I know you're inside." He didn't expect that he could sense this place. It seemed that absorbing so many dragon souls had given him the dragon clan's power of perception. Xiao Che immediately stuffed a few great return pills into his mouth to fight him. But it had side effects. Buling looked at Xiao Che and asked in surprise, "Your Majesty, are you uncomfortable somewhere? You look weird." At this time, Xia Wendao broke down the door and rushed in. "I finally found you. I have to thank you for helping me break through. I have finally completed the fusion with the 9 dragon souls. Today, you will undoubtedly die." On the contrary, Xiao Che rushed out from inside, even happier than him. Xia Wendao was surprised. "Since you have come to seek death yourself, then I will make you the first to have your soul scattered." The two sides fought, creating a strong wind that lifted the skirts of both Buling's mother and daughter. Xia Wendao jumped back. He didn't expect that Xiao Che had become a different person in just half a time period, suddenly unusually strong. "No matter what chance encounter you have, today I will make you buried in this place. You think only you know the great deduction immortal art? I know it too. Look at the immortal finger revelation in my great deduction immortal art." The two forces once again opposed each other. "Watch me point again, continuous pointing." Xiao Che just shot randomly at him. "How do you know it? It seems that I can't kill you without using the ultimate move. You are the first to force me to use the ultimate move." Xia Wendao was furious. Xiao Che was bitten and torn by 9 red dragons. "This is my ultimate move called 9 Dragons Established Seal." Seeing Xia Wendao's terrifying power, Xiao Che felt suspicious of life. "Aren't you also a transmigrator? Family, are you looking for a signal? If not, give me a secret sign." Xia Wendao said that Xiao Che was talking nonsense. "Are you so scared that your primordial spirit is in chaos? Then I will let you die happily. Dragon scale armor, hold on a little longer. Whether I can survive or not depends on you." Xiao Che was beaten by him, and only had a pool of blood left. Buling's mother and daughter were heartbroken amidst Xia Wendao's disgusting laughter. But before he could laugh for long, he was pierced by a sword. The one who attacked was Xiao Che. He exclaimed, "Luckily, I had the dragon scale armor to protect me, giving me the chance to use the Great Evolution Immortal Arts clone technique. It's fortunate that I had the clone and simplification techniques of the Great Evolution Immortal Art, or I wouldn't have been able to withstand an expert like you." The system announced, "Killed a mid-stage Great Ascension clone, received a reward of 1 immortal soul fragment." Xiao Che was surprised that it was also a clone. Long Mu warned, "Not good. Xia Wendao is escaping. He's very cautious and never fights without being sure of victory. The next time he appears, he'll probably have an immortal body. If we don't kill him today, he'll definitely become a disaster in the future." Hearing this, Xiao Che was determined not to let him escape. Immortal energy emanated from Xiao Che's body. "This is the Great Evolution Immortal Art's limitless myriad miles. Chuega, bring back Xia Wendao's head." Chuega received the order and immediately flew away. Xia Wendao ran for a while, thinking he was safe, so he stopped. He was certain that after flying 8,000 miles in one breath, no one could catch up. It was so difficult to build up the Du he controlled in the palm of his hand like today, but it was destroyed by that bastard Xiao Che. This revenge will definitely be repaid. Just then, Immortal Sword Chuega flew over. Xia Wendao was caught off guard and was pierced by the sword. Chuega then returned. Xiao Che asked if he had finished the job. Unexpectedly, when Chuega threw down the head, Xia Wendao's nascent soul escaped. He begged Xiao Che not to kill him, saying that Xia Wendao knew many secrets about humanity. Xiao Che told him to reveal everything immediately, or he would kill him instantly if he lied. At that time, I and Immortal Monarch Beichin were enlightened by Immortal Monarch Beichin. He gave us the opportunity, taught us to cultivate, and asked us to do whatever it takes to protect humanity. The human race on the Fingyue continent faces the greatest crisis, which is the demonic sect, the demon race, and the dragon race. Immortal Beichin asked us to find ways to eliminate these 3 major threats. I chose the dragon race to cultivate because they are supported by the dragon pearls. Liu stabbed the heavenly demon war god in the back and obtained his power. Afterwards he ascended to the throne and proclaimed himself emperor, holding the demon-suppressing tower and consuming demon pills to increase his cultivation. So everything is clear now. Liu is the martial emperor. Unfortunately, we have committed too many sins, and the immortal realm still refuses to open the heavenly gate for us, so our ascension is still a long way off. But we are all here to protect humanity. Xia Wendao cried and said that they did all these things for the benefit of humanity. We are acting under the orders of immortal monarch Beiqin. Chuiga said to him, back then, my body was destroyed by immortal monarch Beiqin, and my soul is only attached to the spirit sword. My brother was also killed by Liuda, so what? You were a heavenly demon in the past. Immortal Lord Beiqin killed you to uphold justice. Could it be that Liuda and Xia Wendao are all good people, and I was wrong to kill them? Chuiga affirmed that immortal monarch Beiqin was definitely not a good person. If he really cared about humanity, then why hasn't anyone ascended in the past 8,000 years? Why has the aura been depleted for over 8,000 years? Suppress the demon and dragon races? Xiao Che told Chuiga that his understanding was very impressive. There used to be many cultivation methods and books, so why did they disappear? What exactly are the secrets of those forbidden things? Xiao Che told Xia Wendao not to make excuses for himself anymore, and to reveal his true conspiracy, or he would make him wish he were dead but unable to reincarnate. I'll tell you, it was all done by immortal monarch Beiqin. He destroyed all the secret books and killed the experts of all the sections. Among them was Liu Yun, the founder of the Sword Sect. Wasn't our patriarch supposed to have died from a failed tribulation? When Liu Yunzi ascended, he was directed by immortal Lord Beiqin to use lightning tribulation to eliminate him. Why would immortal Lord Beiqin do that? He doesn't want the dragon and demon races to rise, nor does he want the human race to ascend. He's completely suppressing the entire Fingyue continent. What is he doing this for? It seems to be related to struggles in the immortal world. I don't know exactly. Xiao Che understood the problem at this moment. The immortal realm just wanted to control things, treating mortals like pigs and dogs. Just as he was about to turn around and ask more questions, Xia Wendao tried to escape. Chuiga told him to watch out because he clearly didn't want to live anymore. Then she attacked. Chuiga cried and vowed to kill Liuda to avenge her brother Chuehai. Long Mu went over and asked, "Are you sure you can deal with him? Even when you were at your peak, you weren't certain, let alone now." Hearing this, Chuiga turned to Xiao Che. "Today, there is hope in the lower realm to resist the immortals. In this world, there is only one person." Chuiga then opened her clothes, causing Xiao Che to spit out blood. "As long as you help me avenge this deep blood feud, I will let you do whatever you want." Seeing this, Xiao Che immediately responded and agreed. Xiao Che immediately fed Chuiga tongue porridge, saying, "I'll collect the interest first, and we'll settle the score after the task is completed." Buling, seeing this, said, "Mother, they look so comfortable kissing. I want to kiss too." Long Mu, seeing this, advised her daughter, "When you grow up, I'll take you to the palace to become a dragon consort, and then let Xiao Che teach you." The system displayed a new mission: log in at Beiqin Palace, level, Immortal Mansion, time limit, 100 years, punishment, soul annihilation. Xiao Che, hearing this, didn't understand where to find this place. Long Mu explained, "The reason why immortal Lord Beiqin cannot personally come to the Fingyue continent is because of the rules of the immortal realm. He is a high immortal and cannot descend to the lower realm with his true body, otherwise he will be subject to heavenly punishment. Even if he really came, because of the rules of heaven and earth, he would not be able to exert his full immortal power. In other words, the strongest on the Fingyue continent is the Great Ascension Realm, an immortal realm. And the immortal Xia Wendao is at the Great Ascension Realm, while the martial Emperor Liuda is a loose immortal." At this moment, Buling came in and happily announced that she had found the heaven-shaking seal and the spirit stone gun. Xiao Che then remembered that the Great Xia Kingdom was in danger. At Juxian City, the battle was raging fiercely, with On-Tian cannons firing across the sky above the city. Faced with the power of the On-Tian cannons, Li Qiankun requested Emperor Wu to order a retreat, but he resolutely refused, decreeing that anyone who retreated even half a step would be killed without mercy. Li Qiankun was filled with resentment, determined to be the one to end this meaningless war. Acting on his thoughts, Li Qiankun raised the white flag, representing the Jin Wu immortal dynasty's surrender, vowing allegiance to De Xia. Moments later, at the De Xia military camp, Li Qiankun arrived to meet Feng Wu, seeking to surrender. Miao Xian said to Li Qiankun, "The one initiating the war now is your father, the Xia Kingdom only wants to build a place of peace where humans, demons, and monsters can coexist peacefully, equally, and with love. Right now, the lives of millions of soldiers are all in your hands. You know very well what you should do in your heart, don't hesitate. On the other side, Emperor Wu was delighted to see millions of souls. He immediately channeled his power to absorb them all and become invincible. Lu Shuang and Wu Yu didn't expect him to use this most cruel method to increase his power. No wonder Liu Yude led people to seek death continuously. It turns out he wanted to use 1,000,000 soldiers as a sacrifice, then borrow the heaven-covering demonic power to break through the immortal realm in one go. We must stop him quickly. Niu Tu General was the first to charge into battle. Emperor Wu struck with a single move, annihilating both his body and spirit. Seeing this, Miao Xian and Feng Wu turned pale with fear. Feng Wu transformed into a fire phoenix, telling everyone not to sacrifice themselves in vain. Let me fight him. Feng Wu unleashed a rain of phoenix feathers, attacking Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu took out his Zhu Xian flag, absorbing all of Feng Wu's attacks. Then, he used the flag to shoot directly at her. Feng Wu couldn't dodge in time and was impaled in the chest by the flag's pole. Wu Yu and Lu Shuang were extremely worried upon seeing this. Feng Wu was severely injured and had to revert to her human form. Just then, Xiao Che managed to return in time, embracing her. Xiao Che told Feng Wu that she had done very well, and to rest for now, leaving the rest to him. Then, Xiao Che gave Feng Wu several great restoration pills to recover her strength. Immediately, Feng Wu's injuries recovered. Xiao Che looked ahead with worry, thinking that if he didn't act soon, everyone's souls would be devoured. Xiao Che told Feng Wu, "Wait for me, I will protect everyone." After speaking, he took the heaven sword and went out to fight Emperor Wu. Xiao Che used all his strength to slash at the command flag that was absorbing souls. Unexpectedly, Xiao Che was pulled into a surreal space that looked like hell. The place was silent and still. Suddenly, a hand struck out from nowhere. Xiao Che turned around and slashed, but there was no one there. This happened again. Xiao Che taunted Liu Yude, "What kind of decorum is this, hiding like a rat? Luckily, I have the dragon armor to protect me, otherwise I would have been killed by you." After all, how can the power of a loose immortal compare to the power of immortal force? Liu Yude appeared, provoking Xiao Che. "Here is a space belonging to the heavenly demon. It is the perspective of the demon realm. This place is my world. How can you fight me? In my space, you can't escape and you can't attack. You can only watch me beat you to death." But he was wrong. This time the one who disappeared was Xiao Che. "Liu Yude, do you recognize this?" Xiao Che took out the war god token. Liu Yude was terrified, as if he had seen the heavenly demon war god Kai, and immediately knelt down. At this moment, Kca rushed forward, intending to avenge her elder brother. But Liu Yude struck her with a palm. It turned out that just now was an act. Liu Yude stood up and said to Kca, "You really think I would be controlled by that small token? Not to mention that Kai is already dead. Even if he reincarnated as Xiao Che, I wouldn't care about him. But with the war god token in hand, you can no longer disguise yourself. Let's see how you plan to escape." Unexpectedly, Liu Yude blasted away Xiao Che's bullet, saying that his Kai Yun palm can kill immortals within half a step. "What are you? You are far from it." He unleashed a giant version of the Kai Yun palm. But Xiao Che immediately countered, severely injuring him. Liu Yude collapsed, but still threatened Xiao Che, "Xiao, even if you can attack me in the heavenly demon territory, so what? My heavenly demon great art is complete. All the living beings outside will have their vitality sucked away by me. By then, all your confidants will be dead. Don't dream of being able to fight me." Before he could finish speaking, he was stabbed. At this time, he had returned to the real world, not believing the truth before his eyes. "Father, it's all over." It turned out that the one who made the move was Li Qianqun. Emperor Wu pushed back Li Qianqun with force, resolutely refusing to admit defeat. "Xiao Che, let's die together." Liu Yude threw the heavenly demon banner towards Xiao Che. Xiao Che swung his sword and tore the heavenly demon banner, telling him that his demonic tribulation had been broken, accept the truth. Then, he coldly beheaded Emperor Wu, unifying the Fengyu continent. Kca cried with joy, finally avenging her blood feud. Xiao Che said to Kca, "You're tens of thousands of years old, don't cry anymore, don't let others laugh at you. KCA became even more resentful upon hearing this. Are you disgusted that people are old? At the Xia Imperial Palace, Xiao Che sat on the throne, cheered by everyone. Xiao Che decreed, in this battle, Li Qiankun has the greatest merit, bestowing upon him the title of Tianyang Duke, enjoying wealth and honor for life. Bestow Phoenix's second sister as the Lei Zhou governor, Xia Lingfeng as the Hai Zhou governor, Qi Yangzi as the Hua Zhou governor, and Lan Fenghuang as the Yun Zhou governor. After the Battle of Zhuxian City, the 9 provinces were pacified, the 4 seas were at peace, and human Emperor Xiao Che unified the Fengyu continent. The entire country followed one path, one script and one Tao. The human race's fortune reached its peak from then on. End of part 1. See you in the next video. Thank you sincerely for your attention.